What's up, guys? Don't forget to smash that like button, drop a comment, hype up the video, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe and join the family. Inside a cave, only screams could be heard, shouting that a magical beast was there. Someone was begging for help while screaming for everyone to run. A young man was giving it his all just to stay alive. His name is Ye Qing. He is a level 0 collector. He stares at the magical beast in front of him and thinks he can't even scratch the demon's head. Despite all his attacks and efforts, he dealt a total of 0 damage to the spirit wolf. He thinks about how he survives by picking up the trash left behind by hunters, as a level 0 is considered by society to be nothing more than a burden, a useless person, and trash. A monster prepares to attack again, and even knowing that his chances are basically 0, he doesn't flinch and gives his all, aiming for its head. But it's no use. His wooden shield is easily shattered and the monster lands a hit. As he's attacked, he thinks to himself that he's truly living like trash. On the brink of death, he looks at the monster and thinks that this isn't right. He screams with all his might that he refuses to die like garbage. He attacks once more and suddenly a message appears. You dealt a critical hit to the spirit wolf. 1 damage dealt. In City G, there is a rank C abyssal portal. A man begins to approach the portal and another comes running. Ye runs through the portal with something in his hand, while a monster chases after him. A hunter attacks the monster and defends him, saying the collector is too slow. The protagonist is a veteran collector and works every day recycling the trash left behind by hunters who fight monsters, because the Abyss supervisors don't want those resources to fall into the hands of ordinary people. After all, those crystals are rank C and worth over 50,000 yuan. Suddenly, someone shows up and steps on a box, calling the protagonist a brat. The hunter says they will inspect the dungeon resources one by one, and warns that if Ye tries to be clever and hide a crystal, he'll face a hefty fine and might even be arrested. The protagonist asks his boss to calm down, saying he's been doing this for a long time and knows all the rules. The collector's job is usually done by those at level 0. If the combat team can't handle the monsters, level 0 lives are in immediate danger. And it's not an exaggeration to say the job is worth a life. The pay for returning from a dungeon is 300 yuan. Each collector gets 1,000th of the value of the trash collected, around 600 yuan. But since the agency takes 30%, they're left with about 540 yuan. The protagonist sighs, saying his debt is over 670,000 yuan, so he needs to work much more. Suddenly, one of the collectors calls Ye and says there's a big job with a 3 1,000ths commission. He asks if Ye wants it. The protagonist is a bit surprised, asking if it's really 3,000ths, as that's very high. His partner says Ye always seems to need money, so if he wants in, he just needs to apply to the group. Ye doesn't waste time and stands up, saying he'll join and will apply right away. On the bus, people were asking if the public mall in Shenfeng is that Abyss Republic they've been hearing about in the news. They say it's rank A. That's why the rewards are so high. They heard that several groups were wiped out. No one made it out alive. One of the workers asks if it's another subcontract, and they say it probably is. Besides cleanup, there are other important missions too, like retrieving the gear of the eliminated teams. Some workers get a bit irritated, saying those businessmen are really cunning. They question who allowed capitalists to commercially manage the abysses. The protagonist just listens in silence, staring out the window. The evolution of business. 10 years ago, the abyssal portal descended from the void, bringing the abyssal beasts with it. Only those who could level up gained special abilities to defeat these beasts. As the demonic beasts were killed, people discovered that the abyss held not only energy products like magic crystals, but also weapons and many mysterious items. When a new world was discovered, humanity went into a frenzy and began exploring the abyss. Many traditional companies went bankrupt and public funds were redirected to support this new market. Ye tried to find work in every possible way. However, he always heard that no level 0 people were accepted. He went to the hospital and the doctor shouted at him, saying the hospital wasn't a charity, and if he didn't pay up soon, he could take his mother and leave. In despair, unable to afford his mother's treatment, he begged the doctor for forgiveness and asked for just a few more days to get the money. Inside his house, the landlord starts banging on the door, shouting for the protagonist to open up because he's already 2 months behind on rent. Everywhere he went, it was always the same thing. They told him to disappear, that he wasn't needed, that he was just trash and should vanish. This drove him into complete despair as he needed money to pay for housing and, most importantly, his mother's treatment. The job market is unprecedentedly bleak for level 0 players who can't level up. Basically, they're already considered useless by society. Suddenly, in the midst of all this desperation, someone shows up and offers him a loan card asking if he needs money. With no other option, the protagonist looks at the person and takes the card. The person says he needs to pawn the most valuable things he has, which in this case are his organs. Back in the present, he sighs. One of the workers looks at the protagonist and says he heard that he borrowed 1 million from a loan shark and lost it all in the stock market, and if he doesn't repay what he owes, he's going to lose a kidney. And on top of that, he still has a little sister who depends on him. Not to mention the hospital bills are extremely expensive. They say it looks like that kid just needs to die already since there's no way he can pay off that debt. And even if he stays alive, he'll live the rest of his life as nothing but trash. Finally, the bus arrives at the location and the combat group was already waiting. One of the fighters says all the collectors are too slow, and they get off the bus already apologizing. Another fighter tells them to hurry up and emphasizes that it's not his fault if anyone dies. Everyone starts climbing and heading toward the portal. Ye also gets off the bus and looks at the portal, thinking that this time he'll work hard to earn money and make it out alive. He steps through the portal and enters the underground city, the Dungeon Republic in Shenfeng, a rank B abyss. He looks around, thinking it's his first time entering a rank B abyss. Suddenly, the hunters hear a noise and some magical beasts appear ahead of them. A shield bearer shouts, calling his partner and saying that monsters showed up as soon as they entered. A magic user steps forward and says this is too easy since they're just low-level spirit wolves. He starts summoning flames around him as the wolves attack. He fires a fireball, causing a large explosion and pushing the other wolves away. The shield bearer tells everyone not to let their guard down as demonic beasts can ambush them in any dark corner. Another team member asks what their destination is. The shield bearer points upward, saying it's the 5th floor. A hooded member says it might just be an illusion. However, the first floor of that dungeon seems 5 times larger and 3 times taller. The guy with glasses says that's abyssification, a replica created based on the real world but whose internal structure has been completely mutated. He asks where the bodies of the groups that came before them are, as there's no trace at all. He tells the collectors to try and find the bodies and not just wander behind, stressing that no matter where level 0 goes, their only use is being trash. The protagonist starts walking through the place, a bit distracted, and the magic user was crouching right in front of him, tying his shoes. Suddenly, Ye doesn't notice and trips over him, falling face first to the ground. The magic user gets a little irritated and yells that he should watch where he's going. Ye, scared, apologizes. However, the magic user grabs him by the shirt and slams him against the wall, saying hitting trash disgusts him and that it scared him because he thought a monster was attacking. The shield bearer tells Lao Chen to leave the collector alone because they have a mission to accomplish. Lao Chen looks at the protagonist angrily and throws him to the ground, saying if he knows he's trash, he should stay away. Ye, still on the ground, thinks that guy is just a jerk who looks down on others. Lao Chen keeps ranting and asks the collectors if this is what they call a professional team. They start walking, and the protagonist thinks they're just burdens to society, useless trash. Those are the collective terms society uses for level zeros. However, they have no idea that the protagonist's experience is at 99 out of 100, and he's about to level up. He starts walking alone through the dungeon. Suddenly, he and another collector come across a demonic beast. The collector screams that it's a demonic beast and starts running, telling everyone to get away. Yes starts getting a little worried, saying the hunters let a spirit wolf escape. That is a critically injured spirit wolf. The protagonist looks behind him and sees a level 1 wooden shield and a level 1 stick. The wolf tries to attack him. Ye thinks that monster is nearly dead, but his group ran away. He runs and tries to grab the shield but takes a direct hit. Still, he doesn't back down and says this is exactly the chance he's been waiting for. He lands on his feet, holding the shield and the stick in his hands. He charges at the monster without hesitation. The wolf is alone. He manages to land a hit on the monster's head, saying it should just die. However, the damage dealt is 0. The demonic beast only gets angrier, and the other collectors, who were a bit farther back, say that Ye is extremely dumb. They point out that the protagonist didn't start in this field yesterday, so he should know that only hunters can deal damage to those demonic creatures. While fighting the wolf, he thinks that he already knows that. His stats are level 0, strength 1, agility 1, intelligence 1, willpower 1, constitution 1, luck 1. He drops his bag and tries to run from the wolf, thinking that with such weak attributes, he can't even scratch a weak monster. He turns around, frustrated, thinking that this is something he knows better than anyone. And it's precisely because he understands this so well that he has to go even harder. He dodges one of the attacks and charges again. Somewhere else, Lao Chen starts laughing, saying that when level 0s see a nearly dead beast, they'll tremble and piss their pants. The shield bearer says they could line their pockets just by killing a few monsters, but those pieces of trash can't do a thing to a demonic beast. No wonder they're worse than garbage. He says they should keep the more valuable items and leave the rest to the collectors, telling them to clean up what's left. Another hooded member warns the boss that it looks like another beast escaped around there. Suddenly, screams are heard, saying a demonic beast appeared, and they should run. The hunters start laughing, saying it's exactly as the boss predicted. Lao Chen, still annoyed, says that the purple item has already been claimed by him and warns everyone to stay away from it. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, noises are heard from all directions. Ye is being attacked by the demonic wolf and, badly injured, begins to panic. However, he gathers all his strength and yells that he refuses to die like trash. He manages to stab the monster with his stick, landing a critical hit and dealing 1 point of damage. With that, he defeats the wolf, which collapses in front of him. On his knees, he starts panting and, even in excruciating pain, begins to laugh, shouting and celebrating that he managed to take down at least one. Suddenly, he hears someone approaching. Lao Chen starts mocking him, saying the loner managed to defeat a low-level wolf. He grabs Ye by the shirt again and yells, asking if he's playing hero and whether he thinks he's immortal. Lao Chen keeps yelling, saying they didn't spend money just to drag the corpse of a worthless idiot like him. However, despite hearing all of this, the protagonist smiles. A hunter's career doesn't follow just one path. When you reach level 1, even a level 0 can change classes and gain access to a hidden class more easily. But for that, you need to find ways to gain experience and level up. Yet, for a level 0 who can't deal damage to demonic beasts, that's like climbing a slippery mountain barefoot. Even so, Ye spent years risking his life, seeking a critical hit to gain experience, accumulating little by little, rising slowly. But he never gave up until reaching 99%. A message appears. Repeated kills. You dealt 1 damage to the spirit wolf. You gained 1 experience point. With that, he finally reaches 100%. Completely injured but happy, he says, "This is the only way to gain experience. The conditions have been met." The system shows that his experience points went from 99 to 100, and that the requirements for leveling up have been fulfilled. Lao Chen is shocked and shouts that someone like that actually managed to change class. The system congratulates him, saying he finally reached level 1. An aura begins to envelop his body. In the end, he obtains the class Abyss Collector, and his max level is 1. Lao Chen looks at that and bursts out laughing. He asks what kind of joke of a class change that is. A garbage collector is still a garbage collector, and the max level is 1. He taps Ye's shoulder, apologizing because he just can't stop laughing. He says this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and even so, the protagonist managed to get a class that literally means trash. He keeps laughing and says it's perfect for him. Suddenly, Lao Chen stops laughing and gets serious, staring directly at Ye, saying all the other collectors are gone, and that's why Ye will finish the cleanup alone. He turns and starts walking away, mocking and telling the other fighters that they won't believe what just happened. The protagonist looks at his injured hand and asks if collectors really are weak. He thinks that if the max level is 1, then he won't be able to use attributes to level up. He looks at the wolf's corpse and wonders what a collector's ability is. Suddenly, his eyes start to glow and the wolf's corpse begins to emit a strange energy. The system says, "Recyclable trash found. Low-level spirit wolf corpse." Ye is a bit surprised to see this system screen, so he decides to say yes. Suddenly, his eyes begin to glow purple and several hands appear out of nowhere. A powerful energy and intense pressure take over the area. He looks back and asks if this is a collector's ability. The hands go to the wolf's body and begin pulling it in. A message appears saying the trash is being disintegrated until the disintegration is complete. Ye asks if that's all and if it's over already. Suddenly, a hand reappears and informs him that he gained spiritual boost, emphasizing that he received 3 attribute points. The protagonist asks if he can get skills and attribute points from corpses. Curious, he opens his attribute panel. The hand says he needs 3 agility points to use it, which surprises him since it's only 3 points. He goes to the panel and says that if that's all it takes, then he'll put everything into agility, raising it to 3. The system informs him that he met the conditions to use the Spirit Wolf's ability and asks if he wants to activate it. Without hesitation, he says yes. Suddenly, he starts feeling something strange in his body. When he opens his eyes, he's a bit confused because he didn't feel any result. Someone yells at him, saying he needs to go clean up that mess, and he yells back that he's going. Afraid of getting scolded, he starts running. But as he steps on the ground, he notices something different. His speed is extremely higher. Not used to it, he trips over a root and falls to the ground, asking if it was the ability that did that. The system screen appears again, informing him that the spiritual boost is on cooldown. He gets up, takes a deep breath, and looks ahead. But when he sees it all, he's surprised. There are several wolf corpses there. With his new vision and collector ability, he can see that all those bodies are recyclable. Ye wonders if he can take attributes and recycle abilities from beasts, because that's the only ability of an abyss collector. He starts using his ability again, saying that maybe it's his only ability, but it's extremely powerful. While his skill devours all those corpses, messages keep appearing saying he gained 4 attribute points, 3 more attribute points, and so on. The protagonist says that when he first touched the spirit wolf's corpse, he gained the spiritual boost ability. One of the hands reaches him and delivers an energy orb, saying he received 1 attribute point. He's surprised and wonders if that really is an attribute point. He points out that apparently devouring the same type of corpse doesn't grant more abilities. Additionally, the reward for recycling bodies of the same species gradually decreases. He asks all those hands if he needs to recycle new corpses to gain new abilities, and they respond yes. He's happy, saying that this class really didn't disappoint him. He opens the attribute panel again and is shocked to see he already has 111 unassigned points. He stares at the panel and wonders what he should raise since points are no longer a problem. Yes starts smiling and says it's best to distribute the points evenly, so he begins raising all his attributes equally. In the end, his attribute panel looked like this. Name Yeqing, level 1 max class. Abyss Collector, strength 20, agility 20, intelligence 20, willpower 20, constitution 20, luck 20. Meanwhile, the group of hunters continued fighting, saying that only those last 2 monsters remained. After defeating them, the shield bearer asked Lao Chen if he's serious about saying that the collector changed class to collector. He wonders if that hidden class wasn't on that class list he always checks. Another member says it's not that important because every year a new class is added to the list, but the most valuable ones remain the same. These so-called hidden classes are usually just a joke. Lao Chen says that considering the protagonist level is at most 1, then he must be an F rank, just a bit stronger than a level 0, so there's almost no difference. The group leader says they should let it go, continue what they're doing, and stay alert at all times. They keep walking and finally reach a higher point. However, the moment they look at what's ahead, they're completely shocked. A completely dark monster is standing before them. The leader says the mission target has been found, as those are the remains of the captain and the falcon hunting team. The girl with them is confused, saying there's a pile of them, and not even in that shopping mall, especially not on the 5th floor. The man with glasses approaches one of the bodies and says the abyssification hasn't even lasted 48 hours, and yet the corpses are already completely dehydrated. He says it's possible their essence was drained using some kind of magic. The woman says that up until now, they had only encountered low-level spirit wolves. So if the falcon hunting team was B rank or higher, this is really strange since they were all defeated and killed there. They start hearing a strange noise and the leader looks to the side and is completely shocked as several monsters begin appearing out of nowhere. He yells that it's not just wolves that are there. Meanwhile, on TV, the news report announces an important alert. An abyssification has occurred at Shenfeng Public Mall. Initially rated as a grade B mutation, the current number of missing people has already reached 217. Back inside, the leader shouts in fear, telling everyone to retreat immediately, saying it's an ambush. Lao Chen starts using his flame and yells that he had found it very suspicious not to see the bodies of the previous hunting team, but it turns out they were all piled up in that mountain of corpses. The leader says the weak demonic beasts along the way were only there to lure them deeper into the dungeon. As they defend against the first wave of attacks, they begin to see something much bigger starting to move. The leader looks and says that the true voice of that dungeon has appeared. It's a carnivorous plant from the abyss, rank A. Lao Chen shouts for everyone to look up because the hunters who had died came back to life and were attacking. While all this is happening, the protagonist is still recycling the corpses of the low-level spirit wolves. After recycling several bodies, a system screen pops up in front of him, saying he reached the novice collector milestone by recycling 50 corpses. He starts laughing, saying he finally unlocked an achievement. The system informs him that he'll receive the following rewards, which makes him very happy because he wasn't expecting any. His rewards are a low-grade heart collector and a very ordinary dagger. He's extremely disappointed, saying that while the dagger might be usable, the rewards are really bad. As he's there examining his rewards, he starts hearing very loud noises, looks up, and wonders if something's coming toward him. Screams start growing louder in his direction, and a zombie begins running to attack him, which terrifies him. He dodges the first strike and backs away. The system says he triggered an agility check, emphasizing that he successfully evaded with a flashy move. He shouts that the monster scared him so much, he thought he was going to die. He begins to analyze his own body and feels like he's become significantly more agile, wondering if it's because of the attribute points he distributed. He clenches his fist and smiles, thinking he's finally become stronger. However, the monster that attacked him charges forward again, giving him no time to react. Just as he's about to be hit, his body reacts extremely fast. He manages to dodge another attack. He pulls back a bit and thinks it's not just his agility that's improved, but also his strength. Feeling confident, he activates his spiritual boost ability and charges forward, saying it's his turn to attack now. As he rushes in, he thinks that he's finally become the hunter instead of the prey. He lands a punch on the monster, sending it flying, saying that This time, he won't just tickle his opponents. The system appears again saying he triggered a new strength check, noting that he caused a breakthrough in the target's defense, doubling his physical damage. The monster starts groaning in pain and shaking. Ye begins to smile and says that this is his new version, and it's way better than the old one. The system screen appears again saying that, thanks to his 20 points in intelligence, the protagonist's perception has been significantly enhanced, allowing him to detect hidden traps and weak points in his targets. The monster starts moving again, and now, with his new analysis ability, Ye can see that its essence level is parasitic, and that its weaknesses are fire and its neck. The monster lets out another roar and charges full speed, but this time, instead of dodging, Ye also starts moving forward. The monster attacks with everything it has, but the protagonist manages to dodge and slips under it, going for its back. He starts summoning his dagger, thinking that the monster's weak point is its neck, and with a quick strike, he manages to hit the nape of its neck. The system notifies that he triggered another luck check. The effect of the common dagger was activated and the target received a bleeding effect. Ye steps back a bit and realizes he cut directly through the root on the monster's neck. The system notifies that he killed the parasitized human. The purple liquid on his hand begins to evaporate. The system says he triggered a constitution check and was able to resist the poisoning effect. That liquid simply starts disappearing from his body. He looks at his dagger happy, saying that his first time killing something on his own was a complete success. His collector ability identifies the parasitized human and says he can be recycled too, asking if the protagonist wants to do it. He says yes, and his skill begins devouring the corpse. Shortly after, the system says the parasitized human has been successfully recycled, and the protagonist acquired a passive ability, Toxic Evolution. His new skill, the effects of being poisoned are reversed and randomly turned into a beneficial effect for the user. Requires Constitution 15. Seeing this, he asks if that means he can drink spoiled potions as if they were normal. He uses the skill card, and the system confirms that the passive ability, Toxic Evolution, has been added. In addition, he received 5 more unassigned attribute points and also disintegrated the spoiled potion. The system warns that it's highly toxic and shouldn't be consumed, but he looks at his skill card and thinks that with his new Toxic Evolution ability, the poison will turn into something very beneficial. With that in mind, he starts drinking the highly toxic potion to see what happens. The system informs that due to Toxic Evolution, the critical effect was transformed into a healing effect, and all the damage he had taken up to that point was instantly healed. The system also notifies that he acquired the buff essence. All attributes doubled for 10 minutes. Ye says the randomly gained effects are so strong that he can feel his strength gradually increasing. He opens the attribute panel once again and remembers that after increasing intelligence to a certain number, he gained more info about his targets. So he decides to use the 5 attribute points on intelligence. Currently, his base stats are Strength 20, Agility 20, Intelligence 25, Willpower 20, Constitution 20, and Luck 20. However, because of the buff he received, his strength is at 40, Agility 40, Intelligence 50, Willpower 40, Constitution 40, and Luck 40. While analyzing his attribute points, he hears another sound approaching. He starts wondering if it's more monsters. When he turns around, he sees it's not just one monster, but a small army of them. He stands still, thinking that he was always called a burden to society, trash, useless. That's how everyone always treated him. But now he can proudly say, his name is Ye Qing, an abyss collector. He activates his ability and grips his dagger tightly, saying they can all come at him because he only has 2 times to fight, daytime and nighttime. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, their fight was still going. However, they were starting to feel overwhelmed because the entire Falcon team had been parasitized. The leader tries to defend himself but realizes that even though those monsters are just the bodies, they're stronger than they were alive, not to mention the boss itself, the carnivorous plant from the abyss. He shouts to the whole group that they need to retreat immediately. They start running while Lao Chen tries to clear a path with his fire magic, but the woman gets hit in the back and the man with glasses had already been killed. The leader just keeps running, saying the monsters are still chasing them no matter what they do. Lao Chen, trembling in fear, thinks those monsters are too strong and they won't be able to do anything more. With that, he just keeps running non-stop. The shield bearer tries to block an attack while Lao Chen keeps running. He thinks he only came there for money and gear, so dying there would be a waste. Suddenly, the team leader starts being enveloped by a strange magic and can't move properly. He looks at Lao Chen and asks what he's doing, saying they're a team. Lao Chen apologizes to his boss but points out that he needs to hold the monsters off as long as possible. He abandons his leader to his fate and starts running, saying that when he comes back, he'll spend a little more on his funeral. The shield bearer, lying on the ground and unable to do anything, just tries to call for help but is completely ignored by his companion. While running, Lao Chen thinks he won't lose anything if he escapes now, because at least he still has the equipment he managed to grab, and at worst, he'll just have to come up with an excuse for his whole team being wiped out. However, he crashes into someone and falls to the ground. Seeing the protagonist, startled, he covers his mouth, but once he realizes it's Ye, he starts getting nervous, saying that once again that trash kid got in his way. The protagonist begins to get angry, asking if Lao Chen really betrayed all his teammates just to survive. Lao Chen, watching Ye's ability in action, asks if that's all he can do. Suddenly, he starts thinking that he can't let the protagonist leave, because if Ye reports him to the committee supervisors, he'll likely be condemned. He shouts at Ye, asking if he doesn't want to become stronger and stand out from the others. Then he says this is the moment and tries to kick the protagonist, telling him to go and become monster food. However, the kick has no effect on Ye. The system appears, saying that the strength check failed. The kick was invalid and will have negative effects. Lao Chen falls to the ground in pain, screaming and insulting the protagonist, asking what he's doing. Ye begins to release his aura, cursing Lao Chen, saying that he may be trash, but anyone who abandons their friends is worse than trash. Without hesitation, he begins using his ability. Lao Chen starts shaking and screaming, "What is this?" begging for help and calling for his mother, but he is dragged away by the hands. The ability notifies that the trash triangle is in progress, but that trash is not recyclable. The hands throw him back to the ground, and the protagonist says that apparently not all trash can be recycled. Suddenly, another notification appears saying the recycling skill has been upgraded. Now, the target's useless abilities can be recycled with their consent. Additionally, Ye receives another card saying he is the Spellmaster, the 3-minute experience card. If the target is unconscious, consent is given by default, which is very convenient. He uses the 3-minute experience card. With it, he gains control over all flames. The Fireball skill requires 15 intelligence points, and he has 50 in total. By activating the Dark effect, the Fireball evolves into Grand Flame Explosion. Several monsters begin moving again. Ye looks back and sees they're getting closer and closer. He starts trying to figure out how to use the Fireball skill and tries to remember how Lao Chen did it last time. When he uses it, it creates an extremely powerful explosion. The flash takes over the entire floor, and all the monsters in front of him are completely disintegrated. He gets irritated with himself, saying he didn't have time to recycle the bodies and begs them not to turn into smoke so easily. However, another monster appears at the top of the stairs and stealthily advances behind him. But Ye senses the presence of someone else and dodges at the last second. He moves away from the opponent, who keeps pressing forward without giving him any time, but none of its blows can land. Ye grabs his dagger again and begins fighting on equal footing with that monster. He starts thinking that he still hasn't learned any close combat skill. He looks back and sees the body of the shield bearer, thinking that might work. He says the shield bearer wouldn't want to be resurrected by that boss after death, so maybe he should help him become stronger. Using his ability, he begins to consume the entire body of the shield bearer, thus gaining the golden shield. Immediately, he starts using the shield, and in the middle of the opponent's charge, he spots a weakness and rushes in, smashing the monster's head with the shield and winning the battle with relative ease. Without wasting time, he apologizes to the former hunter, who had been parasitized but says he needs to recycle that body too. He asks the former warrior to rest in peace. Upon absorbing the body of the former hunter, he gains the Dagger Demon card. Now, he can use a dagger like an assassin and unleash a flurry of stab attacks. He quickly uses the card and gains another ability. Upon absorbing it, he says the dagger now feels more flexible in his hand. A story is told. Their fight was brutal. The committee states that the protagonist's mission is to find the Falcon Group and bring them out of the dungeon. Instantly, the response to that is yes. The committee says that if their bodies aren't found, the mission will be considered a failure and no payment will be given. The battle continued, and with each moment, the protagonist gained more abilities. By recycling the bodies, he managed to gain speed, and his strength and agility attributes increased significantly, in addition to becoming immune to control skills. The man telling the story says he already knows he won't get anything. The committee asks if he has found the bodies of the Falcon Group. He replies yes, but that they've all been recycled. The committee asks what he's talking about, and the man says all the corpses and monsters were taken into the abyss by that person. At the Abyss Supervisory Committee building in the interrogation room, Lao Chen is sitting in front of the evaluators, trembling with fear. The committee says he was the only survivor from that dungeon, so the person he's referring to doesn't exist. And furthermore, there's something very strange. When they found Lao Chen's body lying on the ground, his level had been reduced to 1, something that's never been seen before. Driven mad, Lao Chen starts screaming that it was exactly like he said, his abilities were recycled by that person. And that's the proof that he's the trash collector. but he doesn't sound credible saying that. The committee states that the abyss's energy pollution level is so high that it's possible he was recycled and then spat back out, which is what's causing hallucinations. That's the main theory proposed by the assassination team. Lao Chen keeps yelling that it's not true and insists he's telling the truth, that he wouldn't lie about it. He insists that everything really happened. The trash collector did all of it at the entrance to the rank B abyss. After all that, the protagonist sold the magic crystals on the black market, but received only 30% of their value since crystal trading is monopolized by large corporations and private transactions are illegal. The black market charges 70% as a handling fee. The magic crystals he brought were barely enough to pay what he owed the loan sharks from some time ago. However, since then, there have been no more incidents. He looks at his own hands and thinks that he's a bit afraid of using his recycling ability in front of others, as they might report it to the supervisors. Not to mention that he awakened an extremely strange class, so it wouldn't be impossible for them to lock him up for a year to run major experiments. The protagonist concludes that he needs to earn as much money as possible while he's still a free man. Among several other people, the group leader says that Abyss just appeared, and everything is still extremely new. So everyone there needs to be aware of the risks involved. That's why the rewards will be doubled. He emphasizes that only people with a class qualification and a rank higher than B can sign up for the mission. Ye asks the leader if he thinks someone like him would qualify. The leader asks what his rank is. The protagonist pulls off his hood and says he's a level 1 collector. Everyone starts laughing and the leader slaps his hand, saying that even a piece of trash like him has the nerve to consider himself a classed individual. He says the protagonist should get in line with the rest of the trash. However, that's exactly what Ye wanted. He thinks that if everyone there believes he's weak, they'll lower their guard and probably place him in the back of the group, acting as a simple support. And in that case, even if he secretly collects bodies and trash, no one will notice. It's a dangerous plan, but a brilliant one. Suddenly, another person arrives and says they should get going. People start commenting that she's the daughter of a famous family, the one who awakened a God-chosen class. The woman tells the leader that if they take the protagonist, then they'll have enough people. Others keep commenting that she's the rising star of the hunting group, and also known as the Chosen of God. Her name is Liu Xingran. The leader still hesitates a bit, saying that kid is clearly level 1, and, on top of that, a novice without any proof or qualification. Xingran says it doesn't matter if he's a novice, and it wouldn't matter even if everyone was level 1 because they're all just there to be numbers, so they're all the same as trash. The leader agrees with her and says their only responsibility is to protect her, since that place belongs to her family, so it's only natural that she has the final say. Ye breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that was a close one, as he thought he'd be kicked out again. However, this isn't the first time he's acted like simple trash. Suddenly, Xingran looks at the protagonist without saying a word. He gets a little uneasy and starts wondering where he saw her for the first time, until he remembers it was back when he hadn't awakened yet, around 2 years ago. She was in danger, and her weapon had broken, but he stepped in, and without hesitation, managed to land a critical hit on the monster, finishing it and saving her life. Still shaken from the situation, Xingran asks if he's really a trash collector. Then how did he manage to kill demonic beasts? Suddenly, Ye starts celebrating, shouting that he did it, that it was his first time. He finally managed to earn a single experience point. He turns and asks if she's okay. Xingran says she really had heard the rumors, but didn't believe anyone was actually trying to level up that way. She asks if it's true, if he's really trying to gain experience like that and why. The protagonist says the reason is obvious. He needs money. He bends down to pick up the magic crystals and she stands up, saying she can't believe someone is actually doing that, since that method could cost him his life. But the only thing that caught his attention was that the monster gave a lot of magic crystals. He turns to her and asks what she really knows, because people with good classes like her always think they're superior. So how could she understand how hard the life of trash like them is? He continues doing his work while saying she's the one who abandoned the group and went off alone. He asks if she's really trying to waste her life facing that many demonic beasts, since she charged at them without hesitation. That makes him wonder and ask if she's really trying to prove something. She gets irritated and says yes because she needs to get stronger, as she wants to be the first person to conquer that place. Ye asks what place she's talking about, but she changes the subject and asks him to tell her the real reason he wants a class so badly. Without thinking twice, the protagonist says it's because of his family. He explains that he wants to become stronger so he can protect his whole family. Smiling, she asks for his name and the protagonist introduces himself as Ye Qing. Still smiling, she introduces herself and says she truly hopes to see him succeed someday. She emphasizes that once he manages to get his class, he should join her group so they can conquer that place together. She extends her hand to him, but the protagonist is a bit confused since it's the first time he's actually been treated like a human and not like trash. Even so, he ends up accepting and takes her hand, saying it's a deal, and that she better not hold him back when the time comes. She says she'd like to see him again after he changes classes, since she just killed 30 demonic beasts on her own and he only killed one. Actually, half, since he only landed the finishing blow. Suddenly, some people appear there. They say they've been looking for her for ages, and question how she could sneak into the depths of an abyss. The reality of the world returns to normal. People start cursing at the protagonist, saying he shouldn't go near her again. They grab Shingren and start dragging her away, saying the president is furious and nearly ended everything, and even though she asked them to wait, they completely ignore her. At the last second, she throws a crystal up, telling the protagonist to catch it, and with a smile on her face, she says it's his reward for killing half a monster. He turns around and starts walking away, thankful for that. However, he doesn't exactly remember what her name is. He asks if it's Liu Xingren. The leader smacks him on the head, shouting that yes, she really is Xingren, and asks where he's looking, ordering him to get moving and enter the portal. He looks at her and says he'll do his best not to be a burden to everyone. She looks at him without saying anything. A few seconds later, she says it's fine and asks everyone to grab their gear and get ready to enter. Once everyone is ready, they begin heading toward the entrance of the abyss. Make it back alive. He remembers that when he fought to escape the abyss last time, he mastered the warrior's shield, became an assassin, and also gained berserker skills. But what truly made it worth it was that he finally obtained a boss-level skill, super regeneration of man-eating plants. Because of the way he distributes points on his radar chart, no matter what career he chooses, he'll have no weaknesses, as his strength, agility, intelligence, willpower, luck, and constitution are all balanced. His attribute points are equally divided among those 6 stats, and the total he can gather is around 100 points, especially since he was the only one who cleaned up all the recyclables in the last abyss. Still, he starts to wonder what level someone would need to be to match 100 points. He uses his skill, Observation Eyes, Attribute Perception. He observes that the strength attribute of the man in front of him is only 12 points, and his weakest stat is intelligence with just 1 point. He thinks that if the strength of a normal human is 1, then a warrior with 12 points is approximately 12 times stronger than an average person. But his own strength is already at 100, meaning he's around 100 times stronger than a regular human. As he analyzes all this, they keep walking until something moves and a loud noise is heard. The whole group looks back, and the leader asks what happened and whether it was a small earthquake or something like that. In reality, it was a trap. However, Yeb managed to hold it back with just the strength of one arm, pushing the wall back and preventing it from crushing someone. He remarks that the structure of that underground space is very unstable. Suddenly, someone else arrives, shouting that they found a chest, drawing everyone's attention and allowing the protagonist to breathe a sigh of relief for not being noticed. When they reach the chest, the leader says, this is total crap because they don't have any assassins in the team. And that chest looks like it's rank A. The protagonist raises his hand and says he can open it. However, the whole group is confused as to how a level 1 person could open something like that. He walks up and effortlessly opens the chest, leaving everyone stunned. He thinks that opening that lock is as easy as eating, but the rest of the group can't believe he did it so easily. The leader says that lockpicking skills like that can only be learned by assassins above level 5. Ye explains that a level 1 collector can learn a bunch of useful skills because they come across lots of unopened chests while cleaning up trash. The leader ends up understanding and says they'll divide the items once the mission is over. For now, they should keep moving. The group agrees, but they hear a small sound. Ye asks the woman next to him to stand still for a second because it seems like there's something ahead. He throws a rock, and the walls quickly begin to move. This way, he triggers a trap and prevents a fatal incident. The woman looks a bit uneasy and questions whether the protagonist is really level 1. Ye asks her not to think too much about it, saying they just happen to run into something he's good at. He finds a lot of traps while picking up trash, so he usually suffers because of them. That's how he ended up unlocking the trap perception skill, and there's nothing strange about it. Xingren was behind the two of them and hears the whole explanation. However, she remains silent, saying nothing. All 3 members of the group end up accepting the explanation, saying they understand. The system appears saying, Deception check, success. Target has become more persuadable. The protagonist begins to wonder if this is the power of having 100 intelligence points. The leader starts treating him a little better and gives him an item, saying it's a reward, and tells him to use it proudly. He says it's the one-handed broken mace, a normal class weapon that can be used by a level 1. Ye starts thinking that apparently his evaluation in the minds of the others still isn't very high. The leader tells them to keep moving until they finally arrive at a large room with something in the center. The group asks what the deal is with that and wonders if it's some kind of secret treasure at the end of the abyss. However, they start laughing, saying that getting there was extremely easy, and begin to think it might be the kind of abyss with reward rooms, the type that only contains items and no monsters. The system explains that this is the reward room, a room with no monsters containing only some treasures, a unique type location within an abyss. Jingren asks the group not to get overconfident and to pay attention to places where monsters might spawn. One of the group members walks up to the plaque and holds it in his hand, saying, "There's no way that stone plaque is the only thing in this abyss." He turns, letting his guard down, and asks if now that they've found the last treasure, they can leave. However, the chalice in front of him begins acting strangely. Suddenly, it starts to emit an absurd amount of blood, and the system announces that the blood trial has begun. Jingren curses that member, calling him an idiot, and points out that this isn't an abyss reward but a trap. She says the thing in front of them is the blood nightmares. Jingren opens her inventory, grabs her sword, and shouts for everyone to get ready to fight. The blood monsters begin surrounding them. The protagonist says that to avoid exposing his attributes, he should fight using only 20% of his power. At that moment, the ring on his finger is the trash weakness ring. Its effect reduces all the wearer's stats to a chosen percentage. When he first got the item, he was furious, wondering what kind of trashy ring only serves to lower your stats. But now he thinks that no matter how useless something may seem, it can always become extremely useful one day. The battle begins. Ye uses his spiritual dash and charges at the monsters. Even limiting his strength to 25%, he destroys everything in front of him with a single strike. This catches Jingren's attention, and seeing that he did all that with just one move, she realizes everything around him is being destroyed. One of the monsters takes advantage of her distraction and tries to attack her. However, Jingren hadn't let her guard down, and with one move, she destroys the monster. Meanwhile, the horned warrior is struggling. He asks what's going on because even after blasting the monster with a hit, it begins to condense and take human form. The blood nightmare, in its original state, is fragile, but when it attacks humans, it strengthens based on the opponent and mimics their form. Even so, the warrior doesn't back down and manages to slash the monster in front of him. The mage shouts, praising the attack, but the monster, even wounded, doesn't fall. It counterattacks, cutting off one of the warrior's arms. He falls, screaming in pain, and the mage, in despair, says, "Decapitation doesn't work, so how are they supposed to win against those things?" The monster prepares for the final blow and attacks with everything. At the last second, its sword stops inches from the warrior. Jingren had completely frozen the monster and asks if they could be just a little less useless. She touches the monster and shatters it entirely. Jingren points out that this is just a bloody nightmare and says they're embarrassing themselves just as expected, because a piece of trash is still trash in the end. The monsters keep attacking. With the warrior on the ground, the mage tries to attack but shouts that there's no time to cast spells since the monsters are moving too fast. Ye says that if swords don't work on those monsters, then they'd better just barbecue them all. He uses Grand Fire Explosion, destroying several monsters at once. Once again, the entire group is left speechless. The mage screams that Grand Fire Explosion is an S-rank spell, and casting it instantly is basically impossible. She asks if something's wrong. How can a level 1 player do that? More monsters begin appearing and advancing. They let out a loud roar. However, Ye does the same, and his roar stuns the monsters. Berserker mode is a skill exclusive to berserkers. Speed is increased by 100%, strength as well, and damage taken also doubles. With one punch, he completely explodes the blood nightmares, but he notices blood fragments flying all around him. When he looks back, the monster he just destroyed starts to fully regenerate, but with something different. The mage, still frightened, says that monster duplicated. The creature begins to evolve, transforming into a blood nightmare king. The group starts shouting, asking how a king-level monster could appear in a B-rank abyss. That's why they're certain something's wrong there. Ye says that monster can mimic its target's form and grow stronger by facing stronger enemies. That blood nightmare absorbed the protagonist's attributes and instantly evolved into a king-level monster. The blood nightmare begins its assault, but Ye manages to dodge. As he pulls back slightly, he wonders if that monster's attributes are enough to match his own, because if that's true, it means there's no way to win by overpowering it. Jingren steps forward and calls the protagonist a useless little fish, telling him to get out of the way because she wants to handle that powerful opponent. The monster starts attacking her too, but with her speed, she's able to dodge and begins climbing up its body. With her freezing sword, she attacks and begins freezing parts of the monster. Ye is surprised to see that she can use domain-level ice control, but it still isn't enough. With its other hand, the demon strikes, landing a direct hit and throwing her to the ground. She gets up and even without major injuries thinks that it's not going to work this way because she's still too weak. Some time ago, she was at the edge of an abyss, and her guards warned her that the abyss's energy was highly unstable. asking if she really wanted to go in alone. Shingren kept preparing and thought her goal was to conquer that place once and for all, the highest darkness level of the Tower of the End. However, her growth rate is still far below that of her brothers and sisters. She stands up and keeps thinking that, honestly, to be a princess, she doesn't even come close to them. The blood nightmare keeps attacking, and she begins gathering energy around her, thinking that if she can't easily eliminate the abyss, she's not worthy of inheriting her family's name. Liu Xingren opens her eyes with intense focus and creates a barrier around herself, managing to block the attack. A flag appears beside her and she slams it into the ground. That's the Frost Banner. The system appears and says, "Haste! All allies within a 30-meter radius gain a 50% speed boost." The ground in front of her starts freezing and quickly reaches the monster, freezing it completely. With her boosted speed, she charges forward. She thinks that the Ice Demon specializes in restraining water-type monsters. Even if it can't kill, it'll no longer be a threat if it's frozen. Shingren uses Comet Strike, an extremely powerful blow that manages to slash the monster. The protagonist watches and says that this must be the legendary God-chosen class. However, he's still uncertain, wondering who is stronger, the King-level Blood Nightmare or the God-chosen Knight. As she finishes her attack and pulls back slightly, she looks at the monster and starts to wonder if her attack had any effect at all. The part she managed to cut falls to the ground, but the King-level Blood Nightmare remains intact. It continues attacking, but none of its blows land. While fighting, she thinks that even though she's an S rank, her strength still doesn't come close to her older siblings. She keeps dodging while questioning her own power, thinking that even though she carries the Liu name, she always feels like she's being left behind. And clearly she is the weakest member of the entire family, always mocked and ridiculed, called the disgrace of the Liu family, with people questioning how they could have such a weak sister, saying she should just stay home because the abyss is too dangerous for someone so fragile. With all that weight and those repressed feelings in her heart, she gathers her strength, thinking that she wants to become the strongest, even if that means starting with a beginner's abyss. Because as long as she keeps challenging greater hardships, she'll be able to surpass everyone one day. And to surpass everyone, she must be capable of facing every challenge by herself. She lands a blow on the monster's head with all her strength, but it's not enough. Ye looks slightly alarmed and she notices something behind her. The monster lands a direct hit, slamming her into the ground with immense force. From that attack, she begins coughing up blood. The team's mage starts panicking, shouting that the monster was able to defeat even Shingren, an S-rank hunter. So everyone needs to get out of there immediately. The Blood Nightmare prepares to deliver the finishing blow to her, but the protagonist won't allow it and once again uses his firepower, destroying one of the monster's arms. The severed arm flies toward the rest of the group, who scramble to dodge. Thanks to that attack, Xingren manages to get up. Ye was going to face the monster head-on. He uses his observation eye skill to find the monster's weakness. He thinks that if that monster really reaches king level, it will gain resistance to abnormal conditions. And if the level is high enough, it might become completely immune to freezing, stunning, paralysis, and slowing. As the levels progress, even places that were originally weak points will no longer be. That's why he thinks there's no reason to keep holding back and decides to activate all his attributes. He gathers an immense amount of fire in his hand and with a punch causes the monster tremendous pain, but it's still not enough to defeat it. The monster counterattacks, but the protagonist manages to get out of range. While Shingren takes a healing potion, the mage is impressed by the protagonist's speed. He keeps dodging and attacking like it's nothing. His movements are truly impressive, like those of a real assassin. He begins releasing even more power, thinking that as long as he can find the weakness of that king-level monster, he'll be able to reach his goal. He attacks with consecutive fireballs, causing great damage. However, he thinks that no matter what part he destroys, it will always regenerate, and he hasn't managed to identify any weakness on the monster's entire body. However, he notices the monster seems to be remotely controlled by something. When an object was removed, a trail of blood appeared, indicating that the cube had something to do with the Blood Nightmare. He asks the group to throw it to him. The warrior sees the block in front of him and with a three-fingered kick, makes a perfect throw. The system screen appears saying the intelligence test was successful and that he can now decipher the ancient writing on the block. The system begins decoding the ancient enchantment on the block to break the blood curse. Ye is shocked and thinks the solution was right under everyone's noses, and if he had used the observation eye from the start, all of this could have been solved. The monster grabs the plaque in midair, puts it in its mouth, and enters invincible mode. The group asks why the monster is no longer moving, and the protagonist gets frustrated, saying he was too careless. Now that monster has gone into invincible mode. Xingren approaches him and asks if they've met before, because when she heard him for the first time before entering the dungeon, his voice sounded familiar. Ye is surprised and asks if she really didn't recognize him. He explains that he met her in the abyss 2 years ago and says he was the trash collector who took her experience point, the first one he ever earned in his life. She remembers and brings up the 29.5 points she got from that monster. So, he's that brat who took her 0.5 point. Shingren says she remembers now, but can't recall his name. She throws out a few guesses, making him a little uncomfortable, so he decides to tell her his name is Ye Qing. She's surprised and happy at the same time because she never imagined he'd succeed just through hard work. He confirms she's right and says he's now a level 1 collector. Shingren is amazed because he'd always risked his life for experience, slowly accumulating his points, and still managed to become incredibly strong. He asks why she's looking at him like that. She smiles and says it's a little embarrassing to say it out loud. She taps her sword on the ground again and says the block will orbit around the Blood Nightmare's body, so her control over the ice demon can freeze it for a short time. Shingren asks the protagonist to use that brief moment to locate the block. Yes smiles and says he expected that, because no matter who you are, there are always moments when you can't handle a challenge alone. With a smile on his face and confidence in his heart, he tells her to consider this a 0.5 reward and emphasizes that they'll work together to defeat that monster. She smiles and gives him a high five, saying he better not slow her down. The rest of the group yells at both of them, telling them to wait a bit because they want to join the battle too. Even if they're not much help, they want to fight with everything they've got. Yes smiles and says it's fine, so they'll do it all together, and emphasizes that they'll definitely all make it out alive. They get ready. Meanwhile, the plate starts acting inside the monster. The protagonist pays attention to this and says they still have 5 seconds until invincible mode ends, and after that the monster will enter berserker mode and attack non-stop for 30 seconds. He turns and tells the whole group to listen carefully because these are the last 30 seconds of opportunity they'll have, and they must return alive no matter what. Even though they're very afraid, the whole group gets fired up and shouts that they'll return alive no matter what it takes. A system alert appears stating that the intelligence test was activated and the spirit boost was successful. Shingren also receives this buff, and the spirit boost on her caused her fatigue value to decrease by 100%. Her magic recovery rate increased by 15% for 30 seconds. She's surprised by these effects and turns around in disbelief. She smiles and says that it seems she really can't underestimate the protagonist. She begins to coordinate the first attack and orders the warrior to keep the monster's rage low. Without hesitation, the warrior charges at his leader's command, goes up to the front of the Blood Nightmare and starts insulting it, trying to grab its attention. This works, as the monster's rage is now focused on the warrior. Wasting no time, Shingren continues coordinating her team and asks the beloved to hit the monster's newly formed tentacles and cover the collector. She immediately gets to work and manages to restrain the monster for a while using her magic. Ye observes the situation and says the block with the griffin is the key to ending the blood trail, and that if it gets destroyed by the fireball, the blood trail will never end. Shingren asks what they should do. Even without being sure of what he's saying, the protagonist says maybe he can pull it out with his bare hands. Shingren is shocked by this idea and shouts that there's no way he can do that with his bare hands, questioning if he really plans to dive into the Blood Nightmare's stomach. Ye starts focusing and says, no, in fact, he's going to penetrate the monster's body. Still surprised and not fully understanding, she ends up agreeing and tells the archer to hit the ceiling so the falling rocks can create a platform for the protagonist to jump from. The archer says he got it and prepares, firing a powerful shot at the ceiling, causing an explosion above the monster. Shingren uses her flag again and shouts that she's going to freeze the lower half of the Blood Nightmare. Ye gets ready to act and says they can leave the rest to him. The two launch the attack. The monster notices this and starts attacking them as well. However, all the attacks are avoided, and the protagonist charges in without fear. The reason he advances so confidently is because his super regeneration ability can instantly heal light wounds, so he can ignore minor attacks from the Blood Nightmare. Shingren drives her flag into the ground, freezing the monster and temporarily immobilizing it. Ye takes advantage of the opening and leaps. She shouts for him to hit the chest area since it's the easiest to penetrate. The protagonist says he can't go that fast and activates his berserker mode, gaining 20% more speed. He also uses his Toxic Rush skill, and the potion's effect is reversed into an additional 15% speed increase. He thinks the trash potion cards he picked up at the Abyss entrance can finally be used. A bonus effect is also granted, Hardened Skin. Defense is increased by 15%. With everything ready, he charges forward shouting, this will be his final blow. Even with his increased speed, one of the tentacles manages to intercept him. Unable to dodge midair, he gets hit. Shingren gets worried and the protagonist is flung away. While falling, he says this is his time to shine. It was expected from a piece of trash like him, so he should have stayed low. However, he refuses to be a burden to society once again. He activates his recycling skill and says the recycling target is himself. He starts to fall and his own skill begins trying to recycle him. The monster is confused and so is the entire group. They begin asking what kind of power this is and where it came from. Yeah stands up as the system notifies that it's not possible to recycle a living organism. So, the recycling fails. The protagonist laughs and tells his skill that if he can't be recycled, then he wants to be thrown away with all its might. He begins to smile, knowing his plan is about to begin. His skill throws him again toward the monster, and this time, the speed is even greater since the force of his ability is astronomical. In the blink of an eye, he pierces through the monster's body, grabbing the griffin. On the other side, with the griffin in hand, he says he did it. As he lands, the monster falls beside him, starting to melt, and the system announces that the blood trail has been completed. The monster begins to dissolve. Seeing this scene, the entire group remains stunned, asking what just happened. Shingren, also shocked, asks if they really managed to win. As reality sets in, they begin to celebrate and the system says everyone is leveling up. Everyone's strength, agility, intelligence, determination, constitution, and luck start increasing. Shingren is also surprised to see her stats increase. Strength plus 33, agility plus 28, intelligence plus 38, determination plus 26, constitution plus 21, and luck plus 34. Meanwhile, the system says Yev failed to level up because he's already at max level and a bit embarrassed, he says that was expected. Suddenly, a treasure chest appears in the middle of them all and the group is impressed. It's the real treasure. Once opened, several powerful cards emerge. One of them goes straight into the protagonist's hand, an extremely powerful weapon card that grants plus 88 attack. However, the required level to use it is 10. He's a little disappointed since his max level is only 1, and the system promptly notifies him that he doesn't meet the requirements. He throws the card to the ground, frustrated, saying all those shiny items he wanted so badly are now completely useless to him, and he's sad, wanting to cry. Shingren picks up some cards and calls Ye, saying that he was the one who completed the blood trail and was undoubtedly the biggest contributor among them, so he should be the one to distribute the items. A little shy, he smiles and says it was nothing. He walks up to her and speaks more quietly, saying he has something to talk to her about. Shortly afterward, outside the portal, several agents were waiting. Their leader says they must contact the 4th General and prepare to send in a rescue team immediately. Suddenly, Shingren appears at the portal's exit, saying there's no need. She exits with the entire group intact, and the leader even sheds tears of joy seeing his lady is safe. Even reporters are there, shouting that this was expected of Miss Shingren, since she managed to clear the abyss on her own. The rest of the group starts saying their goodbyes and quietly agrees to keep it all secret. She waves at everyone and, in front of everyone present, claims she did it all herself, asking why they were so worried and if they really thought she couldn't do all that on her own. She smiles and says that after all, she's an S rank. A little earlier, still inside the abyss, she asks what the protagonist wanted to talk to her about so badly. He says her family definitely doesn't have money problems and asks if he can sell those items to her. With a discount, he charges 500 magic crystals. Even without understanding, she immediately agrees, saying it's no problem. However, he adds that there's one more thing. He asks that when they leave, she pretends he was never there, and insists she take full credit for the abyss, as if she had done it all alone. Once again, she's extremely confused, but agrees with what he just said. He turns and begins to say goodbye to her, saying they can go ahead and he'll leave secretly afterward. Shingren agrees to everything. However, she's a bit uneasy, thinking the protagonist is setting her up to owe him a favor. Once everyone leaves the abyss and everything is quiet, Ye takes the griffin and sits alone on the ground. He extends his hand, sensing something, and as a small piece of the blood nightmare appears, he smiles. He leans down and tells the little nightmare that even something weak like him doesn't want to be trash and let others decide for him. So, he offers the nightmare to become part of his strength. He captures the blood nightmare with his skill and suddenly a message appears. Recycling successful. Blood nightmare, skill acquired. Humanoid nightmare consumes life essence to summon a nightmare clone. The clone can imitate the host by dealing or receiving damage. It will dissipate immediately after the effect is triggered. This skill can be upgraded. Cooldown time, 305. Upon seeing the full description, the protagonist says it's a great skill, and that in future battles, he's really looking forward to working together with the nightmare. Sometime later, in another place, the protagonist is sitting at a table drinking coffee while analyzing his card system. He thinks about how he gave all the higher requirement items to Shingren. However, now that he thinks a bit more about it, an unknown collector, holding several shiny pieces of equipment, would definitely be noticed by a group of supervisors. However, all that trash he's been wearing is so unnoticeable that the supervisors wouldn't even care, even if he were selling it in secret. He leans back in the chair and takes a deep breath, thinking he's overthinking it because no one would buy that trash anyway. Absent-mindedly, while holding his cup, he touches the recycle button, and suddenly, the system shows that one piece of equipment was recycled. BP gained basic point. Upon seeing that, he's a bit surprised and questions whether he really recycled an item by accident. A bit doubtful, he goes to read the tutorial. The tutorial says that recycling is done by processing the selected trash, and after a preliminary classification, BP is a universal substance extracted from recycling useless equipment, which can be used for improvement, repair, and crafting of new items. Ye is very surprised to realize that those pieces of junk equipment can be recycled. The tutorial system gives him a task, asking him to complete the repair of the common dagger. A bit confused, he wonders if he really needs to complete the task. Following the hints, the tutorial informs him that repairing the common dagger costs 5 BP. He sees that the remaining durability of the dagger is 0.33, and he had almost thrown it away after killing the boss. He says that if he counts the BP from that accidental recycling, then he still needs 4 more. He begins recycling some trash weapons and says he needs to recycle at least 4 more. Once he gathers the necessary amount, he repairs his common dagger. However, he gets a surprise. The weapon wasn't just repaired, but the durability and attack also increased a bit. The system shows that the common dagger now has a durability of 34/34. Before, the max was 33. In other words, 1 point was added. The requirement is still level 1. The attack, which was previously 21, has now increased to 22. The repair rewards were weapon max durability +1, attack +1. Upon seeing this information, he thinks, in other words, that while equipment is constantly used and repaired, even trash items can be improved. He smiles and says that apparently, bad equipment needs to be reinforced to improve. The system congratulates him for completing the tutorial and asks him to choose a reward. The first option is a beginner's blueprint, a convenient magic potion that can instantly recover someone's mana while removing a large amount of fatigue. Or the second option, a random attribute value +2. He starts reflecting a bit and thinks that at the moment, attribute points are not scarce for him. What worries him most when venturing into the abyss is that he can't predict its depth, and many adventurers who are unprepared often run out of mana before reaching the boss room and need to backtrack to resupply. As a result, mana flasks are usually key survival tools for a group, and the value of those flasks speaks for itself. He ends up choosing the potion, and the system appears again saying, "Tip, congratulations, you have learned item regeneration." However, on the card he receives for the flask, it's written, "Convenient Magic Potion Blueprint." The protagonist wonders why it's a blueprint. The system appears again saying that the regeneration requirements for the Convenient Magic Potion are 6 BP plus a random container. Ye starts thinking that it's not surprising an item's regeneration would need BP, but he is surprised to learn it also needs a random container. He raises his hand and calls the attendant, asking if he could provide a small container. The attendant hands him 3 disposable cups. With everything in hand, he begins his production. In no time, he manages to recycle the trash completely, and now the next step is regeneration. However, he is surprised to see that even within his system, there is a focused mini-game to do everything perfectly. He draws the attendant's attention, who doesn't understand what he's doing, talking to himself at the table. A few minutes later, all the cups are filled with potions. He picks up one of the cups and says, "That's what you'd expect from a recycled item." It's a bit weird, but it's not like it's unusable. He starts drinking, and the system announces that he gained Convenient Magic Potion X5. However, he starts to feel a bit sick, shouting that it tastes like some kind of rancid juice. But instantly, he begins to feel something happening in his body. The system announces that his mana has increased and his fatigue has decreased. He says it's amazing, as he can feel his mana completely restored and his fatigue simply gone. He stores the potion cups in his inventory and leaves the shop, thinking that now he should be able to complete another abyss that day. But as soon as he exits the shop, 2 people were waiting for him outside. A bald man asks if he is Ye Qing. The protagonist becomes a bit suspicious, so he decides to remain silent. The man who asked his name says it's only been a few days and his aura has already changed completely. The bald guy touches his shoulder and smiles, asking if he found any treasure while collecting trash. He points out that he's been looking for the protagonist for a while and almost reported him missing a few days ago. Ye says he paid off all his debts with interest on debit, so he asks the man not to bother him anymore. The bald guy asks the others to leave, extinguishes the cigarette he was smoking in the protagonist's drink, and hugs him, asking if he really thinks that's all there is. He points out that maybe Ye did pay all the bills, but his work contract hasn't expired yet, and adds that the protagonist shouldn't forget that a trash collector should live like a trash collector. The man starts getting angry and says Ye is acting like he's something special, asking who he's trying to impress. With a slap, he knocks the protagonist's drink to the ground, but then he starts screaming, asking how blind Ye can be, because he just spilled the bald guy's drink, the sacred brown sugar pearl. People nearby also shout, saying that a level 0 knocked over a rank B awakened, and question whether he understands the consequences. The henchmen get ready and say they've always been disgusted by the sight of him. The protagonist looks at a nearby camera and thinks that, according to the supervisor regulations for awakens, using abilities outside the abyss is forbidden. The only ones allowed to activate their abilities outside the abyss are law enforcers, such as the special police. Therefore, he needs to find a blind spot in the security cameras to activate his recycling and regeneration abilities. The bald guy makes a proposal and asks what he thinks about picking up the pearls from the ground and eating them one by one. And then, when done, licking up the puddle of milk tea from the floor. He starts laughing mockingly, saying he's offering this trash collection job opportunity because, after all, it's a rare job opportunity. Already irritated with the situation, Ye says he refuses, and that's enough for the bald guy to charge at him, asking who he thinks he is. However, someone starts approaching. This person is so powerful that upon getting close, the bald guy starts trembling. That man is Rodrigo, known as Caesar, from the S-rank hunting group, Blood Oath. Caesar grabs the bald guy by the tie and asks if he has gathered enough people. The bald guy, trembling, says he's almost there, only one person left. Caesar starts getting irritated and asks where the last person is. Suddenly, he turns and calls the protagonist, saying he's hired. The bald guy says that kid is just a trash collector. The protagonist observes the two, and the bald guy keeps saying that the kind of person Caesar wants should be someone who can defend himself and promises to find that person right away. Caesar replies that when entering the abyss under the Red Moon state, all monsters become extremely fierce, and what he really needs is someone who can be used as bait, so the individual's strength doesn't matter. Upon hearing about the Red Moon, the protagonist begins thinking that during that state, monsters in the abyss go into a frenzy. Rare monsters also appear, rewards are doubled, and the quality of the magic crystals is purer. Seeing this great opportunity, he thinks for just a moment and already gets excited, saying he wants to be part of it. Caesar says that's an excellent answer and emphasizes that he likes the protagonist's determination. He calls everyone else to gather, and suddenly the protagonist hears a shout. Lao Chen appears behind him, saying it's him, but before he can say anything else, Ye charges at him, telling him to shut up. With that, they start fighting in front of everyone. The protagonist drags him to a corner, and a bit more calmly, they try to talk. Lao Chen, still scared, shouts that he's not hallucinating and emphasizes that the protagonist really is that guy. Ye explains that if he hadn't borrowed everyone's strength that time, they all would have died inside the abyss, and it's thanks to him that Lao Chen is alive now. Caesar appears from behind the wall asking if the two know each other, but the protagonist says no. Caesar turns and says that answer makes sense, because how could someone who killed his own teammates have any real friends? Ye asks Lao Chen how he managed to get out. He starts shouting that the committee originally planned to sentence him to 15 years, but he sacrificed all his assets and paid a 1.5 million fine to be released. He keeps saying that it's all the protagonist's fault and now he has no money left and lost all his levels, so he has to start over from scratch like trash. He continues yelling and threatens the protagonist, saying that if he doesn't return his levels, he'll report him to the World Committee. Ye begins to release his aura and stares directly at Lao Chen, saying he dares him to say anything to anyone, because if he does, he'll truly be turned into trash and recycled. Sometime later in the city's subway, the three were arriving at the portal. Upon arrival, a level 3 bard named Zhou Tong welcomes the protagonist to the disposable team. He asks what his job is. Ye says he's a level 1 collector and his name is Ye Qing. Lao Chen also introduces himself, saying he's a level 1 mage. Zhou Tong walks up to the protagonist and says, "That's normal because they're all trash there, so there's no need to mock each other. After all, they're all there to trade their lives for money, and there's nothing nobler than that." Ye looks at that guy beside him and thinks that apparently this trash team will really be going with him. Zhou Tong keeps talking and says he'll introduce the other 2 disposable teammates. They stress that they need to choose a leader for the small disposable team. As a level 3 bard, he believes he's the most qualified for the role. A level 2 healer named Lao Zhu tells Zhou Tong that he's the highest level among them, so it's fine by him. Another group member is a level 3 warrior named Lao Zhang. He says it's fine by him too. Caesar begins to speak, saying he's going to announce something. Besides the 6 main members of Blood Oath, there will be 5 temporary members accompanying them this time. One of the Blood Oath members asks Caesar not to speak so loudly about the disposables. Another member says, "Once disposable, always disposable," mocking the rest of the awakened. Disposables are used as bait to reduce the losses of the main members. Caesar continues explaining that this abyss has the form of a labyrinth with various traps distributed in each room. He emphasizes that the disposables have the duty to find a passage to the boss room as quickly as possible and bring the information back to the main team. He starts laughing and opens the labyrinth, saying he doesn't expect any of them to have combat skills. So, if they encounter a monster, just run. In addition to all that, he explains that if they really want a share of the money, at least one of them must survive, because if only one survives, that person will get all the rewards. The healer starts to cheer, and the warrior asks if he's feeling okay. However, Lao Tzu says that doesn't matter because he can't give up, since he still has 4 daughters waiting for him to bring dinner home. The warrior sighs, saying his wife is seriously ill and needs money, and begins to question what other reason he would have to accept this kind of job. As the portal fully opens, Zhou Tong calls his disposable team to enter. Lao Zhang looks at his companion and says he seems to be a newbie, but the healer thinks that's normal and asks if there isn't always a newbie in the disposable field. The warrior says that's not what he meant, rather that the newbie looks extremely relaxed, and it's the first time he's seen someone so calm before entering such a difficult abyss. As soon as they enter, they start walking through the place, and their leader turns and asks if they don't find it strange that no monsters have appeared even after walking so far. Lao Chen yells at his leader to stop jinxing them by saying things like that. Lao Tzu starts looking around and asks why the environment suddenly got colder. The warrior agrees with him and says the temperature dropped. Zhou Tong continues walking while shivering from the cold, saying he already knew this could happen and should have dressed better. Distracted by the temperature, he ends up stepping on a trap, and a giant blade starts falling toward him. The protagonist flicks his forehead, pulling him out of danger. However, he complains that it hurt a lot. He turns and asks what just happened. Lao Chen explains that he stepped on a trap and calls him an idiot. Ye watches the scene and wonders how their leader has survived until now. He keeps walking like nothing happened and says he's extremely lucky, yet almost got killed by that mechanism. However, his luck is only at level 1. The protagonist looks at him, saying he's not lucky, just careless. But the leader isn't discouraged and takes the lead again, saying it's no big deal, they should keep moving. However, he steps on another trap and more things start falling on him. He runs back to the middle of the group, dodging another trap. The healer stares at the things that fell and asks if those things might be alive. Suddenly, spikes start coming out of the cocoons and turn into level 5 demonized spiders, elite creatures. Demonic insect spits poison. Zhou Tong starts screaming, saying those disgusting bugs are terrifying. Quickly, Lao Chen activates his ignite and tries to attack the monsters. However, nothing happens. The group shouts that those are elite creatures. While the others are panicking, the warrior says to leave them all to him and charges in. However, one of them slips past and reaches the protagonist, trying to bite his leg. No damage is caused, and he just kicks the creature, destroying it completely. Lao Chen looks at Ye and asks why he's being so arrogant, since he's nothing more than a skill thief. The system shows that the demonized spider is recyclable and has been found, and asks if he'd like to recycle it. Immediately, the protagonist decides to recycle it and gains one more attribute point and a new skill. It's an arcana. They're an additional type of skill that can be used on items and equipment. After one use, the arcana will disappear and the target item or equipment will gain the arcana's enhancing effects until it's destroyed. Arcana of the same type cannot be stacked, but various arcanas have fusion traits. Upon seeing this information, the protagonist says it looks like he can obtain not just skill cards and job cards from recycling bodies, but arcana cards too. And in addition, this type of card seems to be able to strengthen equipment. While he's thinking about these things, the warrior calls him, asking what he's doing, and says that if he doesn't want to hold everyone back, he needs to retreat quickly. The protagonist says he's going, but then takes out his dagger and says he'll test the annihilation poison on that common dagger. Upon applying the poison, the dagger changes shape. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong is just running from the monsters. While running, he thinks that even though he's the highest level person on the team, he's still scared to tell them something. One of the spiders tries to hit him, but he manages to dodge. He thinks his job actually barely has any combat skills. He can only buff others. And seeing how dangerous the situation is, he thinks the only thing he can do is buff himself with a life preservation buff. First, he starts saying that he's the elegant bard. During the battle, he must always remember to be merciful and doesn't care whether the situation involves monsters or ghosts. Everyone in his territory must be captured without mercy. Ye watches and asks what that guy is doing. The system shows that the target's buff was successful, and as soon as it happens, their leader starts running and yells that he messed up, wondering how he ended up buffing the monster instead of himself. A strengthened insect manages to be faster and charges to attack him. Zhou Tong freezes, waiting for his end. However, the protagonist appears and shatters the monster with extreme ease. But all the other monsters also got stronger. The healer starts getting worried, and the warrior yells for everyone to retreat immediately. Lao Chen can't retreat and tries to defend himself with his fire skill. However, being weakened, he can't do anything. Seeing this, Ye charges forward without hesitation and starts destroying all the monsters in front of him like it's nothing, and within seconds he completely annihilates them. The team members are shocked by what happened and ask if it was their leader who did that. The warrior agrees, saying it must have been him. The protagonist was so fast that his team couldn't even see him destroy all the monsters because his speed is extremely high compared to theirs. While the healer and the warrior are beside their leader praising him, Ye thinks that the demonized spiders have poison resistance, which weakens the poison's effect. And for that reason, he's not impressed, since the annihilation poison is an arcana extracted by the very demonized spider. Used on itself, the effects definitely won't be obvious, but they overflow only with physical damage. Zhou Tong remains confused by the situation and asks if he really managed to defeat those spiders. He thinks he had only planned to activate a buff to oil the soles of his feet. Other monsters appear a bit farther back, and the protagonist stares at all of them, thinking that the monsters in that abyss have a certain intelligence, and if they perceive an invincible opponent, they won't attack. That will make them turn and run as their primary strategy. The monsters, sensing the protagonist's aura, begin to tremble and immediately retreat, and he says that was to be expected. Lao Chen observes the situation and comments that apparently the monsters are retreating. The healer says that's just the first room, and it's already extremely scary, so he can't even imagine what comes next. Ye starts thinking and says he already has many recycled annihilation poison arcanas, and decides to keep one card as a reserve, converting the other 27 into basic BP points. He asks his skill to do exactly that, and as a result, he gains 54 BP. The leader says that now that the monsters have retreated, they can continue moving forward, and asks Lao Chen to light the torch. Zhou Tong starts walking again, saying their mission is to explore and find the boss room. He emphasizes that they must be careful from here on, and asks his team not to trigger any more traps. The protagonist looks at him and asks if he's not just saying that to himself. However, while walking, Ye notices something beside him. The system notifies him that a secret berserker area has been found. He thinks that thanks to the Red Moon's influence, new areas are emerging. Swimming alongside it, he begins to wonder if he should explore that secret area. He summons the humanoid nightmare, which creates a copy of himself. He orders the copy to walk with the team for a while, saying he'll catch up later. The copy of the protagonist starts running toward the team, and the leader asks where he went. He emphasizes that no one should fall too far behind, or they might die without anyone even knowing how. Meanwhile, inside the berserker area, Ye begins to explore and suddenly hears a loud scream. A gigantic monster was stuck to the wall behind him like a trap. He turns to see what it is, but the monster attacks. With extremely fast reflexes, he manages to dodge the first attack and distances himself from the creature. The two face each other, and the monster keeps attacking non-stop. Ye dodges again and tries to counterattack, but his attacks do absolutely nothing to the monster. This surprises him, as its physical defense makes it almost completely immune. The giant spider attacks again, and without time to dodge, the protagonist tries to block it with his arms. However, the impact is so strong, it throws him against a wall. He uses the Observer's Eye skill, and his eye shows that the monster is a level 20 Blood Mother, Rare, and Elite class. Instead of being scared, he starts smiling, saying that a rare elite has appeared before him, and that if he can kill it, maybe he can recycle something of rare level. The monster continues its attacks, trying to hit him any way it can, but the protagonist keeps running and dodging. He uses a great flame explosion to counterattack and hits the monster directly. However, once again, the attack is not very effective. The spider gets even angrier and continues attacking multiple times, but none of the blows land on the protagonist. While dodging, he thinks the monster has fire damage immunity, so he can't use that attribute as an advantage. He charges in, saying that if that's the case, then maybe he should just kill it directly. He grabs his dagger and goes on the attack. Striking the spider, he lands a critical hit on its weak spot. The spider starts screaming in pain and loses some balance. He observes the result and says that while level 5 demon spiders have poisonous bites, level 20 matriarchs lost that due to their poison resistance, and that became a weakness. He adds that this probably happened due to changes in their defenses and reproductive capability, since they no longer need to hunt alone, just command the demon spiders to do the dirty work. The monster keeps trembling in pain, feeling the effects of the poisoning. The protagonist says the most ironic thing is that these spiders become most vulnerable to their own poison. However, the matriarch doesn't give up and prepares a new strike. Yes sees this and says he didn't expect this option to be available. This time, the attack hits him, and he gets trapped in multiple webs, causing full body slow. The spider starts approaching. Still smiling, he activates his berserker mode. With extreme ease and sheer physical strength, he breaks all the threads binding him and charges at the spider with his bare hands, landing a direct punch. He simply explodes the spider completely. The system announces that the berserker card can now evolve and asks him to choose one of two routes. First route, Blood Carnage, increases berserker mode efficiency, His physical attack can ignore part of the enemy's resistance, but his life will gradually decrease until he dies or the time ends. Route 2. Unshakable Fury increases the Berserker mode duration and halves the cooldown time. He comments that most people would choose Unshakable Fury because it's the safer option. However, he's been facing monsters with high resistance, like the Matriarch Spider he just defeated. That's why, if he chooses Blood Carnage, he'll undoubtedly strengthen the Berserker. Still, the life loss is a heavy side effect. He starts laughing and says the choice is obvious. Of course he'll choose Blood Carnage, because with the regeneration he already has, he'll be able to counterbalance the side effects. Upon choosing, the system announces his skill has just leveled up. He states that with Blood Carnage active, he'll be able to deal damage even to enemies with high physical resistance. And that's the core of this skill. Other items appear in front of him and he quickly collects them. The protagonist says those are pieces of equipment he can bring back from the Abyss as an official member, especially one that he can sell for 15,000. After picking up the items, he activates his skill to recycle the rest. The system says he obtained 20 tribute points, but what excites him is discovering what kind of skill he'll get. The system shows that he obtained the rare card, Matriarch. With it, he can summon up to 4 demon spawn to fight alongside him, and evolve as they gain combat experience. Ye is surprised by this, as he now has a summon that can choose its own evolution. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the disposable team managed to find a place full of crystals. Zhou Tong is impressed, saying he didn't think they'd find a mine in that abyss. Lao Zhu points out that, besides that, those magic crystals are highly concentrated S rank. He wonders if this is another influence of the abyss during the Red Moon, since each of those crystals is worth a fortune. Without hesitation, the healer places an item among the crystals, the Eye of Argos. It marks a 60-meter radius around, allowing nearby adventurers to be notified on the map. Lao Chen gets angry about this, grabs the healer furiously, and yells asking if he's stupid, emphasizing that with those crystals they could have been rich for life. So why is he marking it for other idiots to come and take it? The healer yells back, telling him to forget about enjoying the riches, because they'll be in serious trouble trying to stay alive if anyone finds out they're hiding something like that. The warrior approaches and says the disposable team's job is only to pave the way to the bosses. If they die, it'll be called an accident and no one will care. Experiencing this firsthand, Lao Chen is speechless, thinking about the word trash. He remembers how he used to behave, kicking, hitting, and shoving disposables, saying they were just garbage, and that it made no difference if they lived or died. However, he also remembers the moment he was recycled. Extremely irritated, he looks to the side and sees that the protagonist clone didn't care at all, just gazing in awe at the crystals. Lao Chen thinks that even if his level is gone, as long as he can get a little money, it'll all be fine. He looks at the crystals and decides to take one, thinking that if he gets good equipment to make up for his stats, maybe he can enter the main forces of the raider group. So he sees no issue in escaping with a few. However, upon picking up the crystal, a trap system is activated. A glow at the top of the cave intensifies, and suddenly a laser blast shoots between the two, hitting Lao Zhu, who was behind. They stare at the scene, wondering what's going on. Still inside the secret area, the protagonist had summoned the demon spawn. He looks at his first summon and says the level 1 spawn seems very weak and lacks combat ability. The system announces that the spawn can evolve up to level 5 demon spider with battle points, BP, and informs that 5 BP are needed for the next level. He comments that if he wants those creatures to survive in the battlefield, he must at least bring them to level 5, so he decides to invest his points there. The spawn becomes very happy with the news, and as soon as it begins evolving, the system announces that the little spawn has evolved into a silk spider and learned to weave webs. Meanwhile, in the crystal cave, the rest of the group was still shaken by their loss. Lao Chen tries to explain, saying it was an accident. However, the warrior was extremely angry for losing one of his closest companions. Lao Zheng grabs Lao Chen by the shirt and starts shouting at him, saying that because of his greed, they lost a comrade, emphasizing that Lao Zhu was the foundation of his family. He worked himself to the bone to support everyone, and now, because of that greed, it was all thrown away. Lao Chen shouts back asking if it's wrong to want to make a little money, because if he hadn't dropped to level 1, he'd be living well by now, and he adds that on top of that, he still has to deal with people like them. A bunch of idiots. Lao Zheng begins to lose his patience and curses Lao Chen, calling him a traitor. But Lao Chen fires back saying Lao Zheng is no better than him, because in that damned world, power and money are the only things that matter, along with luck. While they were arguing, someone starts to approach and suddenly begins clapping, saying those words were well said, and that he likes that kind of worldview. Caesar shows up and asks Lao Chen if he wants to join Blood Oath, saying they've got a spot open for one more. They are surprised to see Caesar there. Another man arrives and says the body of that person is still warm. Caesar says that death is common there, and just as Lao Chen said, without power, all that's left is to trade your life for money. And wanting to make money isn't shameful, just as dying isn't either. Caesar walks up to Lao Chen and hugs him, saying that those magic crystals that appear during the red moon are worth entire cities. So, if he gets one, his life is set. But he forgot to mention one little thing: the price to take one of those crystals. The price requires someone to offer a humble, useless life. Another warrior appears before the three of them, and the red-haired one says that what his boss meant is that they're going to take the magic crystals from the walls and toss them in the basket. He asks if everyone understood, because if they try to run, they'll be killed on the spot. Lao Zheng protests, saying that's impossible because they'll be challenging death with every crystal, and asks if this is a suicide mission. Caesar asks the warrior if his wife doesn't urgently need money for treatment, or if he was just joking when he said, "I'll risk my life to earn money for her treatment." The warrior feels threatened and goes silent, just staring. Caesar tells him to remember that it's not shameful to trade a useless life for money. Trembling with fear but out of options, Lao Zheng turns toward the crystals. He extends his hand, trembling, trying to grab one, but ends up giving up. He lowers himself, apologizing, and shouts that he can't do it. He starts yelling that, to be honest, he lost a lot of money gambling and is only here to pay off his debts because he doesn't want to die. Caesar says they're useless, as expected. Lao Chen analyzes the situation and realizes Caesar is extremely strong, and not even at his peak could he come close to defeating him. He decides to call Caesar boss, and says he mentioned earlier that Blood Oath was recruiting, and asks if he's interested. Lao Chen points out that he's just a fire mage, but would like to join. Caesar asks his companion if he really said that, and the companion confirms. He tells the fire mage to come to him. Lao Chen kneels in front of him and begins to say that he's willing to sacrifice his life for, but before he can finish, he's struck in the face. Caesar yells, asking if he really thought he was someone important, and says he'd never let trash like him into the elite group, emphasizing that he's nothing but a useless traitor and would be sentenced to death either way. He's just doing this to add a bit more value to his death. Caesar keeps kicking Lao Chen, saying he can be as angry as he wants because he's not leaving alive, emphasizing that he'll turn all of them into corpses and have necromancers control them to collect the magic crystals. While all of this is happening, the protagonist arrives and quickly pulls his clone out. Caesar keeps shouting that they've all already died once, but for some, it's no big deal. Zhou Tong starts getting irritated with everything that's going on and yells, telling Caesar to shut. Ye arrives just in time and touches his shoulder, asking him not to be hasty. He takes the lead and asks their leader to leave everything to him, and in the meantime, just wait in the corner. He asks how dangerous collecting those crystals could really be. The other two group members walk up to the protagonist and ask what kind of trash would show up at a time like that. But Ye just ignores them, goes to the crystals, and picks one up. Everyone runs and hides, begging him to give a warning before grabbing one, because if he keeps doing that, he'll end up killing them all. The mage asks if no deadly trap works on that brat. The redhead questions whether it's possible that the trap becomes useless after being triggered once. The protagonist thinks that even if it's a deadly trap, if he has enough luck to meet the requirements, he won't die but might get injured. Or it might have no effect at all. He's gained so many attribute points that his luck must be at the threshold where nothing happens. He keeps collecting the crystals and receives some alerts that the trap wasn't activated. Caesar is impressed and says the trap is working normally, but the boy's luck is far above 60 points. The mage asks if it's possible for a level 1 collector to have over 60 luck, since in most class changes, luck doesn't increase by itself. Caesar says that if that's taken into account, there's only one possibility: the deadly trap failed. The redhead goes to a crystal, saying it's already happened twice and clearly must be that. So he decides to grab one and smugly says nothing happened. But in the next second, he's also hit by a laser blast and falls dead on the spot, leaving the mage stunned. Caesar says that, eliminating all other possibilities, the boy named Ye Qing has an abnormally high luck stat, and it may be a rare trait related to his class, since in the Abyss, it's more common for power attributes to increase. However, he wonders if the protagonist really spent all his growth potential on something as useless as luck. Ye thinks to himself that he didn't do any of that. He just distributed the points equally. Caesar says the original plan was to turn all of them into corpses he could use, but now he can change the plan because he only needs one corpse with high enough luck. As for the rest, he can discard the bodies. He calls the rest of the group and orders that none of them escape. Lao Zheng starts trembling, saying they're finished now because their opponents are qualified members of Blood Oath, so they're not capable of winning that fight. Lao Chen gets up all beaten and shouts that there's still time to run. He tries to escape with one of the crystals in his hand. The protagonist turns and asks why he's running, because the numbers are on their side. The warrior calls the protagonist an idiot, saying they're still missing one. but he corrects him, saying they're not missing anyone. Suddenly, the mage asks his companion if he heard something, and looking up, sees that small spider-men were coming their way. The system announces that the summon is complete. The group shouts that there are monsters there. Zhou Tong starts to worry and says this is bad because now they have to worry not just about the enemies but also the monsters. Ye says he picked up some spiders along the way, so those are on their side. The leader is confused, asking how he controls those spiders and since when he can do that. Ye begins using his ability to scan the enemies. The first is a level 20 enemy necromancer. The second is a level 17 enemy berserker. Then there are 2 level 18 enemy hunters and 1 level 19 enemy paladin. The protagonist thinks he can't be certain of the power gap between the humans and the monsters he summoned, but he doesn't think it will be a problem. However, when he tries to scan Caesar, his skill says it's not possible to identify and states that it can't analyze nearby human enemies of comparable power. Caesar starts speaking, saying he's impressed to discover the protagonist can control abyssal monsters and that apparently he picked up a few tricks from rummaging around. Ye thinks that in that case, the guy's stats probably aren't much lower than his own and may even be higher. Caesar shouts that if they're not level 10 monsters or above, they're not even worth mentioning. He orders his group to take care of the monsters first, then eliminate everyone else, and tells them to be careful not to damage the crystals. The protagonist says the plan has changed a little. He looks at his group and tells them that if they don't want to die, they need to run immediately in the same direction as Lao Chen. The warrior is surprised and thinks he already knew the protagonist was an idiot, sacrificing himself like that to stop the enemy group. However, he thinks it's fine as long as he does it alone. Without thinking twice, he also turns and starts running away. Zhou Tong looks at Ye before leaving, but Ye says he's sure they each have their own reasons for exploring the abyss, so if he doesn't want to die, he'd better run. Zhou Tong says he'll never forget this sacrifice and also starts running. However, thanks to his luck being one, he ends up stepping on a trap and an avalanche of rocks comes their way. The warrior asks what he just did. Zhou Tong screams an apology, saying that ever since he entered the abyss, bad things have been happening one after another and he doesn't know why. Meanwhile, the battle between the two groups begins, and the paladin charges at one of the spiders, landing a direct hit. He says he's going to crush those bugs one hammer strike at a time. However, the spider manages to counterattack and spits web in the paladin's face, causing a distraction. When he finally looks forward, he sees the real demon approaching. He manages to defend himself and says the protagonist is an idiot for trying to take on a level 19 while being level 1. However, he realizes that this strength isn't normal and uses a shield strike to push the protagonist away. While in midair, he thinks his spiders are level 10, so they're good enough to scatter their forces, but against an organized group like Blood Oath, it's not enough. With a quick move, he turns and cuts both of the paladin's calves, who screams in pain. Seeing the opening, he charges in to finish the attack, but 2 shots come toward him. He notices and dodges easily, impressing both archers. One of them asks how a level 1 can dodge that attack. The other says he probably missed and tells him to adjust the speed and try again. The archer does that and fires, but Yes sees the arrow coming and slices it in half. The archer is even more impressed, saying that this time he blocked it. The protagonist ducks and uses the great flame explosion on the ground. The blast destroys the floor beneath the 2 archers, making them fall into a pit full of fire. They scream that the protagonist really is someone extraordinary. The enemy warrior gets ready to deliver a finishing blow to one of the spiders. He manages to defeat it, impressing the rest of the group. He looks at the 2 and charges. Zhou Tong begins to panic and says he didn't do anything. Lao Zhang doesn't hesitate and steps in front to protect him from the attack. Even angry, he says it's all the fault of their idiot leader that they couldn't escape. So if he doesn't want to die, he should get up and try to fight. The berserker prepares another blow. The warrior tries to defend, but the strength is unmatched. The hit is enough to shatter his shield and throw him away, smashing one of the rocks behind him. The warrior's sword falls in front of Zhou Tong and the berserker starts approaching to deliver the final blow. Zhou Tong stands up, trembling in pain, and starts laughing, saying he shouldn't have come to the abyss. Either way, he's doomed to die. He yells that his debts will be paid when he dies, so it's nothing, and tells the berserker to get it over with already. The berserker charges in, but is paralyzed mid-run and shouts that he can't move. Looking back, he sees that Zhou Tong is the one doing it. The leader says that this time, the buff hit the right target, emphasizing that he used his immobilization technique, and yells for Lao Zhang to make history. However, the warrior yells back, saying he's also immobilized and calls him an idiot. Ye looks back and thinks he's surrounded by idiots. The necromancer starts acting, saying that even if the protagonist has a powerful hidden skill, there's always a limit to one's powers. Also, he doesn't have the stamina for long battles. Ye thinks that casting continuous spells consumes a lot of mana. When he summoned the clones earlier, he lost 1/3 of his total mana. Summoning the spiders also consumes mana. He takes one of the cups from his inventory and starts drinking. The The necromancer asks what kind of drink that is. However, Ye says he doesn't care what he's saying because it's already too late to restore his mana. While summoning the dead, the necromancer yells that necromancer is a very powerful S-rank class. The creatures controlled by necromancers are practically immortal, as they won't disappear until the controller is killed. Ye asks if he's talking about body control, and now that his mana is full, starts using his skill, saying the dead should just rest in peace. Quickly, all the bodies start being recycled by his skill, and the necromancer is shocked, asking if that's some kind of evil technique, and where all the bodies went. Suddenly, Ye starts attacking with impressive speed and lands a direct hit on the necromancer, knocking him to Caesar's feet. Caesar turns and says to the protagonist that he really does have some interesting tricks, so it's no wonder he caught attention at the drink shop. Ye says that if Caesar had shared with everyone and let them go their separate ways, everything would have been fine. But he wants to trade human lives for crystals, and that's already an offense, especially calling them cannon fodder. Caesar asks what that has to do with anything and questions if a protagonist can really stop being cannon fodder just because he has potential. He says that's a joke, because people who are trash will always be subordinates. He asks how long Ye will keep pretending to be a hero and emphasizes that he's only saying this to remind them. They live in a world that devours people. Only the strong can keep standing. Suddenly, he hears someone screaming for their life, saying they're just a handyman. Looking to the side, he sees his berserker is about to take a hit. Caesar turns and says that, judging by the situation, it's impossible for all of them, the cannon fodder, to get out of the abyss while he's still there, and asks if that isn't obvious. Lao Zhang shouts, telling his leader to ignore that man, because the moment they rebelled, their chances of making it out alive vanished, and that's why they need to kill them in order to escape. Zhou Tong says he's a support, and it's impossible for him to defeat anyone alone. Caesar returns to speaking with Ye, emphasizing that only one group will leave alive from there, and asks if he knows which one. The protagonist crouches down and starts laughing, saying there's one thing he's sure of, and emphasizes that everyone has the right to enter and leave the abyss alive. He begins releasing his aura, preparing for battle. Caesar does the same, saying that unfortunately, Ye was too naive. Caesar manages to land a direct punch and sends the protagonist flying far away. He gets up thinking that Caesar's strength is truly impressive, and that he's definitely the strongest person the protagonist has seen so far. Suddenly, Ye is startled as Caesar charges at him like a madman. With a quick move, he manages to dodge the attack and gains a bit of distance. Caesar turns and says that to him, everything in front of him is just trash. Meanwhile, Lao Zhang yells to his teammate, asking why he's still hesitating. The berserker manages to break free and punches Zhou Tong in the face, saying he's too weak. The former team leader falls to the ground and, unable to react, just stares at his opponent. But before the worst happens, the warrior jumps in and grabs the berserker. He yells for his companion to do something. The berserker turns and lands a blow on Lao Zhang, cutting his chest. As he falls to the ground, he yells once again for Zhou Tong to do something. Then he raises his trembling hand and says that he's powerful because he's leader Zhou Tong. You remember that before entering the abyss, he told the protagonist they needed a leader for the cannon fodder team, and since he was a level 3 bard, maybe he was the perfect choice for that. With a trembling voice, he says he only thought he wouldn't have to kill monsters with his own hands if he was the leader. He kneels on the ground, saying maybe he wouldn't have to deal with these dangerous things, or reveal that he's a complete failure. He states that he's not truly powerful. In fact, he's really just a desperate noob. He lowers his head in front of his opponent, begging for his life. Zhou Tong starts remembering things he heard his whole life as people criticized him, saying he was the only one in the team who wasn't helping with anything, but still gained experience by casting buffs. But then another team member said he couldn't even buff the right target and should be ashamed and leave the team. Until one night, while sitting alone in the plaza, Caesar appeared, asking what his class was. Zhou Tong explains that he's a level 3 bard. Caesar immediately smiled and told him to follow. The protagonist's fight was still raging, and he kept taking the worst of it, hit after hit. Caesar charges in, saying that was a technique from the martial artist Kang Longjin, which causes continuous physical damage to the targeted organ. And if Ye uses magic after the hit, the injury will worsen, possibly even causing death. Suddenly, Ye dodges the attack and Caesar keeps talking, saying that move is a signature combat skill that can cripple even a master of magic. The protagonist realizes his opponent is very fast and needs to create some distance. Caesar starts chasing him, asking if he really thinks he can escape. While trying to get away, Ye looks back and wonders if there's a blood loss debuff when using that skill because he really wants to see it. Thinking of debuffs, he turns to Zhou Tong but doesn't even get a chance to speak before getting hit. He's thrown in front of his leader. Still on the ground, the protagonist says it's useless to try to get rid of past weakness and incompetence by expecting charity from others. He emphasizes that he dreamed of having that kind of power more than any other man alive, and that also made him disappointed with his own incompetence, stating that he really is useless. Ye takes a deep breath and says that even so, he doesn't plan to run, because being weak isn't something he should fear. In truth, what he should fear is letting his heart become weak too. Zhou Tong begins to reflect after hearing those words. The protagonist was fighting a monster, but all the damage he tried to cause was zero, and every time he attacked, he shouted that he refused to accept it, until finally the system notified that he had landed a critical hit. 1 point of damage to the monster. The monster fell dead to the ground, and he was the only one left standing. The protagonist says he really succeeded when he gathered the courage to take the first step. He gets up and wipes his mouth, saying that's when he finally realized he had been preparing his whole life to become a king, even if he was just a useless garbage collector. Zhou Tong asks if he can become a king too, and holding his sword, he says that if he doesn't get stronger here and now, he'll die. Because compared to being ridiculed, it was better to hide and avoid fights. But now he wants to get stronger because he wants to become a strong person. The berserker starts laughing, saying that's a joke, because how could a mere level 3 support cut his level 17 armor? Confident in his power and defense, he says he'll stand still and let Zhou Tong try to cut him. However, Zhou Tong throws the sword aside, confusing his opponent. He grabs his microphone and starts singing the poem, Great Dispersion. Both the berserker and Caesar are shocked by what's happening. Caesar asks what's going on there. The protagonist starts smiling and says that's because he found the best support in the world. The system notifies that he has been struck by inspiration and the status has been obtained, granting a 15% boost. Defense increased by 15%, speed increased by 15%, resistance increased by 15%. Yi summons his blood nightmare. The little monster goes after the berserker, and as he looks back, he sees an image of the protagonist, but the blood nightmare quickly begins wrapping around his body. He starts losing balance while screaming for that thing to let him go. Zhou Tong can't believe the protagonist is that strong. He hears a noise, looks back, and realizes that now their fight is different. Ye is dodging all the attacks. While evading, he thinks that due to the abundance of magic, his body's regeneration speed is very fast. He activates Berserker mode, Carnage. The two clash on the first strike, but the protagonist's speed is very high and he manages to strike again before Caesar can do anything. However, one attack grazes him, and Caesar begins to question whether his armor is even working, as it was pierced by a ragged dagger. On the other side, the protagonist is also reflecting, since his Carnage skill, which ignores defense, was very effective in the attack. However, the blood loss debuff is still active. He jumps again to attack, thinking this fight must be resolved as soon as possible. Caesar looks at him and starts laughing, shouting that this is getting more and more interesting. He dodges the protagonist's attack and blocks the second one, saying that after 20 years of training, how could he lose to a kid like him in skill? Caesar punches Ye in the face, asking if he can feel the difference in strength between them. He points out that martial artists can advance in their upgrade path and change class to a Destruction King, based on strength, or to a Street Fighter, based on skills. The protagonist drops his dagger and goes in with his fists too. The two clash at the same time, creating massive pressure inside the abyss. Ye starts to worry a bit while Caesar continues acting like a madman, saying he really doesn't like those weak styles based on technique, and that's why he poured all his points into destructive power. He uses his skill, Instant Death, Heaven-Shattering Punch, and sends the protagonist flying, making him crash across the area and land on the other side with a massive impact. However, it wasn't enough to defeat him. He lands on his feet. Caesar states that the protagonist is extremely stupid for wanting to face instant death head-on. He asks if Yes still thinks he can lose to someone like him in terms of strength. The protagonist begins to get extremely angry. He grabs his clothes and tells the system to add all his free points to strength. Yes stands and rips his shirt. The system announces that 176 free points have been added to strength. Caesar asks what he's doing adding all that to strength. The protagonist thinks his strength stat has increased instantly and his muscle mass has changed a bit. Caesar, still thinking he's superior, charges in without fear. The protagonist prepares to strike, thinking that although he doesn't know the full impact of a martial artist's combat skills in terms of destructive power, pouring 300 free points all at once should be enough to land a single decisive blow. Once again they clash, but this time one side loses badly. Caesar's hand begins to twist and he's sent flying with a destroyed hand. He starts screaming, asking how a punch with no skill managed to do that to him. Zhou Tong watches that fight in shock, and the protagonist wastes no time and jumps, slamming his opponent deeper into the rocks. While grabbing Caesar's face, he says, there won't be time for him to be shocked because that fight needs to end immediately. Caesar starts to get scared and remembers someone saying that from today on he could join Caesar's cannon fodder team. 8 years ago, he was being told by someone to clean all the gear because there would be deeper dungeons to return to later. They emphasized that he had to clean well because the rule of the Lionheart Hunters was that the weak are only assigned to polish boots. And he also used to hear that if he wanted to become an official member, he had to prove himself. However, it seems he's destined to be cannon fodder for the rest of his life. In a battle against a giant beast, he thinks that if he can prove he's not incompetent, then he'll be able to rise from the ranks of rookies. He thinks he needs to prove it and charges forward, landing an extremely powerful blow on that massive beast. He looks at his hands and thinks it doesn't seem so hard. He manages to bring the monster down but lets his guard down and the monster strikes back, slamming him into the ground. In the infirmary, a doctor says his jaw was crushed, 8 ribs were broken, his heart was pierced, his liver, spleen, and kidneys were all damaged. He highlights that the entire setup inside his body cost many magic crystals, since abyssal technology can now extract high-value cells from abyssal creatures and transplant them into human bodies. The doctor notes that, coincidentally, Caesar's DNA matched the monster's, and the good news is that he'll live. The bad news is he'll become a hybrid. Sometime later, he receives the news that he has successfully proven himself worthy of joining the Lionhearts. As an official member, a shield is thrown on the ground, and a strange being tells him to wear it and become its extra arm, becoming its dog. Caesar picks up the shield and smiles, asking where his friends are. The strange being responds that those useless people are all dead. He thinks that this is a world that swallows people whole, and if you can't prove your worth, you'll be treated like trash. Suddenly, he rises and enters the unshakable mode. This skill boosts defense, destructive power, and speed. He manages to grab the protagonist's arm, surprising him. Looking at Caesar's hand, he notices it's also been restored. Fueled by rage, he lands a direct punch on Ye's face, pushing him back slightly. Caesar says that the essence of magic crystals is solidified energy and magical fury. During the blood moon, these crystals are especially powerful. He notes that because of the monster organs transplanted in him, he can also absorb the power of magic crystals. He consumes the crystals, saying he can gain power that exceeds Abyss Boss level temporarily. His body begins to mutate and the system alerts that a boss has been detected. Rodrigo Caesar has appeared. On the other hand, the system also alerts Ye that his Berserker mode has ended and he's now entering an exhaustion state for 30 seconds. The protagonist starts brushing himself off and says his opponent has truly been recognized as a boss by the system. He starts wondering what happened to that guy's body. Caesar continues radiating more and more power and says all he needs to do is give up human dignity. Ye looks at Zhou Tong and gets an idea. Caesar starts attacking, kicking several rocks toward them, saying they should just give up their human bodies and become monsters with no moral restraint. The two begin dodging the rocks being hurled, and Caesar charges at the protagonist, saying he accepts the price of that power. As he runs, he looks back and sees Caesar closing in more and more. Even Zhou Tong, who was a bit farther away, begins to tremble at the overwhelming aura. He stares at that monster in front of him and thinks that without a doubt, they, the trash, don't have the power to fight against truly powerful players. However, Ye Qing, the name of that person with hidden strength, is already far better than his teammates, and even so, he's no match for that thing and could be killed with a single punch. Zhou Tong keeps thinking that even though he's exhausted all his strength, he still activated that unshakable power. His body just reacted instinctively. Caesar starts laughing hard and says the weak tremble before the strong. That's an unchanging truth. He keeps laughing and says that to be strong, you must show that ugly face. Suddenly, he turns and says he almost forgot something. Zhou Tong tries to cover it up, saying he swears he didn't see anything about him being ugly. Caesar says it doesn't matter because he messed up the Crystal Collection mission anyway, and he's the last cannon fodder to witness this tragedy. Caesar begins screaming that he'll give him a heroic death. However, Zhou Tong pleads for a moment and says that if he has no choice but to die, then he'd like to say one last thing. Caesar grabs his neck, saying he talks too much, and asks what his final words are. Behind them, the body Caesar had defeated, the protagonist starts to dissolve, revealing it was the Blood Nightmare. Zhou Tong says his last words are that he wants to leave the Abyss alive, and that maybe he's not the only cannon fodder to witness this tragedy. Caesar is confused and turns, seeing blood bubbles forming. The protagonist appears among them, saying that thanks to the bard he gained a little more time. The exhaustion state was cancelled by that drink. Ye grabs the Blood Nightmare in his hand and emphasizes that it was impossible to get a read on his opponent's body by relying only on his observer's eye. So he had to rely on the Blood Nightmare's traits to gather hidden information by making contact with the Caesar's body. The Abyss boss is a bit confused and starts questioning if that thing he tried to kill was just a clone. He asks, "Since when has this been happening?" The protagonist says that the price of these superhuman powers may be heavier than it seems. Although the Berserker combat skills increased his strength in a short time, the price of forcibly relying on that power beyond his physical limits was 30 seconds of exhaustion. However, since Caesar has a body that blurs the lines between humans and monsters and he stretched his greedy hands toward the abyss itself, then the abyss will naturally want him to pay the price. Caesar gets angry, telling the protagonist not to joke about it and asks, if that power is his own, what does the abyss have to do with anything? Suddenly he feels something strange in his arm and upon looking, realizes it's taking on a monstrous form and begins to scream in pain. His arm starts growing, becoming more monstrous. Caesar looks at Ye and thinks he's the one doing it. He charges forward, but the protagonist is extremely fast and easily dodges the attack. Caesar keeps trying to attack, but Ye thinks that the change in his opponent's body shape slowed him down and now it's way too easy. He keeps dodging with ease and thinks that if he had a weapon now, everything would end faster. Zhou Tong acts quickly, passes behind the protagonist and shouts. As Ye turns, he throws a dagger, asking him to catch it. The protagonist grips it firmly and tries to create some space, but Caesar continues charging without hesitation. Seeing a small opening, the protagonist blocks and with a quick move, manages to get behind Caesar and stab him with the dagger. Caesar starts feeling unbearable pain and asks if every strike is a critical. The protagonist just watches and asks Caesar not to forget that he's just a guy who doesn't bother anyone. He just put a few points in agility. Caesar starts getting furious and charges in, shouting that humiliating him will only make the protagonist's death worse because he is of a superior existence. Ye dodges again and says Caesar isn't anything special. Landing a punch imbued with flames, he states that in his eyes, Caesar is 100% a monster. As Caesar catches fire and screams in pain, he grows even more enraged and loses complete control of his body, transforming fully into a monster. Seeing this transformation, Ye says that unfortunately, Caesar is already gone. There's no saving him now. He's completely transformed. A strange aura begins to surround them, and the protagonist asks if he's beginning to hear the abyss's call. Caesar gets a bad feeling but keeps screaming that the protagonist should just die and not drag him along. Suddenly, he starts swinging at the air, screaming that he already proved his worth, so why can't he leave? He says he's not cannon fodder and doesn't want to die and keeps yelling while trying to hit nothing. Zhou Tong says that man has gone completely insane and that now's their chance. A few minutes earlier, Caesar was laughing, thinking he had won the fight. However, Ye appears behind his leader and calls him, saying his body is being swapped by the blood nightmare. Zhou Tong breathes a bit easier, saying that for a moment he thought Ye had died. The system notifies that a challenge has been activated. Win the battle without killing Caesar and earn rewards. The moment he reads it, he starts wondering how that'll be possible because Caesar won't walk out alive, and his companions wouldn't let him go that easily if they saw him like this. However, he thinks that if he completes the challenge, he'll get some rare rewards, so he'll at least try. While turning into the blood nightmare, the protagonist asks his leader to remember his words, because he needs to find a way to snap that madman out of it. 5 seconds would be enough. Back to the present, Ye says there's no need to finish that man off. Zhou Tong asks what kind of madness he's talking about. Ye explains that monsters belong to the abyss and, therefore, cannot leave it. Those who abandon humanity and fall into the abyss are welcomed with open arms. That's the law of the abyss. He notes that he heard monsters go into berserker state during the blood moon, but unfortunately, during this blood moon, the one who gave into madness was a person. Caesar starts walking through the abyss. Meanwhile, Lao Chen keeps shouting that everything is a mess and that he'll be lucky if he survives this. However, he feels confident, saying that this time it's finally his turn to strike it rich. He manages to open the chest and shouts that it's full of treasure. Happy about it, he says he's finally rich and now has freedom, equipment, and a new identity. Caesar appears behind him as a monster while he keeps laughing, saying it's amazing and telling fate to screw itself. Later, outside the abyss, Zhou Tong bows, banging his head on the table in respect, and asks the protagonist to let him call him boss, emphasizing that he'll follow him forever. Ye says he can't accept something like that. Zhou Tong emphasizes that he spent his whole life preparing to turn things around, and ever since he heard that phrase, he's been determined. He chose to follow the protagonist everywhere. Ye takes a deep breath and says he was just trying to sound cool at the time and that looking back now, he was talking a bunch of nonsense. Zhou Tong scolds him and says that's not it, because it was only with his encouragement that he discovered his own value and the goals he's aiming for. Ye asks what his plans are for the future. Zhou Tong says the protagonist said he was the best support. Ye asks when he ever said that. Zhou Tong, determined, says he wants to become the king of supports. The protagonist thinks that a guy with agility 2 and luck 1 is impressive for still having a place on the battlefield. Ye understands that if he keeps encouraging that young man to fight on the front lines, he'll end up hurting him. Jo Tong remains extremely enthusiastic. He asks the protagonist to imagine the following scene. Ye in front, fighting, while he provides support from behind. That way, they'd make a great team. However, the protagonist says he doesn't recommend he keep going into the abyss. Jo Tong gets a reality check and asks what his boss means by that. The protagonist thinks that if his only skill is making others stronger, but he's so weak he needs protection himself, then that's not a qualified support. He thinks he just doesn't want Jo Tong to keep risking his life. Ye holds out his hand to Jo Tong and transfers 1,000 magic crystals to him. The protagonist says that's all the magic crystals he has so far and that it's enough to support him for a long time. However, he wants Jo Tong to promise he won't set foot in an abyss again. Jo Tong gets a little emotional and lowers his gaze. However, he says he understands, and that this is a truth his boss told him for his own good. But then he raises his head again and says, unfortunately, he can't accept that at all because he can't go on living in that world as trash, and even if he dies, he doesn't want people to look down on him. Ye starts to smile and thinks that expression is very convincing, one that no one can refuse. He asks Jo Tong how he's going to protect others if he can't even protect himself. He starts picking up a sword and says he remembers well. Jo Tong's microphone only occupies one hand. Jo Tong realizes that's Lao Zheng's sword. The protagonist climbs on the table and sticks the sword into it, saying that, according to the information he has about bards, it's a half-magic, half-physical class. That means Jo Tong can use magic weapons to cast buff and debuff spells, which he's already good at, and can also master certain attack effects. Ye keeps talking and emphasizes that if he couldn't wield a sword for Lao Zheng before, then he must try his best from now on. This is a favor he must repay to Lao Zheng. Jo Tong holds the sword and tells his boss he doesn't need those magic crystals. The protagonist says if that's the case, then Jo Tong should give all the crystals to the families of Lao Zheng and Lao Zhu, because in the future, they'll earn much more than that. Jo Tong remains excited and takes the sword for himself, saying yes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of another abyss, 3 people are waiting outside. A woman comes out of the abyss and says that after the Red Moon incident, several Class S teams were sent to deal with the abyss monsters. And in the depths of the abyss, they found 8 bodies, identified as members of the Blood Oath. The body of Caesar, their leader, had transformed into a monster due to abyss corruption and was properly eliminated. They also found other bodies with an identifier. The man sitting asks who those people are. The woman hands him the report, saying one of them has always been accused of being a team killer during abyss invasions. His name is Lao Chen. She notes that high-quality equipment was discovered near his body and that he probably found the mutated corpse of the former team leader and died in combat. She highlights that this is an unexpected factor, but still within their calculations. The man sitting asks if that's really the only factor. The woman says yes and emphasizes it must be just him. The guy says he understands. Another man standing beside him asks if that means their plan was a failure. The man sitting replies that Caesar was just a small fry who failed to prove his worth, so they can always find others like him. The next day, at the People's Hospital of Shenfeng, some people are walking normally through the hospital visiting patients. However, inside a room with the door closed, a man is completely broken down. Sitting on the floor, crying in despair, he begs forgiveness from his son, saying he had no choice, but he'll have to do it again. With the key in hand, he begins to use it, and an immense amount of strange energy starts being released. Quickly, this energy expands and begins flowing out of the hospital, reaching the street and destroying everything around. The people walking nearby start panicking, asking what's happening, until suddenly a gigantic portal begins to form. They shout for someone to call and notify the authorities immediately. The city begins being attacked and destroyed by monsters. 2 people hold hands, and the older brother tells his sister to hang in there and hold on tight without looking back. He starts pulling her, telling Jo to run as fast as she can. However, the monster attacks them both, throwing the brother away and separating them. She starts being devoured by the monster while screaming for her brother. The protagonist wakes up startled and looks around, trying to calm down. He lies back down because he's had that dream many times before. He grabs his phone and says he almost forgot about today. He goes to a flower shop and asks Lady Zhang for a bouquet as always. She's happy to see him and asks if he's going to visit his little sister. He says yes and emphasizes that, unfortunately, they had an incident. Zhang smiles and says his sister is extremely lucky to have him as a brother. She asks if he cut his hair and notes that it looks very good. Ye explains that on the way he was stopped by the military fanatic old man. He takes the chance, goes over to some flowers, and tells Zhang that he imagines she'll put those flowers out too, so he'll help her. She smiles and thanks him for his kindness. Outside, they see several police trucks passing at high speed. She comments that she's been seeing a lot of vehicles going to the hospital lately and that apparently they all seem to belong to explorers. She asks if something's going on. As soon as the protagonist hears the word hospital, he activates his power and immediately leaps, using all his speed to get there as fast as possible. Still in the air, he sees that a massive portal had formed. The police were shouting for all barriers to be opened immediately. Ye is shocked, wondering what an abyss portal is doing there. He goes to the authorities, but one of the guards says that civilians need to keep their distance because the area is under lockdown. However, the guard is surprised because the protagonist completely ignores him and keeps walking toward the abyss entrance. Another officer arrives and asks what kind of joke is going on there and why the guard is letting just anyone pass like that. The guard replies that her supervisor shouldn't ask him that because that guy and the people who came before him are folks they should never mess with. The protagonist keeps heading into the portal angry and says his sister must wait for him because this time he won't fail. As soon as he arrives on the other side, he says the abyssification happened because the hospital was transported to another dimension, and the space there is far larger than the previous hospital. He wonders if the same thing that happened at the mall is happening again. Ye looks around and notices that the room has already been cleared, probably the work of the team that came before him. He finds an empty bottle on the floor and comments that the people who came earlier are doing well financially too, because that bottle isn't something someone with a common class could afford. The protagonist asks for his skill to retrieve the effective magic bottle. The bottle appears full in front of him, and the system explains that the effective magic bottle restores 85% MP, removes fatigue, and halves consumption for the next 30 seconds. He stores that small bottle and says that even if he faces the abyss alone to find his sister, the magic consumption will be heavy, so he must be as prepared as possible. He keeps walking until he reaches a fork. He uses his exploration vision skill. The system gives a hint, saying that both paths lead to a point of no return. He comments that it looks like he needs to choose a direction. Looking at the ground, he notices that the previous group left some markings there, and they seem pretty recent, so they were probably left by the hunting team that came before him. He assumes they're there for a rescue mission, so he decides to take the other route to increase the chances of finding his sister. He grabs a torch and looks into the darkness, saying he doesn't know how long he'll be in there, so in the worst case, he'll have to worry about the entire place. He starts getting even more irritated and pushes himself, saying he doesn't have time to wait around because a normal person can't survive long in a place like that, so he needs to hurry. Ye starts moving quickly through the place, and when he steps on a carpet, he notices the red carpet is new, which indicates that place has never been seen before. Looking back, the protagonist notices that the path behind him has been swallowed by darkness, creating a barrier that prevents him from returning. He picks up an item and says he's seen that item's ability before and that if he's stuck in the labyrinth, he can mark parts of the area on the map. The system announces that he used the Eye of Argos and asks to open the map. However, the system notifies that it's impossible to show the map outside that area. Yes says it's no wonder the others use blades to mark locations in that abyss labyrinth. The system's orientation is completely ineffective. That must be one of the so-called rules of the abyss. He hears a noise behind him and, turning around, realizes something strange is emerging from nowhere, making him wonder if that place is a trap. However, he quickly dismisses that possibility because he didn't hear any mechanism moving. He also notes that there's something strange because that room is too quiet. Suddenly, a monster starts to form behind him and gets ready to attack, but he senses its presence and dodges the attack with a quick movement. He prepares and counterattacks the monster, slicing it in half. The system announces that it's ineffective, and the monster begins to regenerate. He starts to wonder if that monster is immune to physical damage. The monster roars. The sound is so loud it makes the protagonist bleed from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. The system announces that he is now under the deafness status. He thinks that now he won't be able to hear with his ears, which will drastically reduce his perception. He thinks he completely underestimated the danger of that abyss, and that what he's facing there is a rule-type monster. He remembers encountering one of those 3 years ago. While lying on the ground collecting magic crystals, he notices something ahead of him. But when he looks closely, he sees they were just some statues and comments that he got really scared, but that there's nothing to worry about. He turns and goes back to collecting the magic crystals. The statues begin to stare at him and move closer while he's focused only on the crystals. As soon as he looks back again, he's startled to see the statues are already very close to him. He asks if it's possible that he's hallucinating since those statues were on top of that rock mound just seconds ago. Suddenly, another collector appears beside him, shouting that he can't turn his back to the statues and that he mustn't blink because those are monsters, weeping stone statues. He asks what that is, because just hearing the name gives him chills. The man shouts at him again, saying he mustn't take his eyes off them, and begs him to keep looking at the statues. The guy starts to explain that the monsters in that abyss follow certain rules, and that's logical. The higher the monster's level, the stronger the logic. The weeping stone statues in front of him are Class S creatures, but they usually don't attack awakened ones. However, their rule is that once you start looking at them, the bodies petrify like statues and lock onto you. As soon as you look away, they rush at you at a speed fast enough to kill most awakened ones instantly. The protagonist asks what they should do now. The man comes over to him and asks him to follow his lead. He explains that they should retreat slowly until they're out of the room and mustn't blink. The two begin walking backward, watching the statues, until they manage to leave the area. However, the protagonist trips on something and falls to the ground, scattering all the magic crystals. As a result, both of them look away, and the statues charge. The man runs, pulls a lever, and quickly closes the room's entrance. Ye, shaken, falls to the ground relieved and thanks the man, saying it's thanks to him that he made it out alive. The man keeps laughing and says the protagonist got lucky this time because if he had attacked a weeping stone statue like other awakened ones, besides realizing he couldn't deal any damage, he would have been killed in the blink of an eye. The guy keeps laughing and comments that although they're just collectors with little combat ability, when it comes to experience. The protagonist rushes at the monster using his magical skills, thinking they're not worse than the other awakened ones. He keeps moving forward, saying that if that monster in front of him has a physical immunity rule, then maybe magic attacks are its weakness. He uses the Great Flame Burst. However, he starts to feel something strange in his hand and quickly cancels the flames he was creating, shouting that it was too hot. He pulls back, asking if fire control can't be used normally. He starts blowing on his hand, saying that it's really a shame because the fire attack is the only magic attack he can master. The monster prepares to attack him, and he remembers that he still has one card left. He manages to dodge and says that the whereabouts of the ship still haven't been found, so he won't just stand in that first room without moving forward. The demonic spirit has physical immunity, but its attacks are mostly physical. That rule-type abomination is kind of strange. The monster charges at him again, but the protagonist manages to dodge. The monster gives no space and keeps attacking, pressing Ye to the limit. The protagonist says he knows he can successfully push that monster back. After dodging several strikes, he thinks he finally understands the rules and mechanisms, because the demonic spirit only materializes when an attack action is executed. The scythe hasn't been pulled out, and now he not only lost the protection of the rules that made physical attacks ineffective, but also turned physical attacks into its biggest weakness. Taking advantage of an opening in the middle of the opponent's attack, the protagonist moves in and lands multiple slashes all at once, causing the monster to vanish. The monster's energy, which was scattered around, begins to concentrate into a single point, and another monster appears before the protagonist. He observes it and thinks that a second form has appeared, and that's really interesting. However, this second form has an energy pressure far greater than the first. That aura begins to surround Ye, and he thinks that ever since he heard the scream from the first form, not only has his hearing stopped working properly, but now his vision is also starting to be affected. This makes him wonder if he should use his blood plan to try to save himself. But he dismisses that idea too, because he just used it to lure the first form's attack, creating an opening for the counterattack. Besides, his skill requires at least 30 seconds of cooldown, and his remaining magical power wouldn't support the cost of continuous summoning. The second form attacks him with everything, and he realizes he's been slashed on the shoulders. The protagonist thinks there's no way to react. The best he can do is avoid fatal blows with luck. He thinks he's just encountered an assassin he couldn't beat even with all his stacked stats. He activates his carnivorous plant card, Regeneration. The system notifies that all wounds have been successfully healed, including the abnormal deafness. He thinks he needs to increase his health so he doesn't die from a single blow. The second form observes the situation, and it surprises it. The protagonist says that the demonic spirit, in its second form, is afraid of luminous things. Even the faint light from the healing magic makes it back off. Determined, Ye begins to smile and ignites flames in his hands again. The second form hesitates, and the protagonist intensifies the flames, spreading them over his whole body. He starts to catch fire, but that prevents the second form from coming at him. The system warns that he's burning, but he keeps laughing and says things are finally getting interesting. He begins to run toward the second form, which, terrified, runs from him as much as it can. He keeps running, saying that the demonic spirit fears flames because flames are its life force. It's just an innocent soul that died in a fire. However, fire element abilities were cursed, becoming unusable. So, if he can't launch a fireball, he activates his spirit charge, saying that he himself will become the fireball. With the spirit charge, he manages to reach the second form and uses the great flame explosion on his own body, causing a massive blast. He's thrown far away while the evil spirit catches fire. The system reports that he has successfully defeated the evil spirit, however. His health is below 1/10. Additionally, the system also says his arm is severely burned, and he cannot wield weapons or cast spells. Ye starts laughing, saying that the price of that victory was a bit high, and that now he needs to wait until the regeneration skill finishes its cooldown. He looks at the second form, shouting, and says it can't burn to ashes because he still needs to recycle it. He uses his skill and commands it to recycle immediately. With that, he manages to obtain a Soul Reaper artifact. With it, it's possible to summon the demonic spirit to advance and unleash a wide-scale harvest with the scythe, dealing 5 times the base damage. If any target dies due to this ability, Despair Harvest will be activated immediately, restoring 5% of the user's health and mana. If Despair Harvest is triggered more than 5 times at once, then he will enter an incorporeal state for 1 second. In the incorporeal state, he will be immune to physical attacks and obstacles. His attack will not cause death, or the user will suffer backlash equal to the damage dealt. Artifacts cannot be equipped, as they are bound to the user's soul and cannot be swapped. The protagonist stares at the card and says that the cards he got this time are different, as it's the first time he's seen a soul-bound artifact card. Ye says that the Soul Harvest Blade seems capable of converting the dead target into human health. If summoned inside a large group of soldiers, it can wipe out the entire group in a single move. However, the cost of using the artifact is that if the attack doesn't kill the target, he will suffer the backlash of the damage dealt or even die suddenly. So, he must use it at exactly the right moment. The protagonist looks to the side and sees that the door that was previously locked has now opened. The system also notifies that the regeneration cooldown has ended. Immediately, he begins healing and asks his sister to hold on just a little longer because he's coming. In another room, something terrible was happening. A butcher was doing his work and throwing something into a bucket. Xiaozhou gets up with a bottle in her hand. She throws the bottle far away, causing noise. The monster that was near her looks to see where the noise came from. She uses this moment to get out of the pile of trash but falls clumsily to the ground. She looks ahead and sees the doll her brother gave her. Even without strength, she struggles to grab that doll, saying she will never let them hurt him. However, the doll is crushed right in front of her. As she looks up, she sees that the monster from earlier has already returned. It starts screaming loudly, making her so afraid that she can barely move. She just calls for help from her older brother. The monster prepares to attack, and suddenly someone appears, slicing the monster in half. Xiaozhou is shocked by the strength of that attack. The man in front of her is a warrior swordsman known as Wu Ming. Still shaken by that strike, she says he's a hunter, but the man simply turns around. She tries to call him, but he just keeps walking. She runs and grabs his legs, screaming and begging Ming to take her with him. The warrior turns and says there are no more monsters there, so she should just hide because if she follows him, she will certainly die. Xiaozhou thinks about her brother and says she has to stay alive until she sees him one more time because of the promise from 7 years ago. Ye was sitting with his sister's doctor. He says her spinal nerves were badly damaged and therefore fears she may never be able to walk again. The doctor emphasizes that it's a miracle she can still move her upper body. The protagonist asks if that means she really won't be able to stand again. The doctor says that's exactly it, as spinal nerve damage is theoretically irreversible. At least theoretically. Ye asks why he says theoretically, and, thanks to that word, becomes filled with hope, saying that means there's still a chance. He asks what needs to be done. The doctor takes a deep breath and says that theoretically science can't do anything. But he's heard of cases where blind people recovered their sight inside the abyss. Because in recent worlds, there may be a way to heal his sister in a way that science still can't, with any tool. That mysterious power can't be explained by any science. And if his sister's condition was caused by a monster in the abyss, then the solution might also be in there. Ye starts looking at his hand and says that if the cure may be in the abyss, that means if he can enter the abyss, then he might be able to cure his sister. The doctor puts a hand on his head and tries to explain that only researchers can go in there, and someone like him entering would only be committing suicide. The doctor tries to say that instead of worrying about that, he should worry about the problem in front of him, and says that even the hospital's routine treatment costs an arm and a leg. The daily treatment is at least 8,000 win. The protagonist, without hesitation, bows to the doctor and promises to do his best to gather money, asking him to take care of his little sister. The doctor says he'll do everything possible to keep her healthy and safe. However, the hospital bills must be paid on time. Ye starts walking away, saying he understood, and emphasizes that he'll gather the full amount as soon as possible. While walking down the hallway, the nurses start whispering, asking if they were talking about that boy, because his parents died that day and his sister became disabled. He's the only one left. They begin to say they feel sorry seeing such a little boy in that situation. With tears streaming down his face, he reaches his sister's hospital room door. Before entering, he puts a smile on his face, wipes his tears, and, as he opens the door, tries to look as cheerful as possible, shouting that he's back. Xiaozhou, worried, looks at him and asks where he had gone. He jumps onto her bed and says he was talking to the doctor. All happy, he tells her he's going to a place called The Abyss. His little sister, not knowing much about the world, asks what the abyss is and whether it's safe there. The protagonist keeps smiling and says yes, emphasizing that it's not dangerous, and he just needs to stay behind other people. She just listens quietly. Then, Ye gets up and starts to leave, but before leaving the room, he says he almost forgot. Suddenly, he turns and shows her a teddy bear. He says he won't be able to show up for a while, so while he's gone, that teddy bear will take care of her for him. Xiaozhou gets worried and says that he's her only family and she doesn't want him to put himself in danger again. She asks him not to go anywhere that has monsters. Ye approaches his sister, still smiling, and says, "There's no way around it. He found a job that will pay very well, and then they'll be able to treat her legs. And as long as she waits just a little longer, she'll be able to walk again." Xiaozhou says that if her brother has to go to dangerous places for that, then she'd rather stay in a wheelchair for the rest of her life because she doesn't want him to go to where the monsters are. She says this is a pinky promise. Ye also hooks his pinky and promises not to put himself in danger. Back to the present, she keeps clinging to the hunter's legs and says that if she stays in the abyss, then her brother will find a way to come too, and she doesn't want him to risk himself for her again. That's why she can't die there. And besides that, she doesn't want her brother to die either. Ming keeps looking at her and says that apparently she's very stubborn. He picks her up and places her in a wheelchair, saying that's actually interesting. However, if a monster tries to attack her, he won't protect her. She manages to recover the teddy bear her brother had given her and is happy her chair is intact. The hunter turns to her and says she's not his employer, so whether she lives or dies isn't his concern. She says that's fine and asks him to just do his job, while she watches from a distance and won't get in the way. He introduces himself to her, saying his name is Wu Ming and that he's a warrior swordsman. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the abyss, the protagonist was walking and says that although he worked as a scavenger for a while, he saw many potions capable of healing wounds that could only heal those caused by monsters, with just a few exceptions. One of the rules of the abyss is that you can't heal injuries that were already there before the person entered. So, if a person has burns before entering and gets injured by a monster, they'll be healed to the state they entered in. If the burns happened outside the abyss, they can't be healed inside. If not for that, he would already have a cure for his sister. Suddenly, he's surprised to see several bodies on the ground. He comments that apparently a nasty battle happened there, and the monsters were higher level than the hunters, so he's not surprised. He keeps looking around and sees that there are no monsters nearby, so probably someone survived. But he's surprised once again because when he looks to the side, he sees a giant guy who was sliced clean in half, and his observation skill doesn't detect any human signal from there. Most of the victims were awakened of the agile or intelligent type. He wonders if that blow was really done with brute strength alone. He starts to smile and gets excited, saying that apparently someone stronger than everyone else exists there. And to be more specific, this guy is an overwhelmingly powerful existence. Ming keeps walking while Xiaozhou follows him. Suddenly he steps on a trap and she gets scared. Some lights begin to appear on the ceiling and strike the hunter's body, making her panic and start screaming. However, the hunter remains standing as if nothing happened, and his wounds start closing immediately. She asks if they should really keep doing this and says it hurt too. Ming doesn't understand what she's talking about. 4 years ago in the ancient tomb of the abyss, the boss-level king was defeating every hunter who approached him like it was nothing. Ming was one of the hunters who entered to face him. He remembers an old man yelling at him and his group, saying he paid a fortune for nothing, that they were mercenaries and should do anything for money. The old man pointed at them, shouting that they should never forget he could buy their lives twice over. Ming thinks he's a criminal, and having no legal support, could only join private hunting parties as a mercenary. And among those crazy groups, there were some truly indifferent to life and death. They took on virtually suicidal missions and charged double for it. That old man shouted he'd give 100,000 points to whoever killed the overlord. He kept insisting that the person would get everything because he couldn't lose that treasure. The man got so desperate that within seconds he changed again and said he'd give 200,000 points to anyone who could do it. Sword warriors who gamble everything for money, like someone at a casino. The mercenaries started negotiating, saying they'd do it for 250,000. The old man agreed and promised to pay 250,000 to anyone who killed that thing in the abyss. The overlord finally appeared and with a terrifying roar began summoning his minions. The old man shouted again, saying he'd pay, so they had to kill it for him. One of the warriors shouted and two decided to attack at once, but were instantly destroyed in milliseconds. Ming also tried something, but took a direct hit and was sent flying. The overlord turned and looked at the old man. He started panicking and begged to be saved, shouting that they'd only get paid if he got out alive, and reminding them he bought all their lives. Ming started getting up and charged at the monster with everything he had. Catching it off guard, he managed to land a direct hit. The monster vanished, and a chest along with a gem appeared in its place. The old man shoved the warrior aside, yelling at him to move because he wanted to open the chest immediately. Ming got up, badly injured, and said the pay was double. The old man laughed, saying he was practically dead anyway. So what did he need money for? Was he going to spend it in the afterlife? He opened the chest laughing, saying he'd be rich, that he hadn't wasted money on hidden abyss info for nothing. As he opened the box, a strange light emerged, and he was shocked to see it empty. He kept screaming, saying he worked so hard to get there. But something started happening to him. His head began to swell. That was the sand curse. The sword warrior wondered if it was cursed. He noticed some sand leaking from his own eye and questioned if he'd also been affected. In front of him was the Corpse King's jewel, and whether it could be used or not depended only on him. He picked up the Immortal Relic, a soul-bound artifact that transforms the bearer into an undead creature. Holy and healing spells deal fatal damage to the user. Ordinary damage doesn't hurt the undead. The cost of the transformation is the loss of pain and all other emotions. Ming thought he became someone who couldn't die. After telling all this to Xiaoju, she asked if his blood was actually sand and what kind of curse it was. Ming just ignored the question and turned away. She yelled not to be ignored like that. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chaos was on. Countless monsters gathered and charged. Ye began walking toward them, defeating one after another. He thought he had rushed too much and hadn't distributed his points carefully, so he ended up spreading them evenly. Now all his stats were over 200. Even so, before entering the next room, he had no idea what awaited inside, and going in without thinking might land him in a tight spot. Although abyss monsters weren't that strong, the endless battles were exhausting. He kept moving forward non-stop, defeating everything in his way. He leapt, looked at the remaining monsters, and used Dagger Frenzy. The system warned him his mana was below 5%. That worried him. He couldn't use any spells or skills anymore. One monster noticed a small opening and charged, but Ye was alert and said he'd have to rely on fists now. With absurd strength, he crushed the monster's head. Looking back, he saw more monsters coming. Frustrated, he shouted that it never ends. After fighting through 4 rooms in a row, his body was worn out and mana was barely at half. The small mana potions in his bag were nearly all used. Only the large ones he found at the start of the abyss remained. He rushed toward the monsters, thinking he'd only use the large mana pots if things got truly dire. He kept defeating monsters with brute force like a beast. He used his artifact card, Soul Reaper. While using it, he thought that due to its big side effects, he wouldn't use that scythe for just anything. But if he faced a beast on the brink of death, the Despair Harvest effect could activate and restore his life. The Reaper swept through the monsters, obliterating them, and the system said the Soul Reaper artifact activated its effect. Life and mana fully restored. Now he had 100% life and mana. He sighed in relief, saying he managed to save the mana potions and reduce his use of super regeneration. The system also notified that cooldown times increase the more a skill is used. While walking, he stepped on something that made a sound. Looking down, he saw a pair of glasses and noticed someone hiding in a barrel. He turned and asked who was there. The barrel tipped over and the person inside screamed, begging him to wait and not attack, claiming to be human too. A man crawled out and asked if the protagonist had seen his glasses. Ye picked them up and handed them to the man, who introduced himself as doctor and researcher Song Qingshan. The doctor said he didn't know exactly what happened, but earlier several monsters showed up where he was, the same ones Ye had just killed. He said he was so terrified he only thought about running and ended up in that weird room with no choice but to hide in the barrel. Ye asked if he knew of any other survivors. Qingshan said that was impossible since it was a hospital, and if people with all limbs intact couldn't survive, let alone those sick or missing parts. Ye got furious and grabbed the doctor by the collar, asking how he could say things like sick or missing parts. If he really was a doctor, he shouldn't speak like that. Qingshan asked why not and said he was a doctor, not a hero, and couldn't fight those monsters. He asked if Ye understood. He added that even when rescuing others, one's own life must come first. If he were strong, he wouldn't have been hiding in a barrel. Then asked if Ye came to save him. If he was paid to, he shouldn't be talking crap. Lionheart must have offered a massive reward if he got him out. Ye remembered that name and thought of the Emperor. A few days ago when he defeated the Emperor, a small shield had dropped and he got 150 points. Ye had asked Zhou Tong what that guy just dropped. Zhou Tong said he'd seen it before and thought it was the Lionheart Hunter's emblem. Ye said that was the group of super hunters who only accept the strongest, with entry requirements so absurd they were nearly impossible. Back to the present, Ye just turned away and ignored the doctor. Qingshan yelled at him, saying he just came from that direction, so the exit had to be the other way. Ye said the doctor came from the infirmary, but Qingshan didn't understand and asked what that had to do with anything. He said Ye shouldn't care about saving those weirdos since they're all trouble and wouldn't be able to pay for a rescue. Ye said sadly that he was sorry, but his sister was there. When the doctor heard that, he realized Ye wasn't there to save him and wasn't part of Lionheart. Ye confirmed it and said he just collects trash. and doesn't usually rescue it. Ye begins unleashing his power, saying that when it comes to trash like Qingshan, he doesn't even want to bother collecting him. The passage that had been sealed now starts to open, and the protagonist moves toward it. The doctor runs after him, warning that the place has become a confusing labyrinth, and if Ye happens to take the same path he came from, he will certainly encounter an absorption, and they could end up getting lost. Still, he offers to help, saying he can guide the protagonist through the abyss so they can find his sister together and return safely. Ye keeps walking in silence. Qingshan steps in front of him and says he'll take that silence as agreement, urging him to follow since that's the path he had taken. The doctor leads the way through the first portal with Ye right behind. Qingshan asks what group Ye belongs to. The protagonist replies that he works alone. The doctor is shocked, questioning who would work alone in such times, since anyone capable is quickly recruited by major groups like Tartarus, Lionheart, or Cloud Top. He explains those groups pay hunters very high salaries and then suggests that once they get out, he could introduce Ye to some of them as a reward for his help. The protagonist grows irritated, glares at him, and says his sister's name is Ye Xiaoju. If he really wants to guide and help, then he should shut up and do it silently. Upon hearing that name, Qingshan becomes desperate. He recalls a past conversation where he had asked about the condition of those two test subjects since, according to the documentation, both were underage. A man laughed and told the doctor not to worry because those girls' families had no means. One of them was Ye Xiaozhou, who lived with her older brother. The man explained her brother was a mercenary who risked his life in the abyss to make money, and sooner or later he would die there. The other was Lin Shugu, whose father had just gotten out of prison and survived on scraps. The doctor stared at the man and asked how he had convinced them. The man responded mockingly, asking if he really thought persuasion was needed. He had only asked if they wanted to be a burden to their families. He told Lin Shugu that her father was unemployed, struggling to afford her treatment, and had been visiting her less often. Maybe she was already a burden to him. Then he pointed at Ye Xiaoju, saying he told her to think about how her brother constantly risked his life to pay for her treatment, and asked if she didn't want him to be safe. Ye Xiaoju immediately said yes. Seeing their interest, the man laughed and said there might be a new treatment that could cure them both and prevent them from being a burden, asking if they wanted to participate. Lin Shugu asked to go first. Ye Xiaozhou also raised her hand, saying she would love to be able to stand on her own and no longer be a burden to her brother. The man placed two papers on the table, praising them as good children and telling them the agreement was right there. Just sign. Inside the lab, the man and the doctor watched the experiments, and the man commented on how easy it was to deceive people like that. Qingshan said that what was truly amazing wasn't the trick, but that even this kind of trash could hold value for humanity. The man praised the doctor, calling him the best director, and saying the research could help job changers push past their limits to become stronger, making his contribution to society extraordinary. Qingshan grew excited, agreeing and declaring that each subject could be sold for billions, a great contribution indeed. One of the other doctors in the room asked if they could start the experiments. The chief doctor gave the order to proceed. A physician injected a syringe into the patient's blood bag, announcing her as experiment number 1. But immediately her body began bleeding and decomposing inside the chamber. Everyone was shocked, and Qingshan demanded to know what was happening. A woman involved in the project explained that the abyssal cells were rejecting the host, with no energy variations coming from that incompetent vessel, so the abyssal stem cell injection had failed. Qingshan looked at the grotesque sight and dismissed it as just a corpse, saying it didn't matter. They still had one more chance. Suddenly, the woman says there's a big problem because someone is causing trouble. Qingshan asks who it is, and she points to the screen, saying it's the father of the girl they just tested. Qingshan becomes irritated and orders that the man be brought in. The doctor's accomplice says he will fetch him personally. By the time he arrives, the guards have already restrained the man. He demands to know what they're doing, saying they can't beat a patient inside the hospital, and stresses that the director ordered the man to be brought in. On the way, the father starts smiling, saying his daughter is with the director. When they reach the experiment room, Qingshan introduces himself and says he's the director of that hospital and that the man's daughter is right there. The father looks around in confusion and asks where his daughter is. The director points at the tank and says she's inside. He explains that unfortunately she agreed to it, but there were complications. Qingshan says he's sorry, that it's truly a pity, but they will compensate him as outlined in the contract his daughter signed. Seeing this with his own eyes, the man is shocked and begins to cry. The director tells him that he won't even be allowed to keep what remains of his daughter's body because the hospital needs it for research. The father loses control, punches Qingshan in the face, calls him a worm, and screams at him to give his daughter back immediately, asking why such a horrible experiment would be allowed and where their humanity is. The director yells that the girl was nothing but a cripple who couldn't even use her own body, and that in this way she contributed more to society. He adds that the compensation is more than enough, so the father should be grateful for what his daughter did, take the money, and disappear. The father continues sobbing desperately, screaming that his daughter was just a child and letting her sign that contract was the same as committing murder. He insists he doesn't want money. He wants his daughter alive and well. Qingshan says the man is just insolent and orders the guards to take him away. As he is dragged out, the father shouts that he will send everyone there to hell, throw them all into the abyss, and make sure no one escapes. Qingshan then turns and asks how Ye Xiaozhu's experiment is going. A man says no energy has been detected yet and that more detailed observation is needed, but then asks whether that girl's brother might also put on a show. Qingshan keeps sneering, saying that even if he did, it would only be a little performance because he's nothing more than a garbage collector. Back in the present, the protagonist notices that the moment he mentioned his sister's name, the doctor went silent, so he asks if by chance they know each other. Qingshan tries to distance himself, laughing nervously and saying he's never heard of that name and maybe she's behind the next door. Trembling with fear, he wonders if this man wasn't supposed to be just a trash collector. So why does he seem so strong? He even questions if he had been hallucinating when he saw him defeat the beast in the previous room. Qingshan grows more desperate, realizing that if the man is really strong, this time he's as good as dead. Maybe if he throws the girl into the monster's pit and escapes alone, he might still survive. As they continue walking, Qingshan starts glancing nervously around. Ye asks what's wrong and if the doctor forgot the way. Qingshan says no and tries to cover it up, claiming he's just worried about his sister since there were many monsters in the hospital ward earlier and he had no choice but to run. Ye stays silent and notices something ahead. The director keeps crying, shaking with fear, convinced he'll be killed if the protagonist finds out his sister is dead. Still, maybe he can blame the abyssal monsters and avoid full responsibility. Suddenly, the thing the protagonist was watching makes a noise. Instantly, he realizes what it is and yanks the doctor by the collar, pulling him out of the path of an attack. He points out that this time, it isn't a monster. Qingshan is still trembling, clueless about what just happened. Ming appears, apologizing, saying he thought they were a monster. He looks at the doctor and asks if he's Director Qingshan, explaining that he received a commission from Lionheart to rescue him. The protagonist puts it together and says that apparently Ming really is there to save the doctor. But Qingshan, still in shock, screams at Ming, demanding to know if he's really there to save him, since he almost just killed him. Ye begins to say that he should have realized it sooner, since that same sword had left marks near the entrance of the labyrinth, and even if a whole team had been wiped out, it doesn't surprise him that someone as strong as Ming could have handled everything alone. Ming steps forward, introduces himself, and says he is a double mercenary. For the right price, the lives of his companions mean nothing. The protagonist watches and thinks he's seen deranged double mercenaries before, men who risk their lives in the abyss for higher pay, sometimes claiming the entire reward if their team dies. The doctor explains that he is the one who needs to be saved here, asking Ming to take him. Ye grabs the doctor and insists that he doesn't believe this man is here to rescue anyone, since his sword is radiating murderous intent. Qingshan argues that he doesn't feel anything, but the protagonist cuts him off and tells Ming he isn't there to sabotage anyone's mission. However, the director asked him to throw them off track, since his sister was in a room right behind the mercenary. Ming draws his sword and turns, saying he actually did see a little girl earlier. Hearing this, the protagonist is shocked and asks if he's telling the truth and where that girl is. The director grows more terrified, thinking that if she's alive, he's doomed. Ming tosses a teddy bear to Ye. The protagonist stares at the object, panicked, and demands to know where the mercenary got it. Ming closes his eyes and says the girl truly was adorable, but sadly, she didn't survive. At that moment, Ye feels his soul collapse and asks what Ming just said. The director, somewhat relieved, thinks that if the girl is dead, then he's safe after all. The mercenary explains that he had warned the girl he wouldn't intervene if a monster attacked her, and that whether she lived or died didn't matter to him. Still, he had promised her he would deliver a message if he ever met her brother. As Ye listens, he begins trembling. Ming continues, saying the girl told him she wished she could have waited at the hospital door for her brother, to show him she was fine, so he wouldn't risk his life trying to save her. Ye loses control, consumed by rage, and charges forward, demanding why Ming stood still even knowing she was in danger. Ming replies that a mercenary's mission is only to complete the task and take the payment. Anything beyond that isn't his concern. Preparing for battle, he adds that the curse he carries ensures all who follow him will die, and each time he alone survives. So, in a way, it was still her own fault. Ming defends and counterattacks, but Ye keeps pressing, screaming and demanding to know where his sister is. The mercenary holds his ground and says if Ye hands over the director, he'll show him the way. The protagonist asks what happens if he refuses. The director interjects that he's still standing there, hearing everything. Ming answers coldly that if Ye refuses, he'll show no mercy to anyone and send them all to hell, even comrades he once fought beside. He launches another strike, but Ye dodges and finds an opening, disarming his opponent. He rushes in, demanding what Ming can do now that he has no weapon. Ming simply studies Ye's movements and manages to grab both his hands at once. He activates a skill called Disarm, which disables any weapon for 8 seconds, then headbutts Ye and throws him back. Ye steadies himself to continue fighting and admits that, for a moment, he thought the mercenary only knew how to use that weapon. But this was unexpected. Ming explains that double mercenaries in dangerous situations are always the first to be used as human sacrifices, even against unknown monsters. As a result, they must learn to use their bodies as weapons when needed. He adds that he hasn't even used half his strength yet. Picking up his sword again, he points it at Ye and declares that now he doesn't stand the slightest chance of winning. Ming prepares to attack once more with the emerald blade. Ye watches the weapon and thinks that although the sword is extremely powerful, its size and weight make it slow, and as long as the target moves before the strike is completed, it can be avoided. Ming continues his assault, but the protagonist manages to dodge, though only with great difficulty. Ye realizes his opponent is truly fast and, without hesitation, summons his creatures. Ming is caught off guard when Ye's spiders manage to entangle him, but with sheer brute strength, he rips through the webs and charges the creatures, declaring that Ye will never succeed if he relies on them to defeat him. Ming unleashes his rock-shattering strike, tearing up the ground in front of him, and says that if the protagonist really thinks he can defeat him with such tricks, he is completely mistaken. But Ye suddenly appears behind him, surging forward like a missile. Ming notices at the last moment and turns, blocking the punch with his sword. The impact is so strong that it sends him flying. Looking at Ye, he admits that if it weren't for the weight of his sword, which managed to absorb the force of that blow, he would probably be in pieces. Seeing the aura emanating from Ye's body, Ming says he's beginning to think Ye isn't one of those level 0 incompetents. The two lock eyes, and Ming comments that the protagonist's strength likely goes far beyond what he's shown. Ye retorts that his combat skills aren't far behind the mercenaries and, growing angrier, says he'll only ask one more time where his sister is. Ming remembers being with Ye Xiaoju, who once said her brother was very strong, and he asked her who was stronger, him or her brother. Ming had been confused, asking who her brother was. Ye Xiaoju had explained that she had the best brother in the world. Even though he was just a collector, he strove every day to become stronger. She admired him deeply and hoped one day to be like him. Ming had looked at her and asked if she really believed her brother was strong, since from what he knew, collectors were usually level 1 or low-class jobs and had nothing to do with real strength. But she had refused to believe it, shouting that he was lying. She explained that whenever she saw her brother's determined eyes and his muscular arms, she knew he was a true warrior. Ming had grown curious, wondering what kind of person her brother really was, and she had said that when the time came, she would introduce them. Back in the present, the mercenary looks at Ye and says that the look in his eyes now belongs to someone who has faced countless life-and-death situations, and that, from the way he fights, he must be using his last potion at the height of the battle. Ming studies him carefully, thinking he can see Ye's basic attributes, his health bar, and that he is categorized as a double swordsman. However, his HP isn't very high if Ming stacks his berserker bonus damage and lands a critical strike on a weak point. He could probably kill Ye in just 3 blows. But even as he assesses this, he realizes Ye is different from the other class changers he's fought before. Ye wears no armor, and besides the sword in his hands, carries nothing else. The mercenary lunges with full force. Ye focuses entirely on his offense, leaving no room for defense, because that seems to be his fighting style, full-body assault. Ming goes for the first strike, but Ye dodges and with a swift movement slips behind him. But that's exactly what Ming wanted from the start. He whirls around with his berserker mode active, laughing as he prepares to strike. Ye realizes it and thinks that Ming truly reacts fast, but he activates his soul impulse skill. With this burst of speed, he counters before Ming's strike lands, moving faster than before. Ye lands a critical hit, then another lucky critical, and even inflicts a grievous wound. He notices, however, that Ming isn't dodging, as if he doesn't care about being hit, which is strange. Ming quickly turns and the wound on his neck heals instantly. Ye is stunned, wondering what's happening. Ming charges again with everything he's got, but Ye counters with his collector's skill. Even so, Ming, still in berserker mode, grabs one of Ye's hands and channels all his strength with the other, catching him off guard. He slams Ye into his own skill, causing a massive explosion at the site. Ye emerges unscathed. The mercenary explains that his trait prevents him from dying to ordinary attacks, Ye asks if he's immortal, and Ming replies that the abyss is full of existences beyond current human comprehension, professions, skills, attributes, equipment, curses, even unique divine punishments that one must endure in pursuit of power. For even with the fear of death, people cannot resist the temptation of walking the line between life and death, reaching for treasures that were never theirs, and then claiming them as their own, refusing to leave them for anyone else. That's when the gods notice them, perhaps out of amusement or simply to erase that person's future altogether. Ming starts laughing and says that even so, he can still obtain the power he desires. His body begins to decompose in a strange way, and he adds that no one warned this person that along with eternity they would also strip away all their most precious possessions. Ye grows confused and says maybe he isn't immortal after all, but rather undead. The doctor confirms that the rumors about abyssal monsters transferring their abilities to those who change professions are true, since the undead trait is a powerful characteristic that allows endless regeneration, as long as energy isn't depleted. Ming keeps decomposing and then suddenly reappears out of nowhere, saying that just before death he reached out to eternity and came back to life. When that happened, people would say he returned alone once again, and by all appearances he was cursed with bad luck, for he always came back from missions alone. Though there was no proof, as a double-sword mercenary, if all his companions died, he got to keep the entire commission for himself. It was hard not to suspect him of being a team killer. From then on, people started avoiding him, saying that if he was going on a mission, they wouldn't, because they didn't feel like dying that day. Ming says that's the price he paid for eternity. He died, but even so, he goes on living forever. He glares at the protagonist and charges again, activating his killing intent skill. It triggers when his life drops below 33%, doubling both his vulnerability to damage and his own damage output. Ye is shocked and even worried at this new ability, thinking that combining it with his curse is absurdly overpowered. But he too activates his blood nightmare skill, and his body turns into nothing but an illusion of blood. He manages to dodge the strike and braces for battle. The mercenary keeps pressing forward, unafraid of injury or even death, while the protagonist defends, wondering if there's really no way to defeat this monstrosity. Ming declares that when it comes to strength, his victory is the only logical conclusion. Ye then uses the divine artifact he had acquired earlier, and a Reaper appears. Ming looks at the summoning and guesses it's probably a green-class glass artifact. He tries to strike the apparition, but nothing happens, and the Reaper lands a direct hit on him. From this, Ming deduces it isn't a physical weapon, but purely the effect of a skill. The protagonist explains that whenever any target dies from that ability, it triggers the Despair Harvest trait. Moreover, life and mana slowly regenerate thanks to Despair Harvest, and because the mercenary's body is already dead, the ability activates with every successful strike. And the reason the undead can live forever is because of their mana. In other words, for someone like Ming, who has become undead, the health bar is nothing but decoration. His true vitality is his mana, which cannot be detected. The mercenary says Ye has finally figured it out, and he's not as stupid as Ming thought. Ye replies that the abyss is full of rules, and even puzzles that seem impossible have their answers. A mighty warrior can still be a clumsy brute, a glass cannon can deal massive damage but die easily, and a body that seems invincible can still have a weakness outside itself. The protagonist points out that Ming doesn't wear armor, and that with his self-sacrificial attack style, he tricks enemies into thinking they can trade blows with him, when in truth, hand-to-hand combat isn't a path to victory. It's a flaw he shows on purpose. Ming admits this is true, saying that survival in the abyss means knowing how to bend the rules to your favor. But he warns that even Ye must have some fatal flaws. Ye asks what he means, and Ming explains that among strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, willpower, and luck, one of those 6 attributes is likely his weak point. Ye apologizes and says he's different. He has many extra points, which he distributes evenly at each level, making his class the hexagonal warrior. This time, the one who attacks first is the protagonist, knowing he has to strike before Ming's wounds regenerate if he wants to end the battle quickly. Ming blocks, but he realizes Ye's strength, speed, and reaction time are all far beyond the norm for warriors his age. Clearly, the protagonist isn't holding back. Ye dodges the counterattack with ease and says that peculiar techniques, brute powers, or even those useless talents people often ignore, he has mastered them all. He dodges another strike and counters with a direct blow to Ming's back. Pulling away, he explains that physical attacks alone may not be able to kill Ming, but the continuous drain of mana will slow his regeneration, and eventually, when the mana runs out, he will die. Slower than before, Ming tries to continue attacking, but Ye uses his skill again and destroys the mercenary's arm. Ming stares at the ruined limb and asks Ye if his mana consumption has already failed. Ye answers that, either way, he still has the advantage. Ming then repeats Ye's own words back to him, saying that just as he himself had claimed, even the most impossible puzzles have a solution, and perhaps Ye's weakness doesn't lie in combat, but somewhere outside of it. Ye glances back and sees his sister's teddy bear lying on the ground. He wonders when it fell. Seizing on the moment, Ye lowers his guard, Ming lunges forward, slams the protagonist's head into the ground, and says he shows no sympathy to anyone trying to stop him, even former teammates. He'll send them to hell without hesitation. Yet he adds that Ye is different from everyone else, because he still carries the morals of the living. Even knowing the person he's trying to protect is worthless trash, he still fights to protect them. Ming then asks how Ye would choose between the life of his sister and the director. Hearing this, Ye's eyes widen as he seizes on the word choose. That means his sister isn't dead. Ming releases him and asks when exactly he ever said she was. The teddy bear, he explains, was only a symbol to convince Ye he knew where she was. Laughing, he walks off, saying that girl isn't easy to kill, just like her brother. Ye, still confused, demands to know what Ming really means by that. Hours earlier, in another room, the sound of battle rang out. The mercenary fought one of the abyssal monsters, while two others held Ye Xiaozhou in their grasp. She cried, thinking she would never see her brother again. She remembered the mercenary telling her that if a monster attacked, he wouldn't help. Since she hadn't hired him, her life meant nothing to him. She also remembered her brother's joyful words, telling her he had found a well-paying job that would be enough to heal her legs, and that all she had to do was wait so she could stand again. With the tears in her eyes, she thought about not wanting to keep being a burden, not even to her own brother. Accepting death, she began to say goodbye, apologizing, but the will to live surged through her body. She begged the heavens to make her strong, even if only for a moment. Whispering please over and over, she opened her eyes and a strange energy overtook her. The monsters recoiled in fear at what appeared before them. She had awakened a new skill, Metamorphosis Master. She transformed into her teddy bear, only massive and monstrous. With a single strike, she could crush monsters as if they were nothing. While the mercenary struggled against the leader, he suddenly noticed the severed head of a monster land beside him. Turning, he saw that Ye Xiaozhou had also transformed into a beast. He muttered that those treated with abyssal cells often had a higher chance of awakening abilities, and that she must be one of those victims, just as another father had once said. Even as a monster, she continued crying and reached her hand out to him. He stayed on guard, fearing she might attack. After all, he had heard that those touched by the temptation of abyssal cells often lost their minds and became raging monsters. But Ye Xiaozhou spoke even in her monstrous form, asking what had happened, because she felt much taller than before and, more importantly, she could walk. She found it strange. Ming, shocked, asked if she truly hadn't gone insane and demanded to know her name. Sitting down beside him, still weeping, she said her name was Ye Xiaozhou. Relieved, he said she really was still herself. He led her to a reflective surface, and when she saw herself, she grew furious, crying out that she had turned into a giant teddy bear. The mercenary says he doesn't know whether to congratulate her or not for what happened. Ye Xiaozhou grows more desperate, screaming that she no longer looks human, feeling deeply ashamed at the thought of facing her brother in that form, and asking how she can return to normal and what she should do. Ming replies that she's starting to get really annoying and explains that the ability is hers, so there's no way he could know how she can transform or change back. He turns away and says it's fine if she doesn't want to keep traveling with him. Either way, he'll continue his mission and try to find that person. She hands him the teddy bear and asks that if he can deliver it to her brother, she would be very grateful. She also begs him to tell her brother that she might need some time to prepare herself mentally since she has never been as shocked as she is now. The mercenary takes the teddy bear and says that if he happens to meet her brother, he'll tell him that personally. Back in the present, the mercenary says that if they continue fighting, he would probably still have the advantage, but he would like to see the protagonist's true abilities. Still, they have no real reason to interfere in each other's path. The director suddenly asks if Ye Xiaozhou really isn't dead. The protagonist is still stunned by the doctor's unusual interest in his sister. Ming takes a deep breath and says that specifically, the doctor standing behind Ye is the one responsible for the dangerous situation his sister is in right now, because it was thanks to him that the abyss appeared. Some time ago, the girl's father spoke with Ming, saying that was the only plan he had left. He held the key tightly in his hand and explained that by using it to open any portal, all the power of the abyss would spread through the laboratory. But he made it clear that he needed to be sure a rescue team would come looking for Qingshan, ensuring that he would remain trapped inside forever, body and soul. Still consumed by anger, the father swore he would sink that idiot's research, and make him pay for the pain he had caused his daughter. He asked Ming if he understood the consequences he would face. The mercenary answered yes, because for him, nothing changed. The doctor, overhearing the conversation, asked if they were talking about Lin Shuyan, since they had already arranged a compensation plan for her and had dealt with her father. Qingshan sneered and said the girl was nothing but useless trash, spending more than she could afford and knowing nothing about maximizing profit. The protagonist grew irritated and asked if that meant his sister too was. The frightened doctor begged him not to misunderstand and explained that she had simply fallen into the abyss before he could help her. He tried to justify himself, saying that even if she was used in an experiment, it was her own choice, and if Ye was dissatisfied, he could be compensated. Standing up, he tried to calm the tension, claiming it didn't matter if she was alive or dead. Ye laughed with contempt and punched the doctor in the face, asking how he could speak so casually, thinking that a life could be bought with compensation. Qingshan fell to the ground, bleeding and trembling, not understanding. He asked why the protagonist wanted to save a cripple who couldn't even walk, saying he only used his weapon to maximize her potential. He insisted it was a small sacrifice for science and that, in the name of all the awakened, she should be proud. Ye lost control, consumed by rage. He activated his recycling ability, grabbed the doctor, and shouted that his sister was the only survivor of their entire family, something Qingshan would never understand. Qingshan began to fear for his life and said he didn't mean it, but the protagonist slammed him into the ground and walked toward him. Grabbing him, he said he was so worthless that even hell wouldn't accept him. Ye looked at Ming and threw the doctor back, saying that from now on that scum was his problem. The mercenary, controlling his lost arm, held the doctor's head and smiled, saying they finally agreed on something. The protagonist stepped through one of the portals, saying he only wanted to make sure his sister was safe and nothing else mattered. Ming stared at Qingshan and reminded him that a mercenary's role was to fulfill the paid mission, which meant the doctor would die there, as that was also the wish of his client. Desperate, Qingshan asked what the mission was and promised to pay double, begging him to reveal how much the old man had offered. Ming looked at him and replied that a person only had one life, so how could he pay double for that? The doctor didn't understand and asked what he meant. Ming smiled, looked toward the protagonist, and said that next time they would fight with everything. As Ye moved away, the doctor's screams echoed. Crossing the portal, his sister, still in the form of a teddy bear, appeared and asked if it was really him. Ye confirmed, apologized, and said he was sorry for taking so long. Xiao Zhou began trembling and answered that it was okay, that she should be the one apologizing for always dragging her brother into trouble. Even though she didn't want him to take risks, she confessed she wanted him always by her side. Crying, she heard her brother say everything was fine. There were no more monsters and she was safe. But Xiao Zhou denied it, saying he was wrong because there was still a monster right in front of him, and admitted that now she herself was that monster. In tears, she confessed that she had always hidden behind him, asking him to protect her forever, while at the same time hating herself for being like that. She said that even if she couldn't be a heroine like him, at least she could stand without the chair and no longer be a burden. She apologized again for having turned into something strange. Ye took a deep breath, approached, held his sister's hand and said that those people might look human, but inside they were no different from monsters. So even if someone looked like a monster on the outside, they could still have the heart of a little doll. Xiao Zhou was surprised and asked if he was referring to her. Ye laughed and confirmed, saying he dealt with monsters almost every day and knew very well what a monster was, so he could state with certainty that she was not one. He noticed something, looked to the side, and remarked that it seemed his sister had become quite strong, asking if it was her who had done that. Xiao Zhou stood up, excited and confirmed, explaining that when she transformed, she ended up defeating them all. Ye feigned surprise and asked if it was with a single punch, emphasizing that she was really strong. Relieved, feeling pure and accepted after being treated kindly by her brother, the girl's body began to shine until suddenly she returned to human form and fell sitting on the ground. Confused, she asked what was happening and how she had returned to normal. Ye approached and explained that spells required mana, and when it ran out, the effect faded, revealing the original form. He assured her she was not a monster, only had an ability. When she took the bear form, she could walk freely, as that was the power of the shapeshifter class. He smiled and congratulated her, saying that now she too had the Abyss's abilities and could manage on her own. Xiao Zhou's eyes sparkled, and excitedly she asked if that was really true, wanting to know if she could now be like him. Ye put her back in the wheelchair and said no, because he would not allow her to take risks. Surprised, she changed the subject and asked if he had met anyone while he was there. Ye asked who she meant, and she tried to imitate the mercenary, saying he looked a lot like her brother. Laughing, she said the man had mentioned wanting to meet him because of the similarities between them. Ye asked if she was serious, but Xiao Zhou insisted, repeating the phrase the mercenary had said, "He must be just as hard to kill as I am." The two went together toward the portal, and Ye remarked that maybe he wouldn't be friends with someone like that. The next day, Ye slept peacefully until the sound of his phone woke him. He answered and heard a voice complaining about not having seen him for 2 days since the job at the public market. The person grumbled, saying the boss had commented that Ye had decided to work alone with only that blood guy, and asked how he had the nerve to do that. Ye got up and apologized to his uncle, explaining that he was desperate for money and needed something with faster returns. His uncle asked if he was still collecting, and Ye confirmed, saying he was still a collector. The man shouted, saying Ye was still young and inexperienced, and that worried him. However, since Ye had found a new job, he said he could feel more at ease, but warned him to be careful, reminding him that his sister still needed him. Ye replied that he understood and thanked him for the concern. Suddenly, the phone rang again, and a notification surprised Ye. He had received a transfer of 2,400,000 from Shingrun. He commented that he had expected something like that from a noblewoman, as fast as she was. Opening the message, he saw she had written that she sold everything in her own name and asked him not to forget to thank her. Delighted with the amount, Ye smiled to himself, acknowledging that he really had used her name. After all, with her reputation, no one would doubt the authenticity of the items. The night before, the two had met in a private place. Ye had poured out all the arsenal he had managed to gather, leaving Shingrun surprised, who asked where he had been to return with so many valuable materials. He disguised it, saying he'd just gone into the abyss to collect. Shingrun pressed him to tell the truth, but Ye answered that he no longer had any use for high-class items, so he had simply gathered them. She laughed and asked if he was still a level 1 collector, calling it shameful. Yet, observing his body, she noticed he had grown a little. Ye admitted he had been through a lot and was now more mature. Shingrun analyzed and concluded that the collector profession was new, not yet officially recognized at the Great Profession Exchange Table, so it was impossible to level up, but still possible to get stronger. Ye joked that he was just a guy picking up trash, but it made sense that he could get stronger that way. Shingrun then asked if he wanted to go to the World Committee and take the Hunter's test, since he needed a legal justification for the things he had brought from the Abyss. He asked Shingrun if, by getting the Hunter's certificate, he would then be able to enter the Abyss as an official hunter. Shingrun confirmed and explained that, until now, he had been sneaking in illegally and could be arrested if caught. She emphasized that the test was meant to persuade the instructor and convince him that, even as just level 1, he deserved to be recognized as a hunter. With a smile, she added that she truly believed in his ability and suggested recommending him to ensure his success. Ye was suspicious and asked if that was really possible. Shingrun replied in front of everyone that they should say she was the one who had found those items. Her bodyguard confirmed with an "understood." Shingrun continued, saying Ye had helped her a lot and that because of that she was indebted to him. Ye got up from the bed and began to walk, thinking that, in truth, it was he who now owed her something. As he walked through the room, he bumped into something, and upon looking at the floor, realized it was a delivery. His sister appeared, saying that, since he didn't even have a kitchen, the least she could do was buy him a meal box. Ye remarked that she had woken up early, and Xiao Zhou replied that of course she had. After all, it was her first day back, and she didn't want to just lie in bed all the time. He sits at the table, starts eating, and asks how her leg is. Xiao Zhou explains that since the previous night, her body has been changing little by little, and now she can move, standing up from the chair. Ye almost chokes, rushes over to her, and asks if she really evolved that much in just one night. She sits back down and says she was afraid of turning into a huge bear and breaking the house, so she focused the magic only on her legs. Ye scolds her, saying she doesn't need to rush so much and shouldn't push herself for nothing. Xiao Zhou says she understands and promises to be careful, believing that soon she'll be able to stand for real, assuring him she isn't forcing herself beyond her limits. Ye gets ready, opens the door, and insists she shouldn't hurry. Seeing that her brother is leaving, Xiao Zhou asks where he's going. He replies that he needs to take care of something, but will be back soon. Upset, she points out that it's the weekend. Ye just says that unfortunately he has to work anyway and closes the door. Alone, Xiao Zhou wonders if maybe he's going to see some woman, imagining it could even be his girlfriend. On the deck of a building, Ye observes a group gathered in front of another building, all ready and equipped, which makes him uneasy and questioning why that job is so competitive. Someone approaches from behind and asks if he's also there for the test and which hunter team he'd like to join. When Ye turns around, he discovers it's Zhou Tong, equally surprised to see him there. The two comment that they hadn't arranged anything. Zhou Tong asks if Ye is really going to take the hunter's test, which means he never had the certificate. Ye explains that only now did he decide to take it since he finally managed to save enough money as the test isn't cheap. Then he asks what his friend is doing there since he already has the certificate. They walk together, and Ye asks how he's been. Zhou Tong says he followed his advice and practiced hand-to-hand combat, but even so the certificate hasn't helped, as the hunting groups believe he only wants experience and won't accept him. That's why he needs to prove he's a good fighter. He smiles and wishes Ye good luck, saying that if he gets the certificate, things will be easy for him. Ye thanks him and agrees, really hoping that's true. In the middle of the crowd, some people fight for space, telling others to move aside. A well-dressed man appears, complaining about having to wait in line for the certificate. Two men clear the way by shouting, asking if the others know who he is, declaring that he's their boss and that he awakened a divine job. They threaten that if anyone annoys him, they'll lose their life. Ye hears that and is confused, wondering about this divine job, since so far he only knew of one, Shingren, the Divine Knight. Besides her knight abilities, she could use ice magic, summon shields, and heal, having much greater evolution potential than other jobs even as an S-class. Ye comments to himself that he'll be registered right after that man. Jo Tong, annoyed, asks why that guy walks around with his chin up when he just got lucky. The man, as always, causes trouble. He goes to one of the workers there and demands the certificate immediately. The person takes a deep breath and asks what certificate he's talking about. The man arrogantly replies that he's God's chosen, so obviously not a clerk's certificate, but rather the all-in-one certificate. People farther back mutter that he's crazy for asking for such a certificate, but someone points out that since he's the chosen one, it makes sense for him to want to meet all requirements at once. His bootlickers start shouting, asking what the others are looking at, saying their boss is incredible while everyone else is trash. At that moment, a woman approaches and asks if he's really that amazing. The self-proclaimed chosen one trembles with excitement at seeing her and says he never imagined such a beautiful woman would take the exam, inviting her to his team. She immediately rejects him, saying she would never join someone like him. The man insists stupidly, telling her not to say that, claiming he's chosen, a good fighter, and even hinting they could fight in bed. Annoyed, the woman unleashes a massive explosion that blasts him away. He screams in pain, catches fire, and his friends run to help him. Desperate, he shouts, asking what that was, saying everyone taking the test are beginners and asking where she got that kind of power. Still furious, the woman says they have no idea who they're messing with. Jo Tong watches, impressed by her strength. The protagonist comments that an instant explosion isn't something to be taken lightly. The woman keeps mocking, calling the chosen one trash, and saying that just by looking at his filthy face, it's obvious he can't be what he claims. The man, consumed by rage, curses the woman, saying she humiliated him in front of everyone and that she'd pay for it. At that moment, someone touches his shoulder. Angry, he turns around ready to tell the person to shut up, thinking they're looking for death. But when he looks back, he sees Ye's aura like that of a true demon, and he's startled to hear Ye's calm voice explaining that there are examiners watching, and that if he keeps using his abilities carelessly, he'll end up in serious trouble. The man swallows hard, says he understands, and begins sweating cold, unable to believe what he just felt, as Ye's aura was terrifying. One of the examiners approaches and declares that using abilities in public is strictly prohibited. Ye asks him to stay calm, saying everyone seems stressed that day. The woman walks up to the examiner and apologizes, explaining that the man kept provoking her. The examiner warns her that if she breaks the rules again, she'll be arrested immediately. Then he asks what her job is and which certificate she's applying for. She explains that she's a fire elementalist and is applying for the magical damage dealer certificate. The examiner takes out a crystal and, because of the confusion, asks her to place her hand on it. She focuses and transfers her energy to the crystal. The examiner is surprised, saying she has an abnormally high strength rating. Then he adds that due to the increase of problems in the abyss caused by unregistered hunters, security has been reinforced, and asks her to come with him. Worried and also a little annoyed, she tries to redo the test politely and calmly, saying there must have been some mistake. She places her hand on the crystal again, this time more controlled. The examiner, confused, comments that now the crystal reacts normally. The woman laughs, celebrates, and announces that she passed. Ye watches from afar and mutters to himself that it's very strange, as she suddenly turned into a completely different person. Jo Tong, worried, comments that the next person to be investigated is probably, but Ye interrupts him, asking for silence. The examiner announces that the joking is over and asks who will be next. Jo Tong insists that with Ye's strength, he will certainly pass the test. The protagonist raises his hand, saying he's next, and walks up to the table. The examiner asks which certificate he's applying for, and Ye answers that it's for the full certificate. Confused, the examiner asks what his job is, since only God's chosen usually request that kind of certification. Ye reveals that he's a level 1 collector. Immediately, the awakened around him start laughing and mocking, calling him trash and despising his profession. Jo Tong defends him, telling everyone to shut up, and reminding them that if Ye wanted, he could crush them with just one hand. Ye then tells the examiner he only wants a function suitable for his team, so he can handle any situation, and asks if that's a problem. The examiner admits that technically it's possible, but asks if Ye knows what the tests for the full certificate are. Surprised, Ye asks if there really is a test. The examiner yells to confirm. A woman at the front watches curiously and wonders if collector is some new job. The examiner explains that all applicants must gather and enter the abyss in a group to complete missions. However, by applying for the full certificate, Ye will have to do everything alone. Even a mission considered simple becomes nearly impossible to complete by just one person. That's why he says Ye is digging his own grave. Ye looks at the board and asks if completing all the abyss missions really grants the certificate. The examiner answers that those missions are reserved for experienced hunters, and that if a rookie attempts them, it's basically suicide. He throws the crystal to Ye and says that with that level of arrogance, he must either be an idiot or a master in disguise. Then he asks him to touch the crystal. Ye holds it, but nothing happens. The examiner is stunned and concludes that he must just be an idiot. The other awakened keep mocking, telling Zhou Tong that his friend is nothing but a joke, and that trying to enter the abyss without magic is the same as wanting to die. Ye takes the key and asks if there's anything else he needs to know before entering. People around him wonder if he's really going to do this, thinking he's way too stubborn. The examiner says that if he wants to die, they won't be responsible, and explains that there's a tool that blocks teleportation, so the use of the key is necessary. Zhou Tong runs up to Ye and wishes for him to return safely. The thug from before interrupts, asking them to wait, and runs to the portal, outraged that someone like Ye could challenge such a difficult dungeon. He demands the same key, wanting to try too. The examiner apologizes, explaining there's only one key per difficulty, and that if he wants that one, he'll have to wait for the next round. The man insists, asking if he can go along with Ye, but the protagonist refuses to form a team. The examiner questions if they're suggesting entering together to compete. One of the guards comments that although the rules forbid forming groups, nothing stops them from competing. The examiner warns both of them and declares that the contest will be decided by whoever comes out with the boss's reward. That will be the true winner. He emphasizes they can't secretly cooperate because the dungeon's difficulty increases exponentially with more than one person. In that case, it becomes nightmare level, which is why they only allow solo entry. 2 people inside means stronger monsters and unexpected special enchantments. He reinforces that even though the company controls most of the abyss, abnormal circumstances like this bring infinite possibilities. After explaining, he asks if they still want to challenge the dungeon together. Ye thinks the examiner is probably referring to elite monsters with special enchantments. Some increase health or attack, others grant immunity to certain blows, or can only be defeated with specific mechanisms, things he has seen before. The thug leader laughs and claims he has the strongest items, so those dungeons are easy for him. The protagonist analyzes the situation and admits to himself that the man has a point, since he clearly carries only high-class items that grant powerful buffs. The equipment is clearly well enchanted, and even a rookie can greatly boost potential with them. That's the advantage of being a true pay-to-win hunter. The examiner notices Ye's silence and asks what he's thinking. Ye replies that he doesn't care about any of that because all he wants is his certificate. Deep down, he's pleased, because if the dungeon really has become nightmare level and contains rare monsters, then he'll have valuable corpses to collect. Zhou Tong warns him not to tempt fate, reminding him that if he enters a crazy dungeon where the boss room appears randomly or one that nullifies magic, he won't be able to handle those debuffs. Ye tells him not to worry, saying that the thug has excellent armor and they can take advantage of it if necessary. The so-called God's Chosen turns to him and reminds him that they're competitors, saying that if Ye dies inside, he won't lift a finger to help, since only one can pass the test. Ye tosses him the key and says that if he's so excited, he can open the door since he trusts the luck of a chosen one. The man grabs the key and starts laughing, saying the protagonist finally recognized his place. He runs to the abyss and opens the entrance, boasting that everyone calls him God's Hand. The system immediately announces that the abyss has risen to nightmare level. Monster count increased by 300%, their health by 150%, their damage by 70%. Nightmare Land Effect. Active monsters increased by 300%. Nightmare Land Effect. All healing inside the dungeon reduced by 75%. In addition, potion effects are shortened. The Chosen One panics, asking what kind of debuffs those are. Trembling, he complains that he prepared dozens of potions to clear the dungeon, but now they're useless. Ye observes and thinks it's not just the potions that lost effectiveness. All forms of healing are drastically reduced. His own abilities with the man-eating plant overload and soul harvesting would also be ineffective. The worst would be the consequences of activating Berserker mode, with even greater damage and real risk of death. He concludes that he'll need to be very careful. The Chosen One keeps complaining, saying he bought the largest bag possible just to carry potions, but now he'll have to set them aside. Putting on his armor, he says it doesn't matter, because it will be enough to crush any monster, and that the protagonist just has to wait and see. Confident, he charges forward, shouting that he'll be the first. Another system alert pops up. One more member joined, and the difficulty increased even further, transforming into a special nightmare level. From outside, the entrance color changes, and the system announces that it's now a legendary challenge with a legendary monster inside the dungeon. It doesn't have a designated room, and defeating it will grant legendary rewards. The examiner is stunned and shouts that it's a legendary mutation. He explains that even with a luck stat above 300, the chance of this happening is only 0.01%. He wonders how much luck that guy has and orders the guards to immediately notify the higher-ups and request reinforcements without delay. The others, about to start their own challenges, stop in front of their portals, shocked. Zhou Tong, before his easy-level portal, raises his sword and reminds himself that he needs to hurry. Looking at the entrance he had just entered, he sees the drastic change and, worried, only wishes for his friend to return safely. Inside the dungeon, the Chosen One is still bragging, saying that right upon entering, they came across a huge house, almost like his 2,000 square meter mansion. In front of it, two statues remain motionless. The idiot keeps muttering, mocking those statues and claiming his front yard is much better. The protagonist calmly interrupts, saying that this is the boss room. The God's Chosen keeps his arrogant posture, asking what Ye is talking about, since they had barely entered the abyss and were already facing the boss room. The two statues begin to move, and the system announces Immortals, extremely fast attacks capable of causing permanent bleeding, along with overwhelming strength. Ye braces himself for battle, thinking this was obvious. After all, statues like these carry all four attributes of a nightmare-level dungeon, making them incredibly hard to face. He quickly reasons he could summon his spiders to the front to draw aggro and then use his speed advantage to move from behind. Knights of Purity have heavy armor in the front, but their weakness lies in the back. That's why he cannot activate Berserker mode now. He needs to aim directly at their vulnerabilities. Ye focuses on summoning his spiders, but the God's Chosen interrupts, ruining his plan. The man charges forward, yelling that the statues must die, calling them trash, and making it clear he won't let Ye claim the boss reward. He leaps toward the statues, boasting that he'll show why he's called the Crushing King. Ye watches and thinks that at this rate, that fool is already done for. One statue reacts immediately. It swings violently, hitting the Chosen squarely and smashing him against the ground with brutal force. Trembling in pain, he complains that the statues hit way too hard, thinking they'd go easy since it was only the start. Ye notes his state and realizes the armor seems to be accumulating defense. But even so, it's a miracle it didn't break after the impact. Suddenly, Ye feels killing intent behind him. Turning, he sees the other statue already moving, targeting his back. He dodges quickly but realizes the statue is now fully focused on him, shattering his initial strategy. He leaps to counterattack, but the statue tracks his movement, striking even while he's airborne. Ye keeps dodging, but the statue accelerates. Its blows almost impossible to evade. As he evades, he remembers the system's warning. The Knights of Purity's attacks cause permanent bleeding, meaning even the smallest cut here could be fatal. While Ye fights, the Chosen starts getting hit by falling rocks caused by the clash. He yells in protest, asking why he's being struck if the statue is fighting Ye. The protagonist shouts back that the Knight of Purity doesn't care about that, and if he doesn't want to get hit, he should hide in a corner. Outraged, the man yells, "How dare Ye call him a burden?" claiming he just slipped. The statue shifts its attack pattern, and the system announces, Knight of Valor, immovable armored defense, destructive power. Ye dodges, realizing this strike was designed to shatter defenses, especially effective against tanks. Seeing the danger, he uses his spiritual dash and manages to escape again. The Chosen stands and charges once more, saying Ye is struggling too much, and that he'll finish it quickly. But his attacks have no effect since he insists on striking the statue from the front. Ye observes and thinks at least the guy helps relieve some pressure, so he's not completely useless. Still, the bigger issue is that they're facing two bosses at once, and it would take a full hunting team's coordination to defeat them. The Chosen is struck again and flung back, groaning in pain. Ye analyzes and concludes that he really is a tanker, since he can still stand after two blows that could have killed anyone else. Even so, it only makes the monster angrier. Suddenly, the statue releases a strange energy, spreading suffocating pressure across the area. The system announces, Taunt ability activated. The target can only damage the provoker, and all homing spells are automatically redirected to it. Ye feels uneasy, realizing this is a huge problem. He mutters that they can't focus only on one enemy since the other, even bigger one, also has to be dealt with at the same time. At that moment, one of the statues charges at him with full force. Ye dodges and counterattacks, stabbing the statue's arm with his dagger, but a notification immediately appears. Armored defense reduced damage by 95%. Ye can't believe a direct hit did nothing, frustrated to realize his weapon had no effect. The Chosen keeps attacking wildly, but can't understand why these enemies are so different from the Abyss's usual monsters, since normally any creature would fall in 1 or 2 strikes. The second statue starts moving, and Ye realizes this is bad. He dodges and runs toward the Chosen, shouting at him, saying he dumped all his skill points into defense without any offensive power, asking how someone like that managed to level up without attack. The man retorts that he spent plenty, but his skills helped him. At that moment, the statue seizes the opening and charges. Ye yells at him, calling him an idiot and warning him not to get distracted mid-battle. The Chosen tries to run but trips on a stone, sliding near Ye. The protagonist glares with disdain and explains that his fighting style is agile and doesn't fit with that heavy armor at all, since it completely limits his movements. The man replies that no one had ever told him that, since he always let others finish fights for him. It's clear now that Wu Sangxie, the conglomerate's heir, had simply paid his way up by hiring others to power level him. He doesn't know how to fight. He just stacks defense, thinking that as long as he doesn't die, he can win. The statue attacks again, and Ye has to shove Wu Sangxie aside, saving him at the last second, and sternly scolds him, saying the Abyss was never a playground, but a place where people trade blood and sweat to feed their families. Ye starts running and concludes that if cuts don't work, he'll need another method: brute force. He gains momentum, leaps at incredible speed, and lands a direct punch on the statue, nearly knocking it down. Aloud, he declares this is the tactic of the poor, empty hands. Wu Sangxie is dumbfounded, shouting that Ye managed to push back an armored creature with his bare hands, proving he really can wound those statues. The second statue strikes, but Ye dodges and counters again, punching it square in the face. A notification appears. Critical hit to weak point, status effect applied. Even Ye is surprised, thinking luck must have influenced the result. The system confirms critical hits on weak points have a chance to apply status effects according to the luck attribute. Taking advantage of the lowered guard, the statue strikes brutally, slicing Ye in half. Wu Sangxie panics, believing the protagonist has been torn apart, but the body turns into a nightmare of blood, and the real Ye emerges behind, saying it's just the same as always. He evaluates the situation, realizing the Chosen's DPS is far too low to keep the monster pressured, and as a tank, he also can't withstand enough hits. For Ye, this was expected, since he never counted on Wu Sangxie putting in any real effort here. Even so, he concludes he'll need to control the entire flow of the battle himself. The two statues charge together, and Ye orders Wu Sangxie to flee. The man obeys immediately and hides in a corner. Ye restarts the fight, leaping and weaving through simultaneous attacks. He gains momentum from the ceiling and strikes from behind, landing another critical blow that nearly destroys one statue in a single hit. The second lunges, but Ye evades again, giving it no room until he finds an opening and punches its leg. Wu Sangxie watches in shock, realizing Ye avoided all the most protected areas and struck only weak points, showing a technique sharper than any expert he had ever hired. Pointing at him, he asks how Ye, being a novice, can fight like that. Ye replies that while he is technically a novice, having just been classified, years of excavation teams and fighting monsters to the brink gave him enough experience to evolve once he gained his class. He explains that his enhanced physique multiplies all the senses he trained with blood and sweat, hundreds of times over, always facing death head-on. Wu Sangxie retorts that Ye is overcomplicating things, asking if it wouldn't be simpler just to use better gear. Ye answers that gear is nothing but disposable tools, replaced every level, while his true and supreme equipment is his own body, which only grows stronger. At that moment, more statues appear and the system announces, Berserker mode activated, attack speed greatly increased, each strike empowers the next, and every physical damage received reflects an equivalent amount on the attacker. Ye glares at the situation and declares that the only supreme equipment he carries is a body that never stops growing stronger. The protagonist grows irritated upon realizing that even more mechanical monsters surround them. On top of that, their damage reflection ability means melee attacks bounce back, making it impossible to fight them up close. Because of this, they can only strike at the spikes from a distance. Wu Sangxie rushes over to Ye and says it's finally his time to shine. He tells the protagonist not to assume that, just because he's a dual swordsman, he only knows how to fight with blades. He also masters magic, and a monster that can only be hit from afar is the perfect stage for him. Wu Sangxie starts gathering energy in his hands, shouting that he can conjure something amazing, like lightning arrows. While he shows off, Ye ignores him and charges forward, casting a powerful fire spell that explodes right in the giant statue's face. Wu Sangxie is stunned as the statue collapses. Ye analyzes that resistance to all elements decreases when the spike is active, making it easier to land critical hits. He continues his assault, unleashing another huge blast of flames that destroys another statue, sending its head rolling to Wu Sangxia's feet, leaving him shocked at such strength. Shouting, he asks if that was a level 3 fire spell, and cast without chanting. Just an instant explosion of flames. He demands to know if the protagonist is hiding something, since physical classes shouldn't be able to learn elemental magic. Ye, however, keeps ignoring him and moves on to the next enemy. The statue swings at him, but he dodges. Suddenly, the system alerts that the spikes have been activated and started reflecting damage, causing the statue itself to crumble. Wu Sangxie watches in awe, saying that using the spikes as a counterattack was a technique he never expected. At that moment, another statue tries to strike Ye, who panics because his spiritual dash is still on cooldown and there's no time to dodge. He quickly activates another card and summons a shield, determined to withstand the hit. The blow is devastating. The shield shatters instantly and Ye is thrown back. As he recovers, he thinks that the knight's attacks are truly formidable, able to pinpoint and strike even weak spots in players, stronger than any elite monster he has ever fought. If his body didn't have high enough attributes, that single strike would have killed him. The statue charges again and Ye shouts that the knight's attack speed will only increase until it lands a hit. Otherwise, it will never slow down. He understands that this is the knight cult's mechanic. The more you resist, the more inevitable the strike becomes. So he clenches his teeth and decides to face it head-on, proving that this truly deserves to be called a brutal, hell-rank mechanism. The protagonist grips his dagger and prepares to fight, leaving Wu Sangxia confused and yelling if he's gone mad, asking if he's some kind of idiot to want to clash head-on with that thing. If he wants to die, now is not the time. But Ye ignores him, gathers fire, and blasts another explosion at the statue, making it even angrier. It tries to hit him, but he dodges again and yells that he's not trying to kill himself. Ye activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, thinking he needs to be faster and stronger, and his recycling ability starts manifesting. Wu Sangxie can't understand how someone can possess so many skills. The hands of the underworld grab the statue, but the system warns that living beings can't be recycled. The enraged statue bursts free from the spectral hands. Ye seizes the opening and charges, activating Carnage Berserker mode. While in this state, he becomes unstoppable. His physical attacks pierce some of the enemy's immunities, but he constantly loses life as the price. Bleeding from his eyes, Ye rushes forward, screaming at the statue that it's time to see who is truly stronger. He lands a direct strike on its eye. The system announces a critical hit, an armor-breaking blow to its weak point. He keeps attacking, shouting that he has enough time to destroy that trash before his life runs out. A notification appears. Only 20 seconds of life remain. The protagonist presses on, but the statue manages to hit him, slamming him to the ground. His instant self-heal automatically triggers but also heals the statue. Trembling on the ground, Ye realizes his furious assault only drained 70% of the monster's health. The boss's traits keep stacking as the battle drags on, and if he doesn't end it quickly, he'll be facing an even stronger boss with more buffs. He gets back up, unleashing even more power, thinking that if he stops fighting, he'll die. If he gives up, he'll die. If he hesitates, he'll die too. He releases the second stage of Berserker, gambling the rest of his life. A massive murderous aura fills the place as he screams that he won't let all his effort be wasted, that he'll use these 7 seconds for a strike so powerful, it will wipe the statue out in one blow. The system warns that the double life loss buff cut the duration down to 7 seconds. The statue tries to strike, but he smashes its hand like it was nothing and keeps advancing, delivering a devastating blow that destroys it completely. Wu Sangxie, stunned, shouts if, for a moment, the protagonist really surpassed the boss in physical strength, or if it was just his imagination. Ye walks on as if nothing happened, and Wu Sangxie, utterly terrified by the true monster in that room, admits to himself that for an instant he considered challenging that man. The system congratulates him for defeating the 2 Guardian Knights and announces that the portal trial is complete. The Abyss difficulty debuff is lifted, but Ye's current life drops to 10%, finally allowing potion use for recovery. Without wasting time, he gulps down potion after potion until he's fully healed, letting out a nervous laugh and saying he almost died again. Then he looks at the shattered statue bodies and mutters into the void that it's been a while since his last proper meal. Smiling, he orders his skill to begin the feast, and the 2 monsters are swiftly devoured by the void. Wu Sangxie, still shaken by everything he witnessed, recognizes those same monstrous hands from before and watches as the knights' bodies are consumed. He thinks the protagonist is truly devouring the boss's corpses, with no mistake, and concludes those tentacles can only belong to an extremely bizarre class ability, something he has never seen before. As he watches, a chill runs down his spine at the realization that the man before him is far scarier than the abyss itself. The system notifies that recycling is complete and a new skill card has been obtained. Multiple blade strikes requiring a sword-type weapon. It unleashes a flurry of cuts in an instant, and the number of attacks increases with proficiency. If a target is hit, the next strike's speed rises, and the more consecutive hits, the higher the critical chance. Ye comments that this is the signature technique of the Sword of the Pure Knight, exactly what he expected from recycling. The system continues and announces another card obtained, Roar of Courage, requiring a shield equipped and provoking target monsters, forcing them to attack the user. If the user is under a debuff, one of them is randomly transferred to one of the provoked enemies. The protagonist notes that even though it's a shield-based skill, the ability to transfer abnormal statuses makes it extremely useful, so he decides to keep it for now. Wu Sangxie remains terrified, saying those two giants were devoured in an instant, and aside from the bloodstains scattered across the battlefield, no trace remains of their existence. As he speaks, something begins to shine above his head. He looks up, startled, and runs back as a box falls to the ground. The system notifies that an equipment item must be inserted, as the knight's souls will merge with it, with a chance to create a new random piece of gear. Ye recognizes the phenomenon and says, "This is the legendary Abyss reward event, known for its extremely low chances of occurring." He recalls hearing his former team leader mention that once, after a full Abyss room clear, a similar forged altar appeared, marking the start of a rare reward event. Wu Sangxi approaches, saying that this is indeed one of the rarest reward events the Abyss can offer. Ye reflects that the stacked difficulty modifiers boosted his chances thanks to his extremely high luck attribute, turning a low probability event into something practically guaranteed. He grips his dagger with a faint smile, commenting that the harder one works, the more unexpected rewards come, and decides to test the ritual with that old starter dagger. Wu Sangxie immediately scolds him, saying he should use his best gear, and asks if he at least owns any purple-grade weapon or armor. Ye replies that the only weapon he can use right now is exactly that starter one, since he usually sells any equipment that requires a level higher than one. Wu Sangxie is left speechless, realizing he had momentarily forgotten the most important detail. The protagonist is still only level 1. That means he fought all those overwhelmingly powerful enemies without even possessing any high-level equipment. Ye then offers the dagger to the altar, saying he has no other choice and that he'll strengthen that weapon anyway. The dagger begins to be enchanted, and the system notifies that there are chances of failure depending on luck attribute and the weapon's base level. Condition detected. Level 1.0, weapon type, dagger. Estimated success rate, 200%. Ye's eyes widen, unable to believe it's possible to exceed 100% like that. Another notification appears asking if he wants to execute the enchanted transformation command with the knight's soul, informing him that the weapon type will change to longsword. He confirms. The system announces the enchantment was successful and congratulates him, saying his weapon has been upgraded to legendary grade. Ya looks at his new weapon in awe until the notification displays the name Trash Sword. He laughs, saying the appearance and quality are so good that it must indeed be legendary. The attribute screen appears. Trash Sword, durability 50 out of 50, attack 30. A shining sword but impractical, incredibly disappointing. Yet its uniqueness lies in being a one-of-a-kind, legendary trash item, required level 1. Right after, another sword appears. Trash Sword, durability 50 out of 50, attack 30. A replica of the original, equally useless but also a unique, legendary trash item of required level 1. Ye holds both swords and smiles, saying it's not bad at all. In fact, he likes them. Wu Sangxie watches in disbelief, asking if that really counts as trash. He starts laughing, saying the stats are ridiculous, and that even luck-based things have bad days. The protagonist replies that it may be trash for him, but for someone who knows how to use it, they're perfect. Wu Sangxie, unconvinced, asks if he has really never seen god-grade equipment. Ye doesn't answer, instead throwing one of the swords forward and with a gesture commands it to return. The void swallows it and places it back into his hand. Smiling, Ye calmly asks whether weapons that can be retrieved infinitely aren't basically god-grade equipment that only he can use. Wu Sangxi is completely bewildered, wondering if Ye's skill is precisely to use trash swords to grow stronger. He notes that the protagonist doesn't seem to care at all about the concept of god grade and concludes, half-shocked, that maybe Ye is actually the god of trash himself. The protagonist walks up to the altar again and remarks that even the altar of a master forger should be considered precious residue worth keeping. With a faint smile, he orders the void to reclaim it. Within seconds, the altar is swallowed, and the system notifies that recovery was successful. A new card appears in his hand. Master Forger's Altar. He can now summon the altar at any time. Yi celebrates, saying this is perfect since the reward event is now reusable. He plans to enhance his trash swords as soon as he gets new materials, adding that even if one fails or breaks, he can simply recover it using his skill, what he calls the most broken part of trash swords. Laughing, he comments that he was tired of his old daggers and that it's time to try new weapons. Wu Sanxie watches, increasingly stunned, realizing the protagonist intends to fight wielding 2 longswords at once. He approaches and tries to warn him, explaining that using 2 weapons he doesn't master comes with huge penalties. Attack speed drops, accuracy decreases, and damage is severely reduced. That's precisely why most players specialize in a single combat style when changing class. Still, he thinks that if Ye truly masters this method and raises his proficiency, he might have a chance to overturn any battle. Ye opens the weapon panel and the system displays a notification. When wielding 2 weapons, attack speed and accuracy are reduced by 50%. The system then asks if he wants to spend 10 BP points to evolve dual-wield proficiency to grade D. Ye widens his eyes, surprised to discover it's possible to spend BP to accelerate skill learning. He quickly realizes that BP obtained from trash equipment isn't only for repairs but also for raising proficiency, an extremely advantageous discovery. Calculating, he sees he can spend 10 points for grade D, 20 for C, 30 for B, and 40 for A. Taking a deep breath, he decides to go straight to the top, evolving everything at once. Wu Sanxie watches in shock as the system begins showing a sequence of notifications. Dual wielding increased to grade C, to grade B, to grade A, to grade S. Yes smiles with satisfaction, holding both swords and declaring that his beginner's practice in dual wielding will already start at S proficiency. Wu Sanxie can't believe what he's seeing. Then the two start walking again through the abyss, and Ye calmly comments that the challenges of that room are all complete, so a new portal should appear any moment. Wu Sanxie looks at Ye and with a weary sigh says he's just decided. He's giving up on this run. He turns and starts walking toward the exit, muttering that if he had known it would be this hard, he would never have put in so much effort for such a high difficulty abyss. He insists he still has plenty of money outside and doesn't need to risk himself here, where any mistake could mean death. As he walks away, the environment begins to shake and the system issues a red alert. Extreme danger warning. Combat mode activated. Ye feels his body chill and immediately senses something wrong with the mist spreading across the hall. Once he realizes what's about to happen, he shouts desperately for Wu Sanxie to get out immediately, saying it's far too dangerous. At the last second, the protagonist tries to pull him away but laments being one step too late. One of Wu Sanxie's arms is struck by the mist and instantly disintegrates. Ye analyzes the situation coldly, wondering if this was a trap. After all, Wu Sanxie's defenses, which even the Guardian Knights couldn't break, were sliced like paper. He concludes that the portal's approval was only an appetizer, and the true boss wasn't the 2 knights, but rather what they had been desperately guarding. The mist shifts form, and a deafening sound echoes through the chamber. A new portal opens in the center of the abyss, releasing a crushing energy. Yi braces for battle and blocks the first wave of mist, dispersing it with a strike. But when he looks again, he sees something moving in the core. A massive creature begins to emerge, and the system announces, Boss identified, Black Elven King Damasther. Attributes, gravity control, total immunity, lethal drain, anti-magic strike, fearsome hunt, tide prison. Wu Sanxie, panicked, tries to flee, but the Elf King detects him and charges with absurd speed. Yi reacts instantly, moving to intercept the attack. He thinks that with his S-rank proficiency and 2 swords, he can raise his attack speed and, along with his dagger, maintain a furious combo to draw the boss's attention. At the last instant, he manages to block the strike, saving Wu Sanxie's life and activating multiple blade strikes, shouting for the monster to focus on him. But the system displays a new message. Ineffective attack. Target is in locked focus state. Damage can only be dealt by the current target. Ye's eyes widen in disbelief as the Elf King simply ignores him and keeps chasing Wu Sanxie. Desperate, Ye tries to intervene again but realizes the boss is about to attack with full force, about to cut its target in half. Outside, Wu Sanxie's 2 companions guarding the entrance watch the monitoring panel. One comments that apparently one participant has died, since only 1 life signal remains. The chubby one laughs and asks if he means that cocky newbie who went in with him. He shakes his head, laughing loudly, saying it's no surprise that Abyss is meant for level 30 or higher players, and on legendary difficulty at that. For a level 1 beginner, surviving there on luck alone is simply impossible. The man adds that at least the protagonist found an abyss with a legendary creature, which gives his death some value. After all, when the HQ Hunter squad arrives, they'll handle the creature. If God's chosen one survives, they can charge a hefty rescue fee, since he seems to be someone very rich. The other man adds that only legendary creatures drop legendary runes, and everyone desires one of those since they're essential for ordinary people to even step into that circle. Nobody would give up such a thing willingly. Inside the abyss, the system notifies again that Death Drain has been activated. Damaster has just eliminated someone and his power has increased. The Elven King turns to the side, now focusing on the protagonist. Yes smiles, saying he doesn't know if this is good or bad since Damaster's attention is finally on him. But now the enemy is even stronger, making the fight tougher. The protagonist apologizes to Wu Sangxie, saying he'll have to borrow his body for a while. The void begins to swallow his companion's body, and the system announces that he has learned Two-Handed Sword Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Disarm, and Meteor Strike. He comments that skipping classes to learn dual swordsman techniques directly at S-rank proficiency should be enough to master nearly all of them. Preparing to fight, he orders the elf to move already. With incredible speed, the boss catches the protagonist off guard. He tries to defend, but his swords are repelled, and the strike turns his body into a nightmare of blood. Damaster doesn't understand what just happened until he notices the protagonist above his head, using Meteor Strike. However, the elf dodges effortlessly. The system informs that the boss is immune to surprise attacks from targets it's already focused on. Ye performs Whirlwind Slash, but the boss evades and counters. The protagonist mutters that not even his clones can deceive that monster's eyes. Damaster attacks again and Ye defends, irritated, thinking that his reduced regeneration is affecting his body. At this rate, he won't be able to avoid death. Damaster concentrates overwhelming power in his hand, creating a gravitational vortex. The protagonist is pulled in and hit directly, hurled far away. He stands up, faces the boss, and notices his regeneration has dropped to only 10%, meaning he needs to buy time to recover. Damaster vanishes in the blink of an eye and appears beside him. Ye dodges the first strike, then another, tries to retreat, but the boss creates another gravitational vortex, pulling him again. He resists, but keeps being dragged. The elf unleashes an anti-magic strike that interrupts his casting, and the system warns, super regeneration has been interrupted. Soon after, the entire chamber is already completely destroyed. Ye's longswords lie on the ground. He starts to get up, coughing, while the system stresses again that his super regeneration casting was interrupted. He mutters that he can't heal, and with only one hit point left, he'll die instantly with the next blow. Even so, he laughs and says, it doesn't matter how well things seem to be going in a battle, the next moment always brings a new lesson on. After all, this is the abyss of unpredictability. The protagonist thanks Damaster for teaching him such a valuable lesson, and orders the void to retrieve his weapons. The longswords begin moving on their own and return to Ye's hands, who charges forward fearlessly. He tries to strike, but the boss dodges. A notification informs that Meteor Strike proficiency has increased. Damaster counterattacks, but Ye evades, and the system announces that emergency evasion proficiency has also increased. He presses forward again, shouting that he'll keep growing and learning through battle. His movements become faster and heavier, and he thinks that he completely trusts his body. Another notification appears. Whirlwind Slash proficiency has also increased. Ye keeps attacking non-stop, feeling his body visibly becoming stronger. The Elf King, who once dodged with ease, now struggles to keep up. Multiple blade strikes proficiency rises, and the protagonist cuts off one of the enemy's horns. Even so, he doesn't relent, thinking he must act even faster. The boss, now alarmed, tries to attack, while Ye reflects that he must become unbreakable. The system notifies that two-handed sword parry proficiency has also gone up. Ye's strikes finally land on the boss, who, furious, attempts a counter. Both clash with such force that the cracked swords can't withstand the pressure, and the protagonist is thrown back, though he manages to recover without injury. He looks at his weapons and comments that the durability of the twin swords can't keep up with the battle's pace, but yells that it doesn't matter, as long as they are recoverable trash. Opening a void portal behind him, he says he has unlimited chances to restart. He throws the swords inside and orders the void to reforge them. Instantly, new blades appear in his hands. He raises them against the boss, and this time, his flurry of strikes lands cleanly, making Damaster's health drop visibly. The elf falls to his knees, and Yes smiles upon seeing the health bar finally appear. With a determined look, he declares that Damaster is now nothing, and that there's no reason to fear anymore. However, the system warns that the boss's rage has increased, and a crushing pressure begins to engulf the abyss. Meanwhile, in another abyss, Zhou Tong completes his own trial and starts leaving with his team. One companion comments that thanks to him, the final Dispel spell was cast perfectly, and that he never imagined seeing someone fight in melee while casting spells at the same time. Zhou Tong smiles and replies that they truly had fun. but he must thank the group's strongest damage dealer, and after all, she alone dealt 90% of the total damage. The woman keeps boasting, saying the two of them are nothing but weak and unforgivable. Looking to the side, she notices a crowd gathered in front of the Abyss boss gate and asks why they are there. Another man approaches and asks what's going on. One of the hunters responds that the last confirmed life signal has just vanished, and apparently no one survived inside the Abyss. He adds that this is only a common incident, not an accident, and as long as they clear the Abyss before nightfall and secure the drop from the legendary monster, there will be no issue. Another group of Awakened arrives, saying that makes sense, and that they could take over the cleanup. Tong steps forward, shouting, asking what they just said, and if there are truly no survivors. One guard tries to stop him from approaching, but Tong insists, begging them to at least try to recover the bodies. The man, irritated, asks why he should bother rescuing trash with no money. On the other hand, if God's chosen one sends a rescue signal, then it would be worth it since he seems to use expensive equipment. He asks again why they'd waste time saving someone who doesn't even seem to want to live. Tong snaps, furious, saying his boss is not trash, and if he promised to come out of the Abyss, then he will, because he always keeps his word. The leader orders the new group of Awakened to ignore that lunatic, and if they find the two test subjects dead inside, just bury them where they are. He commands the team to proceed carefully, and they all begin advancing toward the portal until a voice from inside echoes, saying there's no need. Everyone freezes. Ye emerges from the shadows, his clothes completely torn, and an intimidating aura surrounding his body. He asks if retrieving the items counts as completing the trial. Tong, moved to tears, shouts that he knew he would make it. Ye approaches calmly, saying he managed to get the token and that it should count as a pass. The examiner, shocked, says that's impossible and asks how someone could walk out of a legendary abyss alive on his own. He stares at the protagonist, astonished, and questions if he is truly the level 1 scavenger. The moment he sees the stone in Ye's hand, he realizes it's golden and asks how he got something like that. Ye simply extends the rune and tells him to take it already since his mission is over. The examiner, with a trembling voice, explains that the golden Monic stone is a token that only appears when legendary monsters are defeated, and asks if Ye really killed one. The protagonist, irritated by the insinuation of cheating, replies that he killed every last one until the abyss was cleared. Not a single monster was left alive inside. The examiner looks at the rune in his hand, stunned, thinking it's impossible. He tries to rationalize, suggesting maybe the legendary monster was born in a weaker form, but still concludes, horrified, that it was nonetheless a legendary creature. Enraged, the examiner shouts that it's impossible for a level 1 class changer to have defeated a legendary monster and survived. He insists there is no other plausible explanation than Ye being a traitor, claiming that somehow he must have stolen the victory from the true chosen of God. He accuses him outright, saying Ye must have eliminated the chosen inside the abyss and taken the credit for himself, as all signs point to betrayal. Tong loses patience and fires back, outraged, asking how the examiner dares to say something so vile, accusing someone who clearly survived through his own strength. The examiner steps forward, pointing at Ye, saying it's impossible for a mere trash scavenger to hold such power. According to him, Ye only survived until the end, thanks to Wu Sangxi, and in the end, betrayed him. That's the only logical explanation, he concludes. Tong steps in front of his friend and retorts that if the examiner truly believes that, then conduct an investigation. If the chosen's body shows no signs of human wounds, he must drop the accusations. Ye, however, interrupts, saying coldly that the examiner won't find Wu Sangxi's body. One of the men confirms he's right. Scout reports indicate the abyss is completely empty, without even a monster carcass left. The examiner, shocked, tries to deny it, saying maybe it's some kind of abyss bug. Ye interrupts again, saying that if nothing remains, then there is no evidence against him, and the examiner can say whatever he wants, because, dead or alive, he has no responsibility for the other competitors. Furthermore, it was the examiner himself who ignored that rule, so Ye doesn't understand where this talk of betrayal even came from. With no argument left, the man reluctantly gives in, though clearly displeased. Ye calmly asks if he passed the test. Hesitant, the examiner admits that, though he hates to say it, he congratulates him. Ye, a simple level 1 scavenger, has just received the World Committee Hunter certification with a full license, making him eligible to join the main hunting groups. Trying to keep his composure, he remarks that Ye must be satisfied with the result. At that moment, a female voice interrupts. Jingren appears, saying she doesn't see why Ye would be satisfied, since in her opinion, this is still far from everything. Everyone is left speechless at the sight of the Liu family heiress present, whispering in awe and anxiety, calling it an honor to have her there. The examiner, eyes gleaming, rushes to her nervously and asks what she's doing in such a place. saying it's not appropriate for someone of her status. Xingren stares at him coldly and asks if those who obtain the golden unique stone have the right to apply for an independent hunting group. The man confirms they do. She then declares that Ye doesn't need to join any group. He can form his own. Walking up to him, she asks if, by chance, he mentioned her name when he arrived there. Ye awkwardly replies that he didn't and admits, a bit dejected, that he had forgotten. Xingren sighs, looks at him half annoyed and half amused, and says he really is an idiot. She turns to the examiner with a sharp glare, saying that the registration day for the World Committee's hunting groups is about to begin, and that any class changer with a golden token can create a group. If it's not stupidity, then the examiner is deliberately sabotaging things. The man tries to justify himself, saying he wasn't doing that, only reserving the golden token for someone stronger, since it would be a waste to hand it to a mere scavenger. Zhou Tong shouts, asking why it would be a waste for Ye to keep it and if the examiner really intends to take it by force. The awakened who had arrived to help with the abyss cleanup begin to turn on the examiner, saying that the rules imposed by supervisors were nothing but a form of theft, and that the whole arrangement had been wrong from the start. They complained that if not for the forced orders, they wouldn't have even come, questioning why they must work for people like him and still have their gear and belongings confiscated. The examiner yells for everyone to shut up and claims that even if the protagonist kept the golden token, people would believe he stole it, since everyone knows that to form a hunting group, the leader needs at least rank B strength. He goes on saying Ye's combat rating before entering the abyss was D, since the energy stone doesn't lie, and if he dared present that before the committee elders, they would laugh instantly. As he speaks, another examiner looks at the numbers and notices something strange, stating that the stone is detecting massive fluctuations in attributes. He says the first reading reached rank A, but the second surpassed it, and the third already hit rank S. The meter begins to overload until it simply explodes in their hands. The protagonist slowly approaches, glaring at the examiner, who retreats in fear and begging him not to come closer. The other men are also confused, saying no one even touched the stone, and yet the numbers kept rising endlessly, and clearly something was off. Ye begins releasing his aura, saying that everyone there treats him like trash and surely has their reasons. But he's heard enough and doesn't want to argue anymore. He's only there to get his certificate and doesn't wish to cause trouble. The examiner, trembling, thinks this can only be an illusion, because even outside the abyss he feels a crushing pressure radiating from deep within Ye's body. Still trying to maintain face, he asks what Ye intends to do, warning that attacking examiners would take tremendous courage. The protagonist raises his hand, forming a gravitational vortex, and coldly replies that he's only taking back what's rightfully his. He directs the vortex at the token and instantly retrieves it. The examiners, desperate, shout that the device must have malfunctioned earlier and shown false numbers, so they'll use a measuring crystal to confirm. However, when they see the result, they are left dumbstruck, exclaiming that it's impossible. The crystal is unstable, trembling, and about to explode. Ye continues to release his power and, with a firm voice, says that if they no longer doubt his value, they can end the test right there. The pressure around him rises so intensely, it throws the examiner back, shattering the crystal in midair since the final reading had already surpassed S rank. He then turns and starts walking toward the exit, telling the examiners to change their measuring method before embarrassing themselves again. The chief examiner, still dazed, mutters in disbelief, asking if Ye could have hidden his true power, something that seemed impossible to him. Xingren steps up smiling and gives Ye a light slap on the back, saying she knew he would pass the test easily, and that if he had mentioned her name from the start, no one would have dared put him through all that trouble. The chief examiner remains confused, thinking that if Ye truly has ties to the heiress of the loyal family, maybe he's not just a simple scavenger as he claimed. Xingren comments that the supervisors would have treated him better if they had used more decent equipment. Ye replies asking how he could have used her name, saying that when it comes to convincing people, it's far more satisfying to make them believe through brute force. She laughs and agrees with him. Zhou Tong, relieved the chaos is over, excitedly remarks that the woman beside him must be the famous Xingren, saying it's an honor to meet her. Ye explains that Zhou Tong is his friend and that he's also there to take the test. Xingren watches him closely and asks if they've met before. He smiles and says yes, recalling that he attended her birthday party as one of the performers, and asks if she remembers. Xingren stares at him and, with a teasing tone, asks if he means that disastrous banquet ruined by a horrible rap performance, questioning if he was one of the performers. Zhou Tong's eyes well up with tears upon hearing this, and she quickly cuts off the subject, saying that, since they're talking about parties, they should celebrate Ye's new hunter certification. She proposes holding the celebration at his place. Ye, confused, asks why at his house, until he suddenly remembers what it looks like. He crouches down embarrassed, thinking his home is just a tiny, rented, ground-level apartment, and that someone as wealthy as her would probably laugh at the ridiculously small living room. Zhou Tong, meanwhile, is devastated, brooding over the comment about the terrible performance she mentioned. Xingren, not understanding the strange mood, asks what's wrong, trying to change the subject by saying that if the idea isn't convenient, they could think of another place. The protagonist quickly interrupts, insisting there's no problem at all, though inside he thinks he can never let her discover the truth. Proudly, he says there will definitely be a place and an amazing performance. And looking at his friend, he adds that he'd very much like him to come too. Xingren still doesn't quite understand why Ye is acting so stiff, but decides not to press and asks if they can set it for the next night. Ye agrees, saying it's fine. She smiles satisfied, commenting that now that he passed the hunter certification, she can finally rest assured and look forward to tomorrow night. She promises to bring some gifts and leaves with a smile. As soon as she departs, Ye thinks he needs to find a way to change his appearance before the meeting. That evening, he returns home, only to be greeted by his sister, who immediately scolds him, asking if he hadn't said he was going on a date. He replies that maybe what just happened could be considered one. Seeing the state he's in, she glares indignantly and asks if that date was with goblins or ogres, because by the looks of him, the place must have been some abyss. Xiaozhou loses patience, yelling that he lied again and went somewhere extremely dangerous. Ye tries to calm her, saying the fact he's alive and in one piece should be enough, since all his arms and legs are still attached. She insists he can't say he's fine with so many injuries and demands he go to the hospital immediately. The protagonist opens the bathroom door and runs inside, saying he doesn't need that, they're just scratches. He locks himself in while his furious sister keeps yelling from outside. He turns on the shower, water flowing down mixed with the blood from his open wounds. His body is covered in scars, marks left by the intense battle against the Elf King. The hot water slides over him, and his health bar shows a critical level, almost at 0. Ye thinks he was lucky his sister didn't see his true condition. Wounded, exhausted, barely able to stand. The new and old injuries he suffered in the abyss had turned into permanent damage that wouldn't heal, and his fear now was that it might take months to fully recover. He opens the system, remembering that after defeating the Elf King, he had received something strange. A new message appears on the screen. Reincarnate. He recalls that, still inside the abyss, after defeating the boss, 3 cards had appeared alongside this notification, confirming his victory over the Elf King. With a relieved smile, he says he did his best and managed to kill the Elf King without taking a single hit. Then he asks the Void to recycle the item, and a new message appears, informing him that he received Gravitational Vortex. Ye grins even wider, thrilled, saying that was Damaster's exclusive ability, and that he had truly pulled a big prize this time. The system notifies that he also gained 100 attribute points, bringing his total to 140. He orders the system to distribute them evenly, as he always did, but quickly notices something odd. The plus signs are grayed out after allocating 512 points. He tries to keep adding, but the system warns that his attributes have reached the limit and cannot be increased further. Confused, Ye insists, until a new message appears. Reincarnation condition fulfilled. Reincarnation option unlocked. The text explains that if he accepts, his level will immediately reset to 0, allowing a second awakening. The level cap will rise to 5 and maximum attributes will grow proportionally. He deduces that for level 1 scavengers, whose attribute limit is 512, the only way to surpass this barrier is to return to level 0, lose everything, and awaken again. Only then can they break through their limitation. Ye considers the risks of restarting inside the abyss, but now that he's safe, he realizes there's no reason to hesitate. It was the perfect time to test reincarnation. The examiner's words echo in his mind. Cheater, traitor, trash. The same insults he had heard all his life. With a stern face under the water streaming down like rain, he murmurs that he always fought to grow stronger, to give his sister a decent life and protect her from abuse. His goal is still far, but he refuses to accept the limit imposed by the system. He raises his head and starts shouting that he won't accept any limits, that he will overcome this obstacle and become even stronger than before. Outside, his sister, sipping juice absent-mindedly, nearly chokes on the screams coming from the bathroom. A new message appears before him. Reincarnation successful. Class reset. Growth scale elevated. Ye's body begins to regenerate rapidly. The pain vanishes and his wounds close. He watches in shock, murmuring that he can't believe everything was restored. Looking at himself, he notices all his scars had completely disappeared. At that moment, the bathroom door bursts open. Xiaozhou storms in furiously, telling him to stop lying because if he isn't hurt, then where did all that blood on his clothes come from? Ye looks at his sister, and the instant she realizes what she just did, a small explosion occurs. Startled, she covers her eyes, and when the smoke clears, she has reverted to her teddy bear form. With a trembling voice, she says it looks like she won't be able to change back anytime soon. Ye sighs and, half-ironic, congratulates her, saying they'll have to move again now. Sometime later, he heads to the Shenfeng City Equipment Auction House. The place was known for handling all sorts of items from the abyss: rare materials, weapons, artifacts, even monster fragments. And before being bought or sold, everything had to go through a strict identification process. Outside of there, only the black market offered an alternative, but at far greater risk. At the auction houses, however, the best equipment was contested by elite hunters, nobles, and magnates of various classes. As Ye walks through the lobby, a guard approaches with an arrogant expression, saying unauthorized people cannot wander there and asking what he's doing. Ye calmly replies that he is a collector and came to appraise some equipment to place for auction. The guard looks at him with disdain and lets out a mocking laugh, saying he doesn't look like a collector at all and asking what his ranking is to have such audacity. Ye says he is rank 1 for now, but thinks to himself that even if he were at the maximum allowed rank, rank 5, the guard's attitude would probably be the same. The man frowns and begins to push him out, saying this is a place for elites, attended only by the richest, and that only top-tier equipment is worthy of being there. That's why he needs to remove useless people like Ye before they cause a scene. Ye then calmly pulls out a dagger from his bag and asks the guard to evaluate it before saying another word. The man, who is also an appraiser, looks at him with contempt, asking if he's joking with that and saying he doesn't have time to waste on scrap. Still impatient, he agrees, saying that if this is enough to make him leave, he'll do the analysis. He activates the appraisal equipment and the display indicates the dagger has no value. Satisfied, the guard lifts his chin and asks if Ye heard the result, telling him to throw that junk away and that if he wants, he can even help get rid of the trash to avoid the disposal fee. Ye says nothing. He just releases the dagger, which pierces the ground effortlessly as if cutting through butter. The appraiser's eyes widen. That blade couldn't be ordinary. He crouches down, inspecting closely, and notices a strange energy emanating from the metal. With a suddenly serious tone, he asks Ye to wait a moment and decides to evaluate it again, this time using a more advanced artifact called the appraisal glass. As soon as he equips it, his perception rises a level and a new reading begins to glow before his eyes. His eyes light up and he shouts that this is a unique piece, a void rift, a singular danger item. It was a blade as dark as the abyss, with faint starlight shining through it like the void itself incarnate. They say an assassin once hunted a woman with a huge bounty, and when he finally caught her and left her at death's door, she simply vanished like smoke, leaving behind a dagger on the ground that radiated strange light. Damage 42, skill Void Rending, leaves a portal allowing the wielder to teleport within a 30-meter radius, requires level 3, but the shrewd man holds the equipment in his hands, saying he almost lost an extremely rare and enhanced item. Half an hour earlier, the protagonist had been cleaning up the mess and remarked that it looked like his sister would have to stay in a hotel for a few days, while he spent the night in the landlord's basement. Otherwise, his few savings wouldn't be enough to cover another accident at home. The cost of repairs demanded by the landlord had been 2 million wien, leaving Ye with only 200 in his account. He opens the system and tells himself he needs to find a way to redeem the equipment he bought, since he needs money immediately. However, he knows the market is flooded with high-quality gear, though not top-tier. After all, most workers buy replicas to secure jobs and rarely replace them. To the rich, equipment like that is nothing but trash, hard to sell, of little use, and cheap. Even so, he thinks that if he selects a few good ones, he might sell them for a few 100,000 yuan. While scanning the system, he notices a forge icon. He quickly clicks it, wondering if the abyss facilities could be used outside. A portal opens at his side, and upon hearing the sound, he looks up, realizing a box is about to fall on him. He dodges at the last second and stares at the forge, surprised it actually appeared. A forging altar had emerged out of nowhere, in such a small space that it nearly hit his face. The system sends a warning message. Unidentified forge has appeared. Equipment forging capacity unlocked. Low-quality equipment can now be upgraded to a higher category. Reading this, he smiles, grabs his longsword, and comments that if equipment quality can be improved, then rare weapons can be raised to precious, then epic, and finally, legendary. From what he's heard, the value of equipment can increase more than tenfold with each upgrade level. He analyzes the stats of his hunter's longsword, a rare one-handed sword. With it, he had slain many beasts that threatened the village, but in the end, both he and the beasts ended up in a dragon's maw. Damage 48, level requirement 17, causes 3% additional damage against beast-type monsters. He tosses the sword into the forge, saying it isn't first-rate, worth only about 10,000 on the black market, so either way. Since he can't use it, it's just a piece of trash that will serve for practice. The system informs that 30 attribute points were injected as the forging cost, and the protagonist comments that at least that equals double the weapon's value. However, the forge fails and the result is nothing but scrap. He thinks that maybe the reason is the equipment's grade, far too low, and that he didn't inject enough attribute points since the value of a truly worthy item starts at 100,000. Still confident, though with a touch of unease, he decides to try again, telling himself it has to work since that item is worth 100,000. But the forge fails once more. Not understanding how this could be possible, he crouches down in frustration and starts reflecting, trying to figure out what's wrong. If it isn't the materials, maybe the defect lies in the altar itself, or some kind of strange mechanism. The system keeps displaying notifications, repeating that the altar has not been identified until he notices a suffix engraved on the upper part of the structure. Using his observer's eyes, he activates the ability to identify the forging altar, and the system immediately responds, "Identification complete. The object's true appearance will now be revealed." The forge's color changes before him, as does its form. The new name appears: Scrap Forge. Altar, unique. Waste reinforcement. The description explains that the success rate when reforging decreases as the material quality increases. The more trash the item, the higher the chance of success, but also the higher the overall failure rate. The protagonist lets out a bitter laugh and comments that apparently this altar was tailor-made for trash, almost like a curse from the god of trash himself, since everything he's received from the very beginning has been nothing but useless rewards from start to finish. In the basement of his house, MANHWA watches as the forge displays the hammer, while a notification appears saying, "Reforging exclusive scraps." The success rate of reforging decreases as the material's quality increases. The more trash the material, the higher the success rate. The higher the quality, the greater the failure rate. Yes stares at the forge and remarks that if it can only store useless equipment, then maybe that's precisely what makes it special. In a scenario where only junk can be reforged successfully, he could simply discard all the rubbish there. The protagonist then throws in a discarded longsword, considered trash for being scarred by time, once lying silently on a deserted battlefield, surrounded by withered red flowers and endless memories. Required level 1. He raises the hammer with his void magic, and upon breaking the sword, the reforging message appears, declaring the process successful and transforming it into a new weapon. Eclipse. Unique longsword. The blade is like the night sky, forged from lost stars that emit a faint glow in darkness, and a soft shadow in the light. Damage 422, shadow enchantment, melted armor, and elemental resistance. Required level 32. You can't believe he managed to get a unique collector's equipment piece, the only one of its kind in the entire world, forged from a mere scrap. This makes him conclude that the scrap forging altar is definitely a divine artifact, and this time he was truly lucky to obtain such a treasure. With so much junk gear in his inventory, it was like having a money printing machine. Excited, he continues his work and reforges another scrap, obtaining a bow called Song of the Night. The bow, unique, is shaped like a magnificent harp, with a string as soft as silk, able to play a moving melody in the night. When the young hunter draws the string, the music sounds like the whisper of the stars, awakening nature's power. Damage 397. Strings of the Whispering Heart. This bow fires invisible magic arrows that cause sonic damage. Required level 29. Next, he reforges again and obtains the mantra, a unique staff made of ancient tree roots with a sturdy crystal on top. The wooden shaft is engraved with the wisdom of the ancients and the prophecies of ogre ancestors. It is said that the two-headed ogre believed he could communicate with nature by swinging the staff, though in practice he usually ended up hitting his other head. Damage 400, enchanted strike, additional magic damage, and increased physical attack. The higher the wielder's intelligence stat, the greater the damage. Required level 30. Finally, another item is forged, Thunder, a unique hammer forged by the Abyss Dwarves and containing the essence of lightning. It can summon storms and vanish into the air like thunder itself. Damage 577, lightning enchantment that inflicts electric damage on the opponent when striking with a speed bonus. Required level 41. The protagonist keeps forging for hours, creating countless new weapons. Exhausted, he sits on a crate and comments that all his useless gear has already run out, and the ones that still had some value were converted into attribute points. Even so, what he had was enough to create an impressive amount of unique equipment. As a result, he reached Scavenger level 1, since even without killing monsters, he could still gain experience points just by forging. In just a few hours, he overcame the initial stage, the hardest part of becoming a true role holder. With a smile on his face, he states that all this is great, and now all that's left is to figure out how to turn all that equipment into money using his new hunter's license. In the present, the appraiser who once treated him with disdain now receives him completely differently. The two sit on a couch to talk, and the appraiser asks where the equipment he had analyzed came from. Ye replies that he already said before and insists that he's just a collector, since even at level 1 he can still collect high-quality items. He thinks that if he said he had forged it all, it would only create unnecessary trouble. The appraiser says there's nothing wrong with collecting items after all. Collectors aren't divided by levels, but by taste. And the fact that Ye possesses such a powerful collection is simply a reflection of his own strength. The protagonist then opens a small void portal saying he still has some pieces, and that if the auction price is satisfactory, the appraiser could receive a good commission. He begins to spill the items onto the floor. The man goes crazy seeing all that and rushes to tell the others to prepare the highest category VIP room and also immediate platinum VIP induction. Ye heads toward the VIP class holding the card, thinking that the platinum access is only valid for that registration. On the way, he bumps into a man who asks what an idiot like him is doing there. The protagonist apologizes, saying he wasn't paying attention. The man looks him over from head to toe, finding it odd that someone dressed so simply could be in such a high-class place, and asks how he dares block his path, demanding to know the name of the hunting group he belongs to. Ye calmly replies that he is a free hunter. The man says no wonder he looks like a beggar since he's just an independent hunter. He presents his emblem and identifies himself as Lang Xiaofeng, member of the A+ hunter group Tattoos, nicknamed Mad Vlad Tattoos. Ye thinks that the Tattoos are known for being war maniacs, a group that only recruits brutal berserkers and values nothing but strength. He knows this because he has cleaned up battlefields they left behind many times, and some of those occasions ended very badly. That's why he decides this time it's better not to provoke any unnecessary confrontation. He just turns around and starts to leave, apologizing again, while Xiaofeng grows irritated and draws his sword, pointing it at the protagonist and demanding if he really thinks he can just apologize and walk away, calling him a bastard with an irrelevant surname, and declaring that, judging by his clothes, he obviously snuck in. Xiaofeng says he'll remind him that this is a members-only entrance, and that only high-ranking hunting group officers can use it, declaring that scum like the protagonist should go through the line reserved for scum. Ye pushes the sword aside and replies that this is a place under the jurisdiction of the World Guild, and if anyone uses a weapon inside, they'll be in serious trouble. Xiaofeng, consumed by rage, says that Ye himself is very lucky and asks if he really believes a piece of trash like him has the qualifications to walk the same path. Then he begins to make a scene, calling the guards and demanding, as a senior member of Tattoos, that the protagonist be expelled and have his identity carefully verified. The appraiser, watching everything from the other side, thought he had truly struck gold, but nearly has a heart attack when he sees the guards trying to forcefully remove the protagonist. He rushes over and asks Ye why he went to the members' entrance, since he should have entered through the platinum entrance. Xiaofeng grabs the protagonist by the collar and questions the appraiser, asking if he's sure he's dealing with the right person. The appraiser, irritated, orders the guards to detain Xiaofeng. The guards shove him against the wall and he keeps ranting, saying that a free hunter like Ye, without the backing of any hunting group, could never afford the high fee for platinum VIP access. The appraiser bows repeatedly, apologizing for the incident, while Xiaofeng keeps shouting, demanding that the guards not touch him, since he's a senior member of Tattoos and shouldn't be treated that way. One of the guards then coldly replies that this auction house is under the direct jurisdiction of the World Guild, and if he insists on causing trouble, they will notify the supervisor and cancel his membership immediately. The appraiser, trying to smooth things over, turns back to Ye, explaining that if he wants to take a look around the auction floor, he can also enter through there, though he shows some concern that the environment might be of a lower tier and not have equipment worthy of his interest. Ye turns and starts walking, glancing back and commenting that this isn't necessarily true because his perception is a bit different from others, and maybe he can find a treasure hidden among what everyone else considers trash. The appraiser laughs, agreeing with him, and directs the way to another room where several people are already gathered around a table. One of the men remarks that he heard the auction house had put several exclusive items on the market and that as soon as they were listed, they were immediately snapped up by extremely wealthy people, with starting prices from 1 million. The most impressive, according to him, was a pair of boots sold to Yunding, whose final price reached tens of millions. The big-nosed man responds angrily, saying that this is not good news because if that's true, it's truly frustrating. He spent months finding a single special item and doesn't understand where the auction house got so many pieces. The old man beside him comments that he heard rumors a collector showed up there and sold his entire stock all at once. The big-nosed man keeps complaining, saying that in the presence of true professionals, people like them can only compete for scraps, since top hunters have the financial power of their groups behind them. Ye watches from a distance, attentive, until the auction system announces that the Thunder Hammer was sold for 3,175,000 yuan. while the meteorite shield reached 2,810,000. Ye smiles in satisfaction, telling himself that the equipment was just as popular as he expected and that if he ever runs out of money in the future, all he'll need to do is put a few of his creations up for auction. Soon after, the robust-looking announcer steps onto the stage and begins to announce the rules of the blind auction. He explains that all Abyss equipment put up for sale will be in an unidentified state, meaning they could be either high-quality or low-quality items. For that reason, returns or exchanges will not be accepted, and no one can refuse to pay the bid amount for any reason. As soon as he finishes the explanation, the blind auction begins. The first item presented is an unidentified ring with a starting bid of 500,000. Ye uses his observer's eye to analyze it further and concludes that the first item usually serves as a warm-up piece, while the true treasures tend to appear later, meaning the early lots are often traps. Even so, noticing no one stepping forward, he decides to stir the mood and places a bid of 1 million. Xiao Feng, who is also participating in the auction, immediately gets irritated, calling the protagonist an arrogant bastard for pretending to be rich, claiming that the shabby ring wasn't even worth half the price. The auctioneer is surprised to see someone offering such a high bid and asks if anyone wishes to top it. The other buyers, sitting at the surrounding tables, murmur among themselves, noting that the Platinum VIP had made his first move and that anyone in that seat must be absurdly wealthy. Slowly, the atmosphere shifts. Some start to wonder if the ring could indeed be a hidden treasure. After all, someone capable of paying for platinum access would hardly make such a crude mistake. Everyone begins competing for the item, raising the bids until it reaches 1,400,000. Ye raises it again to 2,500,000, leaving the entire room surprised. Buyers murmur, saying this is an extremely high offer, and if the Platinum VIP raised his hand again, then the ring must surely be an invaluable treasure. Xiao Feng grows more irritated, saying the protagonist is just trying to show off in front of everyone and that he can't just stand by. He stands up, slams the table, and declares a bid of 3 million, proclaiming it unbeatable and certain that at that price the item would be his. But Ye raises it again, offering 4 million. His current bank balance is 79 million, so he feels at ease. Xiao Feng grows even angrier, claiming that the protagonist is mocking him again. One of his companions tries to stop him, pointing out that paying 4 million for an unidentified ring is already absurd. Still, Xiao Feng cuts him off, saying that Bastard's past is significant and that he had underestimated him before. If Ye wants the ring so badly, it must be high quality, and that's exactly why he cannot let him win. He then shouts, raising the bid to 5 million. One of the sellers, surprised, comments that such a price range is normally reserved only for exclusive gear. A mage at a nearby table adds that spending so much on an unidentified ring would be enough to bankrupt a small hunting group. Xiao Feng walks up to Ye, points at him, and mocks him for being just a free hunter with a net worth of only a few million, daring to compete against a Tatus member backed by sponsors and wealth. Ye stares at him silently and without showing emotion, raises the bid to 10 million. The hall bursts into chaos. Xiao Feng is stunned, asking if he heard correctly because it couldn't be possible. How could a mere free hunter casually bid 10 million when that sum was enough to found a mid-size hunting group? Desperate, he demands the auctioneer verify Ye's bank balance, claiming the protagonist is making false bids and disrupting the order of the event. He insists that even a Platinum VIP must follow the rules, and otherwise he should be expelled immediately. The auctioneer contacts the administration via communicator and, after a few seconds, announces to everyone that the 10 million bid has been confirmed and is fully valid. The people are impressed to learn that the Platinum VIP truly possesses wealth above that amount. Realizing none of them can compete, Xiao Feng, consumed by rage, thinks he will never allow himself to be humiliated in front of everyone, for he is Tatus Xiao Feng of the A+ Hunter Group, a high-ranking representative of a major hunting group, and cannot accept being crushed by a mere free hunter. With a trembling voice, he slowly raises his paddle and bids 10,500,000. Ye stands up, smirks, and provocatively raises the bid to 100 million. Xiao Feng falls back, utterly disbelieving what he just heard. The protagonist sits down, looking down and reflecting that it doesn't matter if he spends all his money on a piece of trash there, because tomorrow he can simply produce exclusive equipment of the same value. Ye looks at Xiao Feng and asks if that's really all he's got, reminding him not to let a free hunter look down on him. The auctioneer announces the current bid of 100 million and starts counting down. Xiao Feng is confused, not understanding how the protagonist could act with such determination, offering 100 million without the slightest hesitation. This attitude makes him question whether the ring is actually a super treasure, something 1 in a million. He recalls Ye telling the appraiser that his perception differs from others, and that he might find treasures hidden among what everyone else considers trash. With that thought, Xiao Feng feels a surge of conviction, believing he is facing a true expert. He concludes the ring must be a heaven-defying item, something that could become the emblem of his hunting group. To him, it would be impossible for anyone to bid 100 million without a real reason. Convinced, he decides he must surpass it. As the auctioneer prepares to close the round, Xiao Feng shouts, "Bidding 200 million." Everyone in the room is shocked, certain he has lost his mind since even a top-tier group would rarely risk such an exorbitant sum. Xiao Feng, carried away by arrogance, begins provoking Ye, asking if he isn't as rich as he claims, challenging him to keep shouting, declaring he will show everyone who the real wealthy are. Ye simply takes a deep breath and calmly replies that he has been outbid, declaring that the treasure now belongs to Xiao Feng. The hunter laughs loudly, saying that a bastard like him should never dare compete with someone of higher status, claiming Ye is far from worthy of comparing himself to him. One of his companions, clearly distressed, protests that they were there to secure gear for their members, and Xiao Feng just spent 200 million on a simple ring, not knowing how he would explain it to their leader. Xiao Feng tells him to calm down, assuring him the item is divine, and that his judgment cannot be wrong. The auctioneer then announces the result, congratulating buyer Yao Feng of the Tatu's hunting group for winning the ring. Ye watches from afar and remarks that unidentified equipment always has the chance of becoming legendary, just like the forging altar he found. However, considering that the legendary altar had the appearance of trash, that ring Xiao Feng was holding could only be something similar. Shortly after, the identification appears. Iron ring, common ornament, attack power +1. Ye thinks to himself that his observer's eyes didn't deceive him, since he had already anticipated the outcome. Xiao Feng holds the ring in his hands, lifting it high before everyone, and shouting for it to become a divine item that would make the others regret dropping out of the bid. But seconds pass and nothing happens. He starts to sweat, his eyes widen, and in despair he screams as he realizes the bitter truth. The ring was nothing more than a simple, ordinary iron ring. Xiao Feng begins to lose his temper, shouting and pointing at the protagonist, saying it's all that damned kid's fault, since Ye made him lose his mind and therefore he demands a refund. He then faces the auctioneer with a forced smile and claims he was just joking when he placed the bid of 200 million, asking them to treat it as a mistake and wondering what the auctioneer thinks. The auctioneer, maintaining a professional posture, replies that, according to the rules, Xiao Feng is an internal president of a prestigious hunting group, and once the transaction is completed, they will officially notify the group within 24 hours and charge the corresponding fees. If Xiao Feng fails to pay the full amount, both he and the hunting group will be severely punished by the World Guild, possibly even disqualified or dissolved. In addition, the auctioneer emphasizes that Xiao Feng could be accused of auction fraud and sentenced to a labor camp for waste collection. With a snap of his fingers, two security guards appear and grab Xiao Feng by the arms. In a cold voice, the auctioneer informs him that due to the high value of the offer, the auction house will send someone to escort him to the syndicate where he must make the full payment. Desperate, Xiao Feng shouts for them to wait a minute, but he is forcibly dragged away, screaming that it's all the protagonist's fault, calling him a bastard and cursing him for ruining his life. The other buyers, including the man with the big nose, watch in awe, commenting that Ye is terrifying. He destroyed an entire hunting group without spilling a single drop of blood, and the worst part was that it seemed meaningless to him. Once the commotion ends, the auctioneer regains composure, announces that everything has been settled, and invites the audience to move on to the next item, a wild transformation necklace. He explains that while the transformation ability is active, the wearer becomes immune to all movement control effects, cannot be knocked back, and even gains self-healing. The protagonist watches attentively and thinks that necklace perfectly suits his sister, as if it were tailor-made for her, deciding to bid on it as a gift. He raises his hand and with a slight smile declares his bid, 1 yuan. The man with the big nose comments curiously that Mr. Platinum is about to act again, and his companion agrees, saying the boy is repeating the same trick as before to fool fools, since if even Xiao Feng, a top-tier hunter, was forced to spend 200 million on a piece of junk, then no one in their right mind should compete with that kid. They both conclude that anyone who dares to raise the bid would be a complete idiot. The auctioneer notices the situation and becomes irritated, but the buyers remain hesitant, whispering that Platinum must be some mercenary working for the auction house itself. Trembling with frustration, the auctioneer asks if anyone else wishes to bid, but silence dominates, as everyone believes it's such an obvious scam that only a fool would fall for it. Ye then smirks slightly, pleased, murmuring to himself that sometimes being misunderstood can be a unique advantage. Seeing that no one else bids, the auctioneer confirms the sale and congratulates the mysterious Platinum VIP buyer for winning with a bid of just 1 yuan. The other participants are completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what just happened. After all, Mr. Platinum paid only 1 yuan and took an exclusive necklace, while everyone else stood there like idiots for not reacting. Ye checks his phone and sees the notification. Auction revenue, transfer received 180 million. He smiles with satisfaction, thinking that he finally made some real money and can now buy things of true value for himself. Sometime later, in another place, the protagonist visits a real estate agency and asks to see a specific apartment. The saleswoman, somewhat surprised, asks if he means that building, explaining that it's the king of all buildings in Shenfeng City, the most luxurious property in the region, located on the top floor, with 1,000 square meters and a panoramic view of the city's most prosperous commercial district. Smiling, she remarks that the best luxury properties are fought over by the wealthiest people, and that the listing price is around 100 million. In a more realistic tone, she suggests that instead of wasting time on something so unattainable, he should consider a more traditional 80 square meter apartment, whose 30-year financing plan would be manageable for ordinary people. Ye raises his eyebrows and, with slight sarcasm, asks if she thinks he has no money, making it clear there's no need to look for another penthouse. He's buying that one. The saleswoman, flustered, tries to explain that getting a 100 million loan is impossible since that property is reserved only for the elite. Ye then calmly interrupts and declares that he will pay the 100 million in cash up front. The realtor freezes, completely stunned. The protagonist adds that he only has one request. Everything must be ready before noon, as he plans to move in immediately. Later, Zhou Tong and Xiao Zhou arrive at the new house. Zhou Tong, wide-eyed, asks what's going on. He hadn't seen the protagonist that morning, and now suddenly he's living in a mansion. Xiao Zhou, equally surprised, looks around and asks since when they can live in such a huge place, wanting to know how much it costs per night. Ye laughs and comments that the space is big enough for her not to worry about breaking the ceiling even if she transforms. His sister gasps and asks if he really bought that mansion because of her. Ye responds casually that yes, he bought it in her name, and even if she ends up breaking something, he'll just buy another one. Zhou Tong remains stunned, saying the living room is so large that even the echo of his own voice scares him. Ye then leads his sister to the window and promises that, from that night on, he will never let her suffer again. After eating until they can't anymore, Zhou Tong collapses on the sofa, too full to move, while Xiao Zhou, stuffed, lies on the table like a Christmas turkey. Outside, the protagonist gazes at the view and Xingran approaches and comments that he seems different. Ye replies that he's just evaluating the air, looking at the horizon, and asks her to notice too, because even after buying the best house in the best location, the air still feels polluted. Xingran is surprised and says she saw with her own eyes all the effort he put in to change his life, asking if he shouldn't be happy now that he has achieved all this. She congratulates him again for officially becoming a hunter. Ye smiles and thanks her. Xingran then reminds him that they had agreed to celebrate that night and asks him to stop making that serious face, showing a necklace and saying that it's her gift to him. Ye is surprised to recognize the stone, and Xingran smiles, saying that she had long wanted to return it to him, but this time, as a gift. She explains that she kept that crystal carefully all these years and wore it every time she entered the abyss, because it reminded her that there are still people in this world who don't accept the fate handed to them, who refuse to surrender, and who, even risking their lives, continue to defy the impossible. That's why she believes the crystal brings good luck, helping one escape unharmed from the worst situations. Ye agrees, saying that indeed, surviving in a world like theirs always involves a touch of luck. Xingran smiles and recalls that when he once said that instead of trying to convince others with words, it was better to make them believe through strength, she realized that surviving something unscathed is not a matter of luck, and never will be. Ye replies with a faint smile, saying that he has always believed direct action is more effective than persuasion, because only by staying alive in front of others can one prove their worth without wasting a single word. Xingran agrees and says that's exactly what she likes most about him. Whenever she tried to establish herself as a hunter, people would associate her success with her family, preferring to believe that everything she had achieved came from connections rather than her own effort. She confesses that she just wants to be respected for her skills alone and, one day, be able to say the same inspiring words as her older brothers and sisters. That's why she's grateful to him. From a financial standpoint, that crystal has no value at all. But Ye's worth, like the crystals, cannot be measured by money. That's why she says that it doesn't matter if he lives in a mansion, a rented house, a luxury car, or a shared bike. She will always like him because, in the end, The man she truly loves is still the same strong guy who once collected trash. Ye laughs and says it's true. Getting rich suddenly isn't as fun as it seems, and even with expensive wine and fancy buffets, he still prefers the good old street barbecue with beer. Then, in a softer tone, he adds that the real reason he needs so much money is something she herself once said. Looking at Shingren, he recalls that she once mentioned that if he had more money, he could form his own hunting group. Surprised, Shingren nods, saying that's true, since creating a hunting group requires a lot of resources and structure. Ye then smiles with determination and declares that this is exactly his goal, to form his own group and head toward the most dangerous zones of the abyss because, as she herself said, no one becomes truly strong by being alone. Gripping his totem firmly, he finishes by saying that if he can't adapt to the rules of the game, then he must become the very law of that world. After the conversation, Ye goes downstairs to take out the trash and mutters to himself that even though he now lives in a luxury condominium, the disposal system is incredibly inconvenient. He has to take the elevator down and walk nearly 100 meters to reach the nearest bin. Grumbling, he wonders aloud whether rich people don't produce garbage. As he throws the bags away, a man approaches, staring at him with disdain, and asks which apartment he works for, since he's clearly not following the building's rules. The man says there's a designated area for employees to dump trash, and that Ye shouldn't be walking around carrying dirty bags, because if someone saw him, they might think ordinary, classless people live in that condominium. Ye calmly introduces himself, saying his name is Ye, and that he's not anyone's employee, but rather the new owner of one of the apartments. He extends his hand politely, but the man sneers, picks up a banana peel he was holding, and places it in Ye's hand, saying that in such a wealthy place, it's absurd to imagine a real resident would take out their own trash. He insists Ye must be just a servant and, turning his back, orders him to clean up the surroundings as well before disappearing from his sight forever. Annoyed, Ye clenches his fist and a heavy pressure begins to fill the air. Gravity suddenly increases, pulling the man down. Startled, he screams, asking what's happening, but Ye stares coldly and says that the trash belongs to him, so he'd better pick it up before being forced to. The man tries to resist, but Ye slams him to the ground with a mere gesture. Even lying there, the man keeps shouting indignantly at what he believes is a servant, saying this is outrageous. The system emits a warning: target under gravitational pressure, raw strength applied, combat abilities restricted. Ye calmly increases the force, reminding him that he already told him to pick up the trash. Desperate, the man activates an ability, and a new message appears. Target used titanic power, strength increased tenfold, effect, attempting to remove bodily restriction. The man curses, yelling how Ye dares to speak to him like that. Ye remains expressionless and intensifies the gravity again, prompting another system message. Body control removal attempt ineffective. Legendary class control ability detected. The man is crushed against the ground once more, incredulous, demanding to know how someone so ordinary could possess a legendary class control skill. Ye looks down at him and explains coldly that the gravitational vortex is an ability obtained from a legendary monster, naturally far stronger than any technique taught in professional hunter academies. So calling it a legendary class ability is no exaggeration. The man, consumed by pride, thinks that the stinking protagonist doesn't seem particularly powerful, probably just some kind of support specialist. With arrogance, he says he only lost because he was caught off guard by a copycat janitor. Ye begins to lose patience and asks if he understood what he said, ordering him again to pick up the trash while further increasing the pressure, nearly crushing him completely. The man screams, conceding, saying fine, he'll pick it up. As soon as he admits it, Ye hurls him forcefully into the trash cans, knocking him unconscious among the garbage. Then he turns around and starts walking away, commenting that even in a rich neighborhood, problems still exist. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Xiao Zhu, asking where he is since the house is so big she can't find him anywhere. The protagonist answers that he just went down to take out the trash but remembered he needs to go back to their old house to take care of something, so he's heading there now. His sister asks if the landlord hadn't already repossessed the old place, and he explains that he forgot some things there. The next morning, Ye is relaxed in the kitchen of the old house. He remarks that just as an old stone is more valuable, the same goes for a house. The older it is, the more comfortable it feels to live in. The landlord approaches and explains that, unfortunately, he can't rent the house to Ye anymore, even if he can afford it, because the property no longer belongs to him. Someone bought the entire lot, paying the equivalent of 50 years' rent up front. Ye smiles and reveals that the buyer was him, and now that piece of land belongs to him. Inside the Parliament building of the World Association residence, two people are talking. One asks if Tatus was swindled out of 200 million by another bidder at the auction. The man in the hat replies that Tatus shifted all responsibility onto Zhao Feng, claiming illegal bidding for personal reasons, and that the group has now completely absolved itself of blame. The big guy observes that Tetus is a support hunter group, and they don't want them causing trouble right now, asking if the man in the top hat has already discovered the identity of the other buyer. The man explains that this buyer once appeared at the hunter qualification exam and was promoted to a full licensed hunter. According to the records, he kept a close relationship with a now-destroyed hunting group, the Blood Oath. He adds that they analyzed the protagonist's magical fluctuation during the stone test and compared it with the magic traces left where Caesar died. The similarities were incredibly consistent. The big man stares at the protagonist's photo and asks whether he might be the bearer of a special profession. The man in the top hat replies that a special profession not appearing on the official list of jobs has a high probability of destroying the entire existing class hierarchy and may soon introduce an unknown chaos into the rules of the game they themselves created. If the protagonist cannot be controlled by the rules, then he will become their enemy. The big man, however, calls for calm, asserting that the protagonist will certainly follow the rules of the game they created, because they are the gods of this era. And the rule imposed by God is that everyone must perform well the role assigned to them. Outside, Ye watches the imposing building in front of him. Upon entering, he goes straight to the receptionist and shows what he has in his hand, saying it's a token and that he wants to create a hunting group. The woman, slightly surprised, asks if he's aware of the requirements, explaining that a one-time initial capital of 50 million must be paid to the World Guild, in addition to obtaining the operational qualifications and the license required for hunters. Each hunting group can only explore the abyss areas permitted by the World Guild, and all teams must be managed according to the rules. Ye replies that funds are not a problem, since he can pay in cash. The receptionist comments that many new licensed hunters are lining up in the hall to register their teams and suggests that if he needs members, he can go look there. As a minimum requirement, he needs to recruit at least 5 people to form the group. At that moment, a message appears on the big screen. Home of the Scavengers. Members registered, 1 level, Class E. Current status, recruiting members for the team. People around begin to comment that a new hunting group is being created just as the hunting season is almost over. Some mock the chosen name as too weak and say nobody would join such a tiny initial team composed of only one person. Others, however, notice the classification and murmur that maybe it's something different. The receptionist then informs Ye that according to the system, the available business area for his new team is Class E, a sector focused on recycling low-level resources. That means his team cannot participate in other abyss hunting activities beyond those permitted by the rules, serving only as support for main groups. Ye feels slightly annoyed. After so long, would he be returning to the old work of collecting trash? Suddenly, the man he saw the previous night appears, laughing and saying it's an incredible coincidence. The last time they met, Ye was taking the trash out, and now it's his turn to take out the trash. He confirms the name, asking if he is really Ye Qing. Then the man starts acting strangely with a perverse smile, saying that today he will make Ye pay dearly for humiliating him with a slap in the face last time. With the hatred in his eyes, he declares he wants to see the protagonist crawl and eat filth, wagging his tail and smiling while he does it. People around begin murmuring, recognizing the man. They say this is F.A. Xiong, son of F.A. Tianlin, an influential member of the Senate. They note he recently formed his own hunting group called Heart of the Hunt. His father, F.A. Tianlin, used his influence to ensure that, even without being officially an A-level group, Heart of the Hunt gained access to highly lucrative abyss areas, leaving many veteran groups full of envy. One present remarks that no one who offends F.A. Tianlin meets a good fate. Those people are assigned the worst jobs and face great difficulty recruiting members, which is why they believe Ye's new group will likely be dissolved soon after its creation. Ye glares at Xiong and calmly says he's there only to recruit a few members for his new team, and that it's none of his business. But if they want to settle personal grudges, they can do it elsewhere. Xiong is irritated by the protagonist's nonchalant tone and says he will not let the matter pass so easily. Arrogantly, he proposes that if Ye kneels before him and promises to recycle only the trash left by Heart of the Hunt in the future, he will allow him to recruit members. Otherwise, he will personally ensure Ye's group is dissolved before the end of the day. Ye stares at him and replies that he needs to be honest. Xiong isn't even worth recycling. The words make Xiong furious and he shouts, asking how trash like Ye dares to be so arrogant on someone else's turf. Just as he's about to attack, his own companions hold him back, reminding him that there are too many people around and it's not worth acting on impulse. They tell him not to worry so much about that garbage. They'll just wait and watch him fail when he can't recruit anyone. At that moment, Zhou Tong appears amid the commotion, calling out to the protagonist. He says he heard Ye was forming a hunting group and rushed over as fast as he could to sign up because he wants to join. One of Xiong's friends recognizes him and laughs, pointing out that it's Zhou Tong, they were once in the same group, and explains that he's a bard who can't cast buffs at all, making him completely useless. Ye asks Zhou Tong if he didn't pass the exam, since a melee fighter capable of controlling the rhythm of battle should be highly sought after, and whether he still struggles to find a hunting group. Zhou Tong, a bit embarrassed, explains that he used to be part of a private group and that his reputation isn't great, so regular groups don't want to take him in. Even so, he says that if Ye is willing to have him, he's ready to face fire and flames and will do everything to protect his leader. Ye asks if, after looking so long, he still chooses him. Zhou Tong nods, saying that after reading several group recruitment posts, he realized Ye had offended Fa Xiong, which means his hunter career is doomed to be miserable. Even though the legendary touch Ye displayed should have guaranteed at least a level B group ranking, the system classified him as level E, which could only be Fa Xiong's doing. The protagonist smiles and comments that even if their job is just collecting garbage, it's still good work for them because it doesn't matter whether a group is level E or level B. The truly dangerous jobs that require direct combat with monsters should be done by those who call themselves the main force, while the more comfortable tasks are left to those who come after, and that's fine. Zhou Tong interrupts and asks what benefit they could possibly get from just recycling trash, since all valuable items are monopolized by the main groups. Still smiling, Ye replies that even though he suddenly became rich, there are problems money can't solve. The only thing universally acknowledged is true strength. At that moment, Xiong cuts in arrogantly, saying he doesn't need to hear any more because all A-rank hunting groups know perfectly well what true power is. He loudly introduces himself as Fa Xiong and announces that he's recruiting only 10 new members, personally selecting the best. Anyone not good enough shouldn't even try. Immediately, several experienced hunters express interest in applying, praising the prestige of Heart of the Hunt. Zhou Tong, annoyed, mutters that all those men just want to take advantage of Xiong's father's influence, since he's the manager in charge of all the groups there, and that those nearing level 50 are just sucking up for benefits. They're no newbies. Xiong retorts that at least they have common sense, unlike certain trash who don't know their place. Then someone draws his attention to the reception desk where a young woman is asking questions. The receptionist explains that she's a newcomer named Yi Ling and that many hunting groups consider her a high-level hunter. Ling asks if there are really only 2 groups available for her to choose from, and the receptionist confirms, mentioning Heart of the Hunt and the newly formed Home of the Scavengers. Zhou Tong's eyes widen in shock when he recognizes her, exclaiming that it's the beautiful witch who passed the hunter evaluation, a specialist in instant explosive magic. He explains that he once had a brief history with her, as Yi Ling was the one who dealt most of the damage during an abyss raid, allowing the rest of the team to win easily. He emphasizes how powerful she is and asks the protagonist if he can try convincing her to join them. Ye calmly says yes, he can go ahead. Zhou Tong straightens his clothes, excited, telling his new leader to relax while he tries to impress her. However, before he can even get close, Xiong steps forward first and approaches Yi Ling with a confident smile. Calling her pretty lady, he laments that there are only 2 groups available, introducing himself as Fa Xiong, leader of the hunting group Heart of the Hunt. With a seductive expression, he says he'd love to have her in his team because the presence of a beautiful and powerful woman would bring even more prestige to the group. Then, casting a disdainful glance at Ye, he adds that the other option, the Home of the Scavengers, is nothing but a pathetic choice, something no sensible person would ever consider. Zhou Tong watches the scene and loses heart, saying he's unfortunately lost since Xiong arrived first. Ling, steady, replies that she has already made her decision. Irritated, Xiong asks why she would want to join the Scavengers, saying that the man only has a 1-rank qualification and that she, a talented witch, truly chose to join a garbage-collecting group, asking whether such a mediocre hunter group's work is worth wasting her talent on. Ling ignores him completely and walks over to the protagonist, saying she liked his group's name. Zhou Tong tries to speak to her, reminding her they met briefly before, but he's ignored as well. She remains focused only on Ye, asking him to please accept her into his hunting group, and introducing herself as Yi Ling, a fire element sorceress. Ye smiles, introduces himself, and takes her hand, saying the Home of the Scavengers does not reject anyone who wishes to join. Zhou Tong tries once more to introduce himself, but is ignored again. Ye and Ling hold hands for a few seconds until the atmosphere becomes slightly awkward. The protagonist breaks the silence by asking if she'd like to eat something while they wait, but she averts her gaze and says she's not hungry. Ye then asks the receptionist if they can order food there, and she says yes, pointing to the menu. Ye gasps at the prices, finding everything expensive, while Ling, who had said she wasn't hungry, orders a portion of everything on the menu. From afar, Xiong watches angrily and asks what's going on and why that woman refused his group. One of his companions tries to calm him, saying there must be a mistake and that, in any case, their team doesn't need more magic users, so it doesn't matter if she joins or not. Suddenly, another person arrives and tells him to step aside. When everyone looks back, they're startled to recognize the man. It's that guy. People begin to whisper as he walks calmly. They say he's the man who killed all his teammates, known as Wu Ming, someone utterly unlucky, cursed, and that anyone who gets involved with him meets a tragic fate. Ye watches him closely. Ming approaches and says he remembers seeing him at the World Guild residence, mentioning there's still a pending fight between them. Ye smiles and says his new hunting group is recruiting, and since Ming arrived at that exact moment, he assumes Ming is interested. Ming sits down, takes a piece of Ling's food, and confirms he is indeed interested, but questions whether the protagonist will really accept him, because the system warns he is a cursed man. His presence drastically reduces the luck of those around him, and the curse affects any nearby creature. While they talk, one of Xiong's companions remarks that it's not only easier to fail tests and get hit near Ming, but even the equipment dropped by monsters after battles is worse. He says everyone knows Ming hasn't used any gear in years, probably because he's so unlucky that everything he receives is of terrible quality. Xiong agrees, claiming no sane person would form a team with someone like that. Yeah, curious, asks if it's true that Ming's reduced luck makes the items he drops even crappier. Ming, still nibbling Ling's food, frowns and asks why Ye wants to know, but confirms it's true, explaining he lives off completing missions and collecting client commissions, and as long as the reward is good, he never minds the gear monsters drop. Good or bad, it's all the same to him. Before he finishes, Ye interrupts excitedly, saying this is amazing. He steps forward and extends his hand to Ming, insisting he needs him on the team and presses him to join, thinking that the worse the dropped gear, the better the result for final forging, and that Ming's terrible luck can guarantee the lowest possible quality, which in turn increases the chance of achieving the best quality infusion. Xiong bursts into loud laughter, calling Ye mad, and the others join in, saying he seems utterly desperate to recruit someone who brings misfortune to everyone. Xiong mocks that he truly lives up to the name Scavenger, since now he's collecting even unwanted people. Ming glares coldly and says Ye's team will be swallowed by the abyss and die like dust in the wind, but adds that Ye will die by his hand before that happens. Ye smiles, slaps his hand, and replies that, sadly for Ming, he'll be disappointed because he won't let the abyss take anyone. Ming gives a grim laugh and says he'd like to see that with his own eyes. Xiong's group whispers among themselves, clearly unsettled, saying that Ming really does seem powerful. After all, every time his team was wiped out in the abyss during a hunt, he was always the only one to return alive, which earned him the title of Cursed Man. To this day, every team he's joined has a history of total annihilation. Xiong wonders why Ye would recruit such a strange guy, calling him an idiot for attracting other idiots, and even gods of misfortune, saying that no sane person would ever dare join a team like that. Ye ignores the comments and, holding a list in his hand, confirms that his hunting group now has 3 new members, Yi Ling, Wu Ming, and Zhou Tong. He only needs to recruit one more person within the time limit to reach the minimum required number and officially obtain the hunting group license. Time passes, and as the day draws to an end, they remain seated in the reception hall waiting for someone to appear. Zhou Tong sighs, remarking that apparently their popularity isn't the best. Ling, calm and composed, corrects him, saying that to be more accurate, it's because of the two of them, Ming and Ye, that the group's popularity is so low. At that moment, Xiong approaches laughing, asking if they remember what he said earlier. The time limit is almost up. He mocks that if the protagonist fails to recruit enough members, his registration will be invalidated, and even worse, he himself will report it to the review team so that any new applications are rejected, citing reasons such as personality defects, lack of qualification, or failures in previous hunts. From that day on, even if Ye obtains his hunter license, he will never be allowed to lead a group again. He ends his speech with a smug grin and asks if Ye regrets anything. Ye, calm as ever, replies that his hunting group already has the required number of members. Xiong frowns and starts counting out loud mockingly. The weakling Zhou Tong, the foolish woman Ling, the unlucky Ming, and the fool Ye himself. That's only 4. He shouts that obviously there's a difference between 4 and 5. Ye simply smiles and calls him an idiot, saying that there are indeed 5. Just then, a female voice is heard from behind, apologizing for being late. The woman approaches, exhausted, saying she just escaped from the abyss and almost lost her life inside, and that if anyone is to blame, it's Ye himself for warning her so suddenly without giving her time to prepare. She smiles and adds that in any case, he can count on her for anything. The crowd around them is stunned when they recognize her. One of Xiong's team members exclaims in disbelief that the Liu clan is one of the main sponsors of the World Guild, and that even Liu Xingran, the most ordinary member of the family, is still a person of great prestige. Xiong, incredulous, asks how someone like her could join such a mediocre group, saying that a person of her lineage should have been recruited long ago by a first-class hunting group. However, someone explains that Liu Xingran is known as a rebel within her own family, having refused the Liu family's special training program. Because of that, she lost her right to the usual heir resources and support. Even so, her decision to join Ye's group shocks everyone, and many murmur that this only proves how capable Ye Qing truly is. Xiong remains irritated by the situation, emphasizing that the protagonist has no real abilities, just a few unconventional tricks, and saying that if Ye hadn't struck first the night before, he'd be lying quietly in a hospital bed right now. He then calls his group to leave. One of the members comments that the scavengers assigned by the guild haven't arrived yet and asks if they shouldn't wait a little longer. But Xiong replies that the mission they're about to complete is Class A and only drops top-tier items, so there's no trash for scavengers to pick up. Everyone begins to leave, and the receptionist congratulates the protagonist on the successful establishment of the home of the scavengers, informing him that there are now a total of 5 registered members. The hunting group's rank is Class E, and its current status is Business Approved. The leader of the group is Ye Qing, and the members are Wu Ming, Zhou Tong, Yi Ling, and Liu Xingran. From now on, the home of the scavengers can accept team commissions for Class E work. The protagonist walks up to the reception desk and says he would like to apply to accompany Hunting Heart into the Class A Abyss, taking full responsibility for all cleanup operations. Xiong becomes furious, shouting that his team is only a Class E hunting group. How could they possibly take on a Class A mission? But the protagonist calmly replies that Class E is merely a business classification, and that there's no limit to the Abyss level a scavenger can enter. As long as there are open scavenger slots, there's no reason they can't apply. The receptionist confirms that the application was successful and that the home of the scavengers has been granted permission to join Hunting Heart's Abyss hunting mission. Xiong gets even angrier, accusing Ye of exploiting a loophole in the rules, but Ye just laughs and asks why they don't drop their prejudice and work together. After all, it's a Class A Abyss with incredibly rich yields. Xiong starts shouting insults, declaring that he'll never work with him. But if Ye insists on collecting garbage, he'll make sure to leave a massive pile for him to clean up. The protagonist smiles and says he'll follow his orders. After settling things, Ye returns to his team, and Zhou Tong asks if he's really agreeing to be that guy's slave. Ye answers no, explaining that he's simply obtaining scavenger status so they can participate in any level of Abyss missions without restrictions. Even with the lowest qualifications, they'll have the chance to enter high-level Abysses as auxiliary staff, which is a major advantage. Zhou Tong is impressed, saying that's exactly why Ye is their leader. Ye continues, saying that although the first layer of his plan is to act as scavengers, their cooperation with Hunting Heart is actually pure coincidence, because that particular mission contains the key to the Black Tower, the Black Keystone, leaving his team puzzled. Ye gathers everyone and explains that guild reports indicate that a Black Tower key is hidden within a specific Abyss hunting mission, and that Hunting Heart must have received special privileges to secure such a profitable job. Ming points out that the Black Tower key is an entry pass to the Black Tower Challenge, where challengers receive rewards based on the number of floors they climb, rewards powerful enough to lift curses, cure incurable diseases, and even resurrect those who died in the Abyss. Ling adds that she knows of countless hunter groups that have searched every Abyss gate in the world for a Black Tower key, yet only a handful have ever found one and entered the tower. Xingran notes a small problem. Without exception, everyone who's ever obtained one is now among the world's most powerful beings, just like her older brothers and sisters. Zhou Tong cuts in, saying that apparently everyone there knows what this Black Tower key is except him, so he asks if it can turn him into an instant superstar. Everyone answers in unison that it can only be achieved through real strength. Zhou Tong groans in disappointment, muttering that it looks like he'll have to get stronger on his own if he wants everyone to shut up. The protagonist keeps smiling and says that an opportunity to obtain the key has appeared right before them, and if they're lucky, they might find it before anyone else. In any case, Hunting Heart will be taking the lead as the vanguard, clearing the path and giving them time to search for the hidden chamber. Everyone looks at him, and Xingran asks if he planned everything from the beginning, including her appearance there. Ye tries to play it off, saying no. He genuinely thought the home of the scavengers would have no trouble recruiting more members, but since things turned out this way, it's all just coincidence. Even so, no one seems to believe his words. On the day of the mission, at the Abyss entrance, as soon as they pass through the portal, Zhou Tong is awestruck and asks if that really is the sky inside the Abyss. celebrating that it's incredible and admitting he always pictured the abyss as a closed space like a dungeon. Ye explains that sometimes there are open-world abysses with no concept of rooms or directional markers. These are especially dangerous because if someone can't find their way back, they'll be completely lost inside. Ming sighs and says he hates sand. The protagonist looks back and asks whether the two will really keep wearing those outfits. The two, fully covered and wearing sunglasses, reply that they must protect themselves from the sun and ask if he doesn't understand how cruel sunlight can be to women. The two groups begin to advance, and Zhou Tong remains excited, saying the endless desert looks like a golden dream in the distance, that his soul wants to fly, chasing the wind beneath that infinite sky. Xiang, on the other hand, complains that he hates open terrain because they have to walk too much just to find the mission's target. One of his group reads the report and says that, according to the information, there is an oasis fortress located at the center of this abyss. The leader is puzzled, saying that during the whole trip they didn't see any sign of vegetation or monsters, which makes no sense for a Class A abyss. The squire comments that he also felt something strange, as he'd noticed a flock of birds circling overhead for some time, as if ready to attack. The archer, who hadn't noticed, looks up and panics, shouting for everyone to be on alert because those aren't birds, they're harpies. The hunting heart group quickly forms up, shouting that in open areas this type of monster has a natural advantage by attacking from the sky. The squire tells everyone to take cover behind him, but when he looks back he finds the scavenger group still standing there. He shouts, asking why they haven't hidden and whether they're trying to die right there. Ye asks what there is to be so afraid of, saying harpy men, aside from snatching people and dropping them from great heights, don't deal that much damage otherwise. Shingren remarks that if any hunting heart member gets caught, it only shows how poor their positioning is. The squire fumes, saying that they're only auxiliaries and yet have the nerve to mock the main force, stressing that the leader letting them collect trash is already a great favor, and asks who she thinks she is to be so arrogant. At that moment, the harpies begin their attack and a fierce battle breaks out between the main group and the monsters. The archer is grabbed and carried into the air, screaming for help, while the squire leaps trying to reach him but can't get there in time. Ling simply casts a glance and activates her instant explosion skill, destroying the harpy midair and sending the archer crashing violently to the ground. She walks up calmly, stands before a stone, and, looking at the trembling archer, comments that all this time she believed the main force members were truly elite, but it seems some are there merely to fill spots. The archer, nervous and sweating, shouts that it's her fault for distracting him before he could hide properly. The protagonist retorts that he's terrible at positioning and a master at blaming others for his own mistakes, asking if that's how the hunting heart main force usually acts on missions. At that instant, the harpies shift focus and charge the protagonist's group. The squire tries to protect them, shouting to be careful, but the archer, still shaken, tells him to stop worrying, saying they asked for this and it would be good to see whether their positioning is really as good as they claim. Ye watches the monsters approach calmly, and before anyone can understand what happened, the harpies fall dead to the ground. The squire widens his eyes and asks what just happened. The archer, trembling, asks if the monster truly died from a single strike and refuses to believe it, calling it pure luck and insisting the protagonist just hit the creature's weak point, something he could have done too. Suddenly, the injured harpy rises and attempts to attack the archer again. Desperate, the archer screams for help and the protagonist steps forward and finishes it off. Ye looks at him coldly and says that harpies are extremely sensitive to sound, so if he doesn't want to attract more of them and ruin the mission, he'd better stay quiet and keep moving. The main group continues fighting, wiping out several harpies, but the noise from spells and strikes draws even more monsters. Xiang looks back furiously and asks who thought recruiting that archer and that warrior was a good idea, calling them a perfect combination of uselessness and saying that once the mission ends, both must be expelled because Hunting Heart has no room for incompetence. Zhou Tong stares at the absurd number of monsters approaching and asks if it's still safe to stay there. Ye answers that since the archer made so much noise, it's likely the enemies were attracted by him. Shingren explains that although those creatures aren't especially strong, they tend to prioritize attacking classes that rely heavily on voice, like mages and bards who need to chant spells. Zhou Tong turns pale and asks if that means the monsters see him as a direct target, and Shingren continues, saying that this kind of enemy can easily break through the tank's defensive line and reach the rear, putting fragile professions in great danger. Zhou Tong gulps and promises to stay completely silent. Suddenly, the harpies change direction and begin to retreat. The main group's mage laughs, saying they must be afraid of them, but his expression quickly changes as the ground begins to shake. Shingren analyzes the situation and says the harpies didn't flee out of fear. It's because something far stronger is approaching. A loud rumble echoes in the distance, followed by a cloud of dust, and soon dozens of massive creatures appear charging forward, a horde of ogres. Xiong realizes it and shouts orders, healers to the rear, tanks forward with him to hold the line, while mages and archers provide cover fire. Turning to Ye and the others, he arrogantly declares that he's a professional commander, capable of leading over 20 men, and that this time he'll show the scavenger team the true power of a main force. Without hesitation, he activates his skill and charges ahead, smashing through the first ogres with powerful strikes, his team following behind as a fierce battle begins. Ye just watches and comments that, judging by their attack patterns, the ogres don't seem too powerful, so the Hunting Heart squad should be able to keep them at bay. Ling asks if they're not going to join the fight, and Zhou Tong, still shaken, says there are too many and that he wants to go home. The protagonist looks at them and reminds Zhou Tong that he said he wanted to become stronger, but adds that Xiong is trying to put on a show with all his might, so they should just let him. After all, their job is only to clean up the mess. Suddenly, one of the main group's members is thrown near them, gets up screaming, and then an explosion goes off on his back, killing him instantly. Ye frowns and mutters that the idiot did that on purpose. Xiong laughs, glances their way, and asks if they're still alive, ordering them to get closer and start collecting trash since that's what they're there for. The items left behind are an absolute horror show. The protagonist observes that it's total junk and that the luck attribute has been significantly reduced because of Ming. Zhou Tong looks at the shield in his hand and says that Hunting Heart is probably going to complain about this since he's heard they only get purple quality gear or higher. And those were so bad they didn't even reach white quality. They were all gray. Meanwhile, the protagonist's eyes shine as he says that the target of their scavenging is precisely those gray quality items, as they're extremely useful to him. The main group starts grumbling that not a single blue or higher quality item dropped, and that they can't land critical hits either. Everything's garbage. Xiong complains that none of those items are worth opening, and the mage confirms that it's really abnormal. In other words, neither they nor anyone else can deal critical damage. The leader roars in frustration, saying this is a horribly unlucky day, and that even his carefully enchanted luck gear isn't working here. Ye watches from a distance and comments that the monster's main force doesn't seem to be attacking at full power, which is strange. Shingren notes that these monsters are supposed to be intelligent beings, and that upon finding hunters invading their territory, they should be charging in relentlessly. The protagonist recalls that ever since meeting the Dark Elf during his hunter exam, he's felt something was off. Some monsters can communicate in their own language. He points ahead and asks his group to look, where several monsters appear to be talking among themselves. Xiong orders his tanks to hold position, while the healers restore their health. But suddenly, an attack comes. The warrior blocks just in time and the archer kills the ogre. As he celebrates, something appears behind him. A small group of ogres launching a surprise attack. The archer shouts for caution, but hidden monsters restrain several members, and he yells that the enemies have breached the rear line, begging for help. The mage warns the leader that the backline is in danger and asks if they should clear a path to retreat. Xiong, furious, shouts, calling the mage an idiot and ordering everyone to keep advancing. The mage hesitates, asking what they should do about the members in the rear, and the leader answers coldly that they should expose the scavenger's location to the monsters and lure them there, while the main force keeps attacking the enemies up front. The two trapped members understand and throw bombs toward the scavengers, which immediately resets the monster's aggression. The creatures turn their gaze toward the protagonist's group and start moving in their direction. Ming senses something coming and warns them. Zhou Tong says those must be the monsters that managed to break through the front line, but Ling disagrees, noting that their movement looks deliberate, as if they were purposely being redirected. Jingren smiles with excitement, saying they haven't had a real fight since entering the abyss, so it's about time to show their true power. But the protagonist interrupts before she can finish, saying neither of them should act yet. He explains that they need to conserve their magic and health points and only join the battle if absolutely necessary. Ling, confused, asks why they shouldn't use magic, and Ye explains that the ogre group seems to be herding everyone into a trap, so they should let the main force test it first. As for the rear defense, he draws his twin blades and says that alone he'll be enough to hold the line. Jumping down from the rock, he charges toward the monsters. They throw a web to bind him, but he vanishes, reappearing behind them. With a single slash, he sends an ogre flying, dodges the other's attacks, and cuts them down effortlessly. More monsters appear, but Ye keeps attacking without pause, his speed so great that the blades are barely visible. Ling is stunned, speechless, while Shingren asks if he's grown stronger in the past few days, because now his movements are nearly imperceptible. Ye continues the onslaught, cutting down every monster that approaches as if they were nothing, until those still at a distance start trembling in fear of the true demon before them. When the ogres try to flee, Ye frowns and asks why they're running. The archer, watching the commotion, bursts into laughter, saying the scavengers must be struggling to collect the trash, while another member jokes that thanks to their sacrifice, the rest can fight in peace. However, the fleeing ogres suddenly turn back toward the main team, and by the time they realize what's happening, it's too late. The monsters rush them, and only screams for help echo across the battlefield. Ye watches calmly and comments that he suspected as much. Compared to ordinary monsters, these ones know how to prioritize weaker targets and retreat when faced with overwhelming strength, proving they possess a degree of intelligence. On the front line, the main warrior freezes in terror, and amid the dust, a massive club appears, smashing him into the ground in a single blow. The others, horrified, shout if the main tank was really taken out with one hit. Xiong erupts in anger, berating the healers and demanding why they weren't watching the tank's health. But one of them shouts back that there was no time to react. It happened in a single, precise strike. A colossal silhouette emerges through the dust, revealing two ogres stacked atop each other. The main team stands paralyzed, and Xiong realizes immediately that this high-tier ogre squad is far stronger than the previous ones, belonging to a completely different level of difficulty. He yells for his team to regroup and hold formation, but when he turns, he sees their rear line being attacked. The invading ogres had cut through and surrounded them from all sides. The protagonist watches and concludes that the first wave was only bait. Xiong unleashes all his power, furiously slashing through the nearby monsters and charging forward without hesitation. Stopping before the ogre leader, he laughs and shouts, asking who would fear big monsters when, before his titanic power, they're nothing but trash. Confident in his strength, he lunges, declaring that the beast will die like the others. Their weapons collide mid-air, and Xiong immediately senses something's wrong. The giant ogre activates another skill and hurls him away with devastating force. He rises, furious, asking if that cursed thing really possesses such power, but is struck again as the giant ogre charges and smashes him head-on, sending him crashing through rubble before he can react. The remaining members panic, screaming that they must help the leader. The ogre attacks again, and another tank drives his spear forward, shouting for everyone to protect Xiong immediately. The main team regroups around him as the archer fires desperately, yelling for the monsters to die. But behind it all, the true enemy leader, hidden in the shadows, begins to chant its spell. The ogre that had taken an arrow to the forehead suddenly regains consciousness and charges at the archer, who panics, wondering how that monster is still alive. One of the women from the main group notices the fallen enemy's bodies twitching and immediately screams for everyone to retreat, warning that it's necromancy. Explosions and attacks tear through the battlefield, and the healer cries out in despair, shouting that his healing can't keep up with the damage. Realizing they won't last long, Xiong orders his men to deploy a smokescreen to distract the ogre and allow a retreat. Watching from a distance, Ye recognizes the spell, turning corpses into bombs, and yells for his team to stay away from any fallen bodies. Suddenly, a monster crawls up beside him, and he commands the void to recycle it. Spectral hands drag it into darkness and erase it instantly. In the next moment, every other corpse on the field is pulled in and absorbed as well. His teammates stare in disbelief, cheering as Ming watches, impressed by that strange ability. Ye says there's no time to explain and orders them to clear all remaining corpses to stop the shaman from reanimating them. Annoyed, he thinks he'd planned to analyze the loot later, but now there's no choice. He has to recycle as many monsters as possible. At that moment, Xiong and his group run toward them, shouting, "Trash scavengers!" Stopping in front of Ye, Xiong smirks and says he'll be generous and give them an opportunity, asking what Ye thinks of his offer. The protagonist says he's listening. Xiong smiles and says that everyone surely wants a chance to stand out. Therefore, he can list in the Class A mission report that they made an outstanding contribution by fighting alongside the Hunting Heart Squad. It might even help improve the reputation of their garbage-tier hunting group once they leave. With his face cut and covered in scratches, he concludes that this time, he sincerely invites Ye and his team to join his squad as a cooperative hunting group. But Ye and his companions don't seem thrilled by the offer. A few minutes earlier, in the middle of the smoke, the main group had been cornered, unsure what to do. Xiong had said that monster wouldn't be easy to handle, but the mage cut him off, saying that they didn't need to fight head-on against something that strong. After all, the abyss was an open zone. They could simply go around the battlefield, avoiding direct confrontation and moving toward the objective. Xiong asked how that would work since circling around would only make the monsters chase them from behind. The mage replied that the leader had disapproved of those useless idiots from the start, so all they had to do was lead the monsters to them. An excellent plan. The leader hesitated but was intrigued, and the mage continued, saying it didn't matter if those nobodies died. Their father's influence meant no one would dare hold them accountable. Excited by the idea, Xiong had agreed, and now, back in the present, he asks Ye's group what they think of his invitation. Zhou Tong mutters that those guys just want to use them as cannon fodder and treat them like fools. Ming points out that the main team was nearly wiped out despite their strength, so it's obviously a trap. Xingren, on the other hand, starts to get excited, saying that if there are strong monsters to fight, it's a perfect training opportunity, urging Ye not to let it slip away. Xiong keeps pressing, saying that they'll treat Ye's team as a Class A hunting group and even reserve an extra share of the final rewards for them. Ye replies that they agree. Zhou Tong nearly has a heart attack, shouting that they shouldn't accept, while Xingran nearly bursts with joy, calling it an amazing decision. Xiong grins, pleased, saying that's excellent. Ye truly is worthy of the partnership he chose, and declares that they'll fight together as a sign of friendship. The protagonist asks for a moment to hold a private meeting. Zhou Tong keeps complaining that Xiong clearly has bad intentions and has wanted to get rid of them from the start, asking if Ye seriously plans to join that pack of idiots. Ye hands him an item, telling him to hold onto the shield and use it at a critical moment. Ling is astonished when she recognizes it as a legendary class item, and Zhou Tong stares wide-eyed, realizing he's holding a legendary shield, saying his entire savings wouldn't even cover its repair costs. Ling, still awestruck, asks to take a closer look. Ye shrugs and asks what's the point of repairing it. If it breaks, just throw it away. He'll give them another one. The protagonist then goes to Xingren and asks if she has any level of medical skill as part of a knight's talent. She replies that maybe she does, but she's not very good at healing abilities, even though healing spells are one of the essential skills for knights. Ye smiles and says it's already decided. She'll be everyone's babysitter. Xingren gets completely annoyed, saying she's always ventured alone into the abysses and wasn't made to babysit anyone. The protagonist explains that she won't have to fight this time, since her mission will be to protect the rear-line professionals, Ling and Zhou Tong, as she's the only one who can change classes among them and has the ability to protect others, ensuring everyone can leave the abyss safely. Zhou Tong says he'll entrust his life to the leader, while Ling snaps back that she's not that fragile. The protagonist pats his companion on the shoulder and says he'll leave the two in her care. Xingren agrees but says she needs to look for the healing supplies she has. After much insistence, Ling manages to grab the shield and jokes that she's now a beloved melee fighter. Zhou Tong, sad for losing the shield, just cries. Ye says that since she casts fire spells from a distance, she should prioritize monsters that get close to prevent them from dying too near, because the necromancer's corpse explosion mark can cause a body to rise and turn into a bomb 5 seconds after falling, so it's necessary to keep a safe distance. Ling replies that she can just burn them until they turn to charcoal. That way they won't explode even if they want to. Ye looks at Ming without knowing what to say. Ming asks why the protagonist is looking at him, emphasizing that he won't die no matter what. Ye tells him he can do whatever he wants, and now the only thing left is the group's goal, which is very simple. Eliminate every enemy without the hunting heart's help. Xiong celebrates, saying they'll handle the rear while the protagonist only needs to draw the Guardian's attention, and warns them to watch out for the little one riding the big guy because he can detonate the corpses. Ye and his team simply ignore what Xiong is saying and keep walking toward the monsters. The leader of Hunting Heart asks if those people are stupid, since they just showed up without even getting a buff or any kind of power. He turns and orders his group to leave immediately because otherwise when the protagonist's squad is wiped out, the gold will fall on them again. On the other side of the smoke, Ye calls the others' attention and they rush forward, causing an explosion, but they're instantly defeated while the shaman keeps coordinating everyone. The protagonist gets annoyed for not understanding what that monster is saying and orders the system to analyze the language. A message appears saying, "If you succeeded in the intelligence test, you now understand the monster's language." The shaman was shouting that the protagonist was a fool because they are the clan appointed by the heavens to guard the valley where the emperor rests, and anyone who dares to pass must die and explode in their own blood. He starts controlling the monsters again. Zhou Tong says that seems to be mind control, a high-level control spell, and that the shaman must be the strategist of the entire squad. Once he's killed, the rest won't pose much of a threat. While he's explaining, some bring a massive cleaver onto the battlefield and hand it to the giant ogre. The system says that ogre has health regeneration, slowly recovering life points. Its huge body resists control techniques and weakens them. Zhou Tong, still terrified, says that with that amount of health and thick armor, plus the collector axe, one hit would definitely wipe him out. He suggests they stop what they're doing and wait for the Hunting Heart squad to arrive for backup. But when he looks back, he screams upon seeing that they really use their whole group as cannon fodder. Ming asks what they should do now. The protagonist says the undead shaman also plans to create cannon fodder, which can not only block them, but also turn into material for corpse bombs and continue causing massive damage even after dying. Ye emphasizes that he'll handle the decapitation while Ming just needs to clear the area. While he's explaining, Ming ignores him and charges ahead. The protagonist shouts that he hasn't finished speaking, but then turns with a grin and, loud enough for everyone to hear, orders his group not to leave a single one alive. Shingren draws her sword, saying she can hold the rear line. Ling begins unleashing her flames, laughing and saying she'll turn them all to ash. Ming is already in the middle of the fight, and Zhou Tong keeps hiding behind a rock, saying he'll try his best. The others charge forward. Ming wipes them all out, but another attacks him from behind, and Yes slices it in half, saying he'll leave the small ones to him. The protagonist ignores the smaller monsters and heads straight for the boss. The two stare each other down for a moment, while further back the other three stand still. Ling, annoyed, comments that they could at least let a few pass so she could do something. Shingren complains that she wants to have some fun too, and Zhou Tong just celebrates not having to do anything. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him and, startled, realizes that more monsters have appeared. He quickly unleashes his chains, ordering them to dance like snakes and bind his enemies' fates. Using the power of the underworld, he manages to restrain them and cheers loudly, shouting that he didn't mess up this time and that, apparently, his chanting skills are improving. Ling prepares to attack, saying that Zhou Tong isn't so bad this time. At least he's not being a burden. She fires off an instant explosion that nearly hits him and yells at him to dodge already. Irritated, Zhou Tong points at her and complains that he was right next to the enemies and asks how she didn't notice. She replies that the boss had said earlier they needed to eliminate opponents as fast as possible because they could explode, but thinks to herself that he deserved it for not letting her touch the shield before. Suddenly, another ogre starts emerging from the ground, and Zhou Tong screams in fear, asking if they're coming back since they look like moles digging everywhere. Ling jumps off a rock and lands in front of the ogre, saying it seems they really love digging holes, and then wonders aloud whether all those tunnels are connected. She launches her flames into the hole, causing destruction from the inside out, and says that now everything's taken care of. Zhou Tong comments that it seems she's the real living bomb, not those monsters. Shingren looks at them with a smile and says they did a great job, asking them to stay behind her as much as possible, assuring them she'll help block the monsters and can heal them if they get hurt. While she's talking, a few enemies approach from behind. The two shout for her to look out. Shingren snaps her fingers, laughing, and says that if they're frozen, they shouldn't explode. And in an instant, both monsters are completely frozen solid. The two are amazed by her power, saying she's incredibly strong. A little worried, Shingren turns and asks where the protagonist is. Up ahead on the battlefield, Ye was facing the shaman. The giant ogre tries to hit him, but the protagonist dodges easily, saying that no matter how much the damage increases, if it doesn't hit, the damage is still zero. Suddenly, other monsters crawl out from underground trying to grab him, but with the power of the void, Ye wipes them out instantly, leaving even the shaman shocked. Ye glares at the shaman and says that all the trash he scattered will now be returned to him. With that, he activates the recycling reversal. The corpses that were about to explode are hurled back at the shaman, causing a massive explosion. Near the portal, Xiong hears the blast and bursts out laughing, saying that sound probably means that bunch of trash is finally dead. On the battlefield, the giant ogre grabs the mutilated shaman, who had lost half his body in the explosion and was crying in despair. But suddenly, the ogre devours him whole. Ye watches in shock, saying that devouring comrades to grow stronger is a barbaric way to survive. Soon, a massive surge of energy erupts from the ogre's body, creating a suffocating pressure over the entire battlefield. Stunned, Ye remarks that instead of saying the shaman was controlling the giant ogre, it would be more accurate to say the shaman was limiting his power, because now this is his true form. The system notifies skeleton form, Agma activated. Meanwhile, in the rear, all the smaller monsters approaching are completely incinerated. Shingren moves closer to Ling, applying healing touches that slowly restore her health. Ling's light burns disappear almost instantly. Zhou Tong, meanwhile, struggles against another ogre and, frightened, asks where Ming is since he's lost sight of him, even wondering if he's already dead. Ming, watching the pathetic scene, asks if he needs help and walks toward him, leaving a pile of dead ogres behind. He mocks him, saying the uncle Zhou Tong was looking for is alive and well. Furious, Zhou Tong approaches and asks if he has any team spirit at all, pointing out that he's fighting a tough battle while Ming doesn't even try to help. Ming replies that he's helping precisely by keeping his distance, since with the curse Zhou Tong carries, any hit he takes could turn fatal. He also questions whether Miss Shingren's healing wouldn't be enough to keep them both alive. Shingren, nearly breaking down, complains that she really isn't cut out to babysit anyone. Ming explains that he only joined the hunting group to meet the minimum member requirement, but reminds them not to forget he's a professional mercenary. An ogre sneaks up from behind, and Ming kills it with a single strike, commenting that every monster killed counts as a separate reward. Meanwhile, Ye continues fighting the boss. He dodges all the attacks with precision until, upon landing, he feels something strange beneath his feet. Looking around, he realizes something's wrong and begins to wonder what's happening, noticing that the sand on the battlefield is restricting his movements. Ye watches as the boss suddenly attacks and thinks he needs to use gravity to enhance his mobility, managing to dodge the strike when he realizes that type of attack can easily be avoided as long as he's not bound to the ground. He climbs onto a rock, determined not to let the fight continue that way, and decides to go on the offensive. He deactivates frenzy mode and charges full force at the monster. The boss tries to hit him, but he dodges and cuts off the creature's arm. However, the enemy keeps attacking non-stop, and Ye uses gravity to propel himself to its head, landing a direct hit that, though precise, deals little damage. The monster turns and launches another strike. Ye manages to defend, and the system notifies him of a perfect parry, but also warns that the crushing blow from Ogrima cannot be completely negated, meaning the user will still take 30% of the damage. His longsword shatters, and the protagonist is violently thrown back. He's affected by the prison debuff, which disables emergency evasion and blocks all movement abilities. When he tries to move, he realizes he's completely immobilized as the boss approaches. At that moment, he activates the recycling ability, and the hands of the Void begin holding him. He commands them to retreat, and the Void pushes him away while charging energy. Using healing to compensate for massive blood loss, Yes struggles to regain control. The monster keeps rushing toward him, but the protagonist uses his abilities to move, and while recycling his equipment, he recovers his weapons and turns, charging back at the enemy. He manages to strike both of the boss's legs, and the system notifies that the attack dealt no direct damage, but applied a slow effect. Ogma's movement and rotation speed are reduced. Yes seizes the opening, jumps onto the monster, and lands another precise hit, lowering its health to 75%. The boss roars in pain and, enraged, sees Yes smiling with satisfaction as he comments that the enemy's HP dropped significantly and that maybe this is the ideal method to continue. The monster howls and unleashes a powerful burst of energy. The system warns that it has activated Sandstomp mode. Ye is thrown far away and crashes near his teammates. He gets up, saying it looks like the fight won't be that simple. Zhou Tong asks if he's alright, and Ye replies, it's nothing serious. The system issues another alert. Ogma has activated Supreme Recovery. The tendon cuts are healed, and its HP rapidly restores to 83%, then quickly climbs back to 100%. Ye explains that this ability is automatic and activates whenever the boss goes more than 3 seconds without taking damage, fully restoring its health. Ming comments that Xiong made the right decision by retreating since they don't need to fight to the death against a branch boss and still have time to catch up with Hunting Heart. Ye, however, says that if he gives up the reward from this boss, he'll regret it and won't sleep that night, especially now that he's figured out the monster's combat mechanism. Ming questions how they can win if the enemy recovers all its HP after just 3 seconds without damage. Ye replies that, with his current strength, he can't defeat it alone, but with teamwork it's possible. He explains that Ogma doesn't follow the traditional aggression mechanic. It only reacts to the last one who attacked. Therefore, the solution is for melee fighters to take turns attacking continuously to keep the boss under pressure and prevent it from using its super recovery while maintaining constant damage output. Ye says that Xingran, Ming, and he will take turns striking Ogma to draw its attention, while Ling will handle delivering damage between intervals to stop the regeneration. If the gap between attacks doesn't exceed 3 seconds, they should be able to defeat it somehow. Zhou Tong asks what his role will be in this plan, and Ye answers that his priority is staying alive. Zhou notes that he's already noticed Ye's peculiar ability to discern the enemy's hidden strength, and asks what their real chances of victory are. Ye estimates them to be around 20%. Zhou looks dejected, wondering if it's worth risking death for such low odds, and suggests they could join the deserters from Hunting Heart instead. Ling steps forward and says 20% is surprisingly high. Ye stresses that they only have one shot, and if the monster fully recovers its HP, they must retreat immediately. If that happens, he'll take the front line to hold Ogma back and ensure everyone's safety, even if it means risking his own life. Xingran starts healing him and says she believes in him, promising to give her all and never back down. Zhou Tong gets fired up and says that if his older brother said that, then he believes in him completely and won't run away either. Ling says she still has plenty of mana left and that they can count on her. Ming, on the other hand, grumbles that they're just a bunch of idiots looking for death. While being healed, Ye realizes that Xingran's healing spell can be combined with his natural regeneration, compensating for the double bleeding effect. Xingran is happy to be of help, but Ye tells her it's more than that. With this healing effect, she's actually helped him a lot, because now he can use triple berserker mode without worry. Shocked, Xingran asks what that means, And Ming explains that the Berserker effect multiplies with each activation, but the user risks dying once they reach the third level. Ye says that's the real gamble, but he needs to become stronger. With everything ready, the group sets off to face the boss. Ling is the first to arrive and activates her flame form, increasing the damage of all fire spells but sacrificing part of her own health. She yells that long-range firepower is her domain and fires an extremely powerful fireball. The monster detects the attack, raises a wall of sand to protect itself, and counterattacks. Shingren moves forward, shouting that she'll guard the rear, destroying almost all of the projectiles, while Zhou Tong blocks the few remaining fragments. Ye rushes past and asks Shingren to use her ice attribute to reinforce the ground since he'll advance to relieve pressure on the backline. She creates an ice path and he quickly sprints across it. The boss tries to target him, but Ling's fireballs draw its attention again. She laughs and says she's got plenty more where that came from. The monster gets hit and Ye takes the opening to leap forward. Unsure of whom to focus on, the enemy suddenly attacks Shingren. Frightened, she raises an ice wall to defend herself, but the blow is so strong that the barrier starts to crack completely. Shingren screams for everyone to fall back because she won't hold for long. The system reports that aggression has shifted, and Ming touches her shoulder, telling her to move aside. He then unleashes a strike so powerful that it shatters both her defense and the monster's attack. He says he'll always have her back and that there's no problem at all, emphasizing that she can go ahead since she's faster. Shingren charges toward the monster, which notices her approach and tries to hit her, but she dodges swiftly, and Ye takes the opportunity to land a clean hit. The monster changes focus and turns its aggression toward him, but Shingren freezes the creature's arm, and the system indicates the accumulated freeze value has reached 15%. Ye tells her to fall back, and Shingren begins retreating, saying she understands. He then launches another strike and orders Ling to attack. She, who had been restoring her mana, confirms the command and fires multiple fireballs, causing a massive explosion. The monster retaliates, but she dodges at the last second. Ye keeps slashing relentlessly, reducing the boss's health further and keeping it under control. At that moment, Ming appears and severs the monster's arm. Ye thanks him and says that for now, everything is perfect, since the interval between attacks is 2 seconds, preventing the enemy's regeneration. With that, it's only a matter of time before they win. He shouts for everyone to keep attacking. Ming responds that he understands. Shingren says she'll further restrict the monster's movements, and Ling drinks another mana recovery elixir before attacking again, creating another explosion of flames. Annoyed, she yells at the monster to stop screaming so much, saying the noise is unbearable. The system warns that aggression has transferred to her. Furious, Ogma throws its axe at her. Ye orders Shingren to block and she raises an ice wall but realizes it won't be enough to withstand the impact. At that moment, Zhou Tong remembers the entire plan and Ye's words, that his role was to survive and that their chances of victory were only 20%. Without hesitation, he jumps in front of Ling and uses his shield to intercept the attack, shouting that the shield must hold. In that instant, Zhou Tong finds himself trapped within his own memories, thinking that he once wanted to earn more money, chasing the impossible dream of becoming a celebrity, but admits to himself that he was never worthy of it, that he's always been just trash. He sees himself before a microphone, remembering that even when he tried to sing, his tongue was clumsy and his pitch completely off. As he grips the microphone, he feels another presence holding it too, himself but with a different aura, and hears his own voice saying he doesn't have the profile for that. Joe lowers his gaze and agrees, while his other self begins to fade away, saying he could never be a musician or even a supporting role because anyone who steps onto the stage must know how to shine under the spotlight, and the same goes for the battlefield. She asks him if he understands what a true spotlight moment is. Joe keeps holding the microphone and says he's heard that phrase before, that those under the spotlight are the real stars and heroes of a story, but he always wondered what the spotlight truly illuminates: talent, dreams, courage, or just an enlarged shadow. He recalls that he used to believe that stepping on stage and holding a microphone would make the spotlight choose him, but the truth is, voices from the past echo in his mind, people saying he was never meant for that he was just trash. Joe grows angry, admitting he doesn't have the talent to ignite a crowd with a single note, but still refuses to accept that fate. A beam of light appears before him and Joe begins walking toward it, saying he's no longer willing to stand by and watch others shine from afar while he himself isn't even qualified to approach the spotlight. He wishes, even if just once, to get close to the center of the stage and feel the lights for himself. Yet dark thoughts start dragging him back, questioning why he's struggling so much and saying that garbage should stay among garbage. Zhou Tong fights against his own mind, saying that even if it's only for a moment, it's enough. He reaches out toward the light and declares that it doesn't matter if he can never be a rap star dazzling under the stage lights, at least on the battlefield. he can be the true protagonist. For the first time, he steps out of the darkness and into the scene, declaring that he no longer cares about anything else. At the height of his courage, he shouts that this is his moment to shine, a moment that belongs only to him. Even though he manages to save his companion, he is gravely injured and thrown far away. Ye witnesses it and, consumed by rage, uses Gravity Vortex, grabbing the axe and hurling it back at the boss. The monster tries to dodge but gets hit and goes berserk. Ye activates triple berserker mode. The energy around him shifts completely, and the pressure in the air intensifies. He glares at the enemy and shouts that he'll crush its bones into dust. Xingren begins healing Zhou Tong, but when she looks at Ye, she realizes that what surrounds him isn't made of crystals, but of glass formed from sand melted at extreme temperature. Now she can truly see how strong he is. Ye charges at the monster, dodging its attacks and catching one of its projectiles, shouting that he'll aim straight for the creature's face. He then throws the attack and lands a direct hit on its forehead. Xingren cheers, and Ming takes the opening to slice off the enemy's other arm, bringing its health down to 40%. Xingren rushes in and freezes the boss's lower body, dropping its HP further to 30%. Ling keeps launching fireballs, cutting the health bar to 20%. Ye drives his weapon into the monster's forehead, reducing it to 10%, and gathering all his remaining strength, pierces straight through its head. He then creates another gravity vortex and launches it inside the creature's body, declaring that it's time to be completely crushed. The vortex starts behaving like a black hole, devouring the boss's body and growing until it destroys its upper half, erasing it completely. Ye approaches Zhou Tong and asks how he's doing. Xingren replies that thanks to the temporary invincibility effect from the small shield, he had a chance to survive, but warns that her healing magic is weak and she's struggling to keep him alive. Ye starts trembling, saying it's his fault. More than anyone, he should know the rules of survival in the abyss, and Zhou Tong should never have risked himself so recklessly. With difficulty speaking, Zhou calls Ye his brother and says he's happy he was able to help because at last he stood in the center of the stage, even if only for a few seconds. Ye remains silent, unsure how to respond, then orders that everyone's mission be cancelled. He says they must take Zhou Tong back to the Abyss Gate immediately while he handles the rest. Xingren panics and asks what he plans to do, telling him he can't go alone. Ye steps back a little, opens a portal to the void, and something begins to emerge from within. He thinks that every battle is like dancing on the edge of a blade, with the heart beating to the rhythm of a war drum. Without an iron will and an unshakable heart, he could never endure it all. He's managed to become stronger, yet at the same time he's lost something in silence. Mysteriously, the system issues notification stating that he has obtained the Bone Flower Amulet. Ye stays focused on what he's doing, thinking that he stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared back at him, a deep darkness that seemed to mock his insignificance and helplessness. He remembers Zhou Tong crying and apologizing, saying he was sorry because even though he had done everything he could to reach the center of the stage, he still ended up becoming a burden to everyone, and in the end remained the most useless one. At that moment, Ye couldn't say a single word of encouragement. It makes him question what exactly is holding him back. Is it fear, doubt, or selfishness? He wonders whether he truly wants to comfort his companion, keep risking his life, and delve even deeper into the abyss, or if deep down he's just afraid for his own safety. His ability alerts him that he's recycling Agma's corpse, and he thinks about how cruel that world is. The cruelty of the abyss itself never shows mercy to anyone, leaving no room for empty words. When the portal opens before him, Ye steps through and finds himself in a new battlefield. On the ground lie the bodies of fallen monsters. He observes the scene and comments that even though the Hunting Heart team avoided direct confrontation with Agma, they still encountered scattered groups of creatures along the way. He notices there are no human bodies, meaning their progress has been smooth. The system detects a used smoke bomb on the ground. Ye picks it up and remarks that the King's Canyon is shaped like a corridor, and anyone trying to advance deeper won't be able to do so without being spotted by other creatures. He examines the bomb and concludes that the group is still avoiding combat, which shows that Hunting Heart had been well prepared from the start, planning to rely solely on stealth to reach the final chamber and claim the reward without facing any enemies. He activates the Eye of Observation. Suddenly, a few monsters appear ahead. Yi notes that unlike scavengers, ogre warriors are large and slow, but possess enough offensive power to instantly kill fighters of the same level. Among them stands a high-level berserker ogre. He crushes the smoke bomb in his hand and says that, unlike Hunting Heart, he has no intention of avoiding fights. He charges at the monsters, taunting them and drawing all their attention and aggression toward himself. The battle begins, and meanwhile, a little farther ahead, the Hunting Heart group arrives at a set of ruins. Xiong, the leader, punches a stone door in frustration and turns to the others, demanding to know what's going on. They've reached the end of the abyss, and the final treasure should be inside, yet all they see is a damned sealed gate. The team's mage approaches and says the clue mentioned that they'd need the Guardian's amulet to open the passage. Xiong asks what amulet that is and where this so-called Guardian is, since they didn't see any on the way. The mage explains that it's only natural. They avoided fighting the entire time and therefore never obtained the item. He adds that, according to the records, the amulet should have been carried by the ogre patrolling the area. Xiong is stunned and asks if he's talking about Ogma, the same one they asked another group to lure away. Now, to open the door, they'd have to go back and defeat it. The mage takes a deep breath and confirms. Xiong then asks how many smoke bombs remain and how many they'd need to safely make the return trip. The members reply that there are none left. They've already used them all. The leader sighs and says that apparently there's no choice. They'll have to fight on the way back. The mage retorts, asking if he's lost his mind, since the team has already lost several key members and no longer has the strength to defeat a boss. The main tanker has long been dead. The warlock and the DPS archer are gone, leaving only a weak healer and a worn-down squad. Growing more furious, Xiong shouts that the group is nothing but a pack of useless failures and wonders aloud if their misfortune is the fault of that damned guy who lured Ogma away. Just then, a voice echoes. Ye appears before them, covered in wounds but with a determined gaze, calmly saying that the amulet they're looking for is in his hands. Xiong is shocked and asks how he's still alive. Ye replies that thanks to Xiong, he not only survived but is doing quite well. Xiong keeps mocking him, saying that apparently he's the only one left alive, and asks if that was at the cost of abandoning his companions. Imagining that Ye's team must have been in an even worse situation and completely wiped out. The protagonist steps toward the door, saying they shouldn't act hypocritical about it because, unlike Xiong, he didn't let anyone die needlessly and, for safety, ordered them to retreat. He places the amulet against the wall and opens the portal. As they enter, Xiong asks if the amulet in his hand is only there because he stole it from the boss outside. The mage comments that the legendary theft skill of the worker class does allow collecting materials from enemies without killing them. Xiong sneers, saying that the protagonist's profession is Scavenger, and that he could accept it if it were a legendary trash-picking ability, but asks mockingly if stealing counts too. Ye tells them to stop talking nonsense and states that he eliminated the boss along with a few monsters that were getting in his way. Xiong grabs him tightly by the shoulder, shouting and demanding to know how he managed to kill that creature when their entire team together wasn't enough. Suddenly, the protagonist strikes the wall, causing a massive explosion that leaves everyone stunned. Ye asks if they really want to find out whether he's strong or not. Impressed, Xiong says he finally understands how incredible Ye is, and asks if they're at least on cooperative terms, since there are still enough of them alive to fill a few party slots. And if the final chamber requires multiple people to solve a puzzle, they'll have to work together. The protagonist replies that Xiong can do whatever he wants. Xiong remarks that in the abyss, the strong like Ye give the orders, but once they leave, Ye will still need his influence to pull some strings and raise the hunting group's rank. He adds that they're practically equals here, and that by tradition, the final treasure of the abyss is divided equally based on team size. The hunting heart group has 5 people, while the scavengers have only 1, so the split will be 5-1. Suddenly, he steps on a trap, and Ye shouts for everyone to scatter, but the healer can't move in time and is instantly killed. The others are horrified, and Ye comments that now the split is 4-1. Sometime later, the hunting heart group is exhausted, saying they're finally safe because the traps were terrifying, but there don't seem to be any more ahead. However, the protagonist is startled when the system warns that countless other traps lie ahead. He remarks that apparently those didn't require any money and punches one of the pillars, activating all the traps at once. The hunting heart group panics while Ye says he'd like to try this out. He uses his void ability to shield everyone and block the arrows, destroying all the traps. Then he tells them they can move forward now. Xiong, amazed, asks if all of Ye's attributes are focused on strength, while the mage, shocked, wants to know what kind of ability that was, since he's never seen anything like it. As they walk, Xiong mutters about what kind of monster that guy is, destroying all the traps with a single punch and still looking completely calm. The mage tells him to shut up, saying they might need the protagonist's help again. Xiong glares at him with disdain and asks what he's so afraid of. After all, the protagonist is just one person, while they are 5. The mage corrects him, saying they're 4 now. At that moment, Xiong notices Ye has stopped walking and asks if something's wrong. But when he approaches, he freezes at the sight before him, an immense chamber overflowing with treasure. He rushes forward, saying he's never seen anything like it, and as he holds some of the crystals in his hands, he marvels at their purity. The mage comments that with all this, they'll never have to scavenge trash again. The others cheer, saying they finally struck it rich. Xiong orders everyone to empty their packs and grab as much as they can, declaring that when they get out, they'll be the center of attention. The protagonist, however, says something's wrong. He examines one of the treasure piles and suddenly notices something strange, his eyes widening in shock. The system alerts him of a dragon's presence. Yi shouts that dragons are extremely rare creatures in the abyss, recorded only in S-level worlds, and there have been no more than 5 sightings in all of history. Horns begin to emerge from the mound of gold, and a woman rises from the pile of treasure saying that someone has disturbed her sleep. Xiong is startled to see that it's a woman. She calls them inferior beings and orders them to remove their equipment, store it properly, and leave respectfully, saying she'll pretend she never saw them before lying down again to return to sleep. The group stands frozen, confused about what just happened. Xiong asks if he heard correctly, unable to believe that a demonic beast spoke the human language. Suddenly, she stirs again, saying she almost fell back asleep, but the group yells that she actually had. The woman asks why they're still here and remarks that they seem so greedy that even the air they breathe reeks of corruption. Then she notices something and rises to her feet, looking directly at Ye, saying that he, dressed in those rags, dares step into her domain and is dirtying the golden floor. Disrespectfully, Xiong says that she's just a rare humanoid monster recorded in the monster database, and that besides being gorgeous, it's only fair to slay her and display her as a trophy. The mage, terrified, begs his leader to listen to the woman, saying she doesn't seem like an ordinary being and could very well be a boss. Xiong snaps back, asking what the mage is so afraid of, saying she's just a pretty monster guarding treasure and that with the 4 of them together, there's nothing to fear. Besides, he believes her aggression is locked onto the Scavenger so they could make a sneak attack. Suddenly, the woman unleashes a powerful attack that makes the leader scream in terror, but the strike halts midway as she leaps forward, landing right in front of the protagonist. She stares at him and asks if he has any gold coins, crystals, or anything shiny he can offer her. Confused, Xiong mutters if that monster is actually some kind of greedy ghost. The woman then notices something in Ye's pocket and with a swift motion begins pulling at the crystal. The protagonist grips it tightly, shouting for her not to touch his belongings. The dragon woman says it's just a piece of trash and asks why he treats it like a treasure, then smiles and says he's truly adorable. Ye thinks that since she's a monster, she must have a weakness, and even a dragon can be defeated if its life core is exposed. He activates the Eye of Observation, but she senses it instantly and in a blink tears out his eye. Holding the eyeball in her hand, she tells him he defiled her with that probing technique and that his eyes will now serve as an offering. She then starts eating the eye right in front of him. Consumed by rage, Ye activates Double Frenzy and after stabilizing, evolves into Triple Frenzy, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy. He charges at her with everything he has, but the dragon woman blocks his strike with just 2 fingers and flicks him away effortlessly. Ye is stunned, saying that her power is immeasurable and she truly looks like a goddess. Xiong is equally horrified, admitting that she's definitely not the kind of monster they can log as a bounty. Panicking, he grabs one of his last smoke bombs and throws it, shouting for everyone to grab whatever they can and run. The smoke spreads rapidly and the dragon woman grows even angrier. Xiong yells at the mage, demanding how he plans to move something so huge and orders everyone to hurry. But in the midst of the haze, the woman begins to transform, and a devastating attack cuts through the smoke, obliterating most of the group in an instant. Xiong, somehow still alive, looks around in horror at what remains and admits that his team really was just a bunch of idiots, saying they should have just taken whatever they could carry and run as fast as possible. Trembling, he spots a crystal on the ground and desperately crawls toward it, muttering that taking just that one would be enough. But suddenly, the smoke before him starts to shift in a strange way. A colossal shadow forms, and the dragon emerges from the mist, glaring at him with disdain and asking how he dares to steal her secret treasure, saying that apparently he's far braver than he looks. Xiong freezes in terror as the woman shifts back into her humanoid form, asking if the dragon's secret treasure isn't a bit too hot for him to handle. Suddenly, the crystal in his hands bursts into flames and he drops it, screaming in pain. Ye tries to strike her, but with a simple flick of saliva, she melts his sword, calling it pathetic and saying that a sneak attack is even more disgraceful than trash. She asks if he needs to be taught what true regeneration is, and, with mocking amusement, begins healing him. Then she picks up a gold coin and flicks it at Xiong, piercing his leg and sending him crashing to the ground. Turning to the protagonist, the dragoness begins to speak, saying that compared to the vermin who lick gold coins, she far prefers a wild dog capable of unearthing a crown from rotting flesh. Ye stays silent, sensing something in the air which catches her attention. She asks what he's sniffing for, and he answers that it's the Black Tower key, one of the collector's relics she possesses. Shocked, the woman grabs him and calls him insolent, demanding how he dares to covet her treasure, reminding him that she is a dragon. Ye calmly replies that if she hands over the Black Tower key, he'll stay away from the rest of her hoard. The woman scoffs, asking why a proud dragon should care about the request of a filthy stray dog. Ye forms a vortex and says there's a very good reason she can't refuse, shouting that the recycling has begun. The hands of the void materialize and start seizing the treasures, dragging them into the portal. The dragoness panics, screaming for him to stop and biting at the spectral hands, cursing them furiously, but to no effect. Yes starts laughing, saying that even if she kills him, she can't stop the void's devouring power. The woman cries and curses him as he threatens that unless she gives in, she'll watch 10,000 years of treasures turn to garbage. He then tosses one of the relics into the void, erasing it completely. The dragon roars, calling him a despicable mutt, but Ye just keeps laughing. The system announces that the permafrost crystal coffin has been successfully recovered. She tries to reach him, shouting that it was a full moon gift meant for her 1,352nd dragon descendant. The immortal fire seed begins to get pulled toward the portal, and the system warns that the item holds no recovery value. It's already extinguished at the edge of the void. The spectral hands continue dragging ancient scrolls, and she desperately tries to grab them, only to notice that sapphire-encrusted boxes are also being taken. Screaming, she begs him not to touch those, explaining they hold her baby teeth and the lance whose banner she wove herself with dragon scales shed over centuries. The dragoness collapses to the floor, weeping and pleading for him to return everything. Ye watches her and asks if she'll trade it all for the Black Tower key, betting she won't want to see the reverse scale of the first Snow Dragon King turn to waste. Desperate, the woman agrees, saying she'll hand over the key since it's nothing but a stupid trinket anyway. After striking the deal, she leads him to another chamber, explaining that this is the dragon's treasury of knowledge, for dragons not only amass wealth, but also collect wisdom. She opens a door and remarks that no one has entered in 300 years, and that it should have been cleaned at least a century ago. The room is coated in dust, but when the candles ignite, the light reveals a massive library. Ye asks if it's really wise to light so many candles among ancient scrolls, wondering if she's not afraid they'll all catch fire. The dragoness simply tells him to sit, but he refuses. Then she lifts a strange object and says it's the Black Tower key he's after. The key begins to glow and Ye reaches out to take it, but she smacks his hand away, preventing him from touching it. He glares at her, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. The woman replies coldly that he won't take it as easily as he imagines, since he devoured half her treasures and should at least return part of them. Ye retorts that she's the one who called him a wild dog covered in trash, so how does she expect him to return anything? With a sly smile, the dragoness says her nose is incredibly sensitive and that even though he's dressed in rags, she can smell a legendary scent coming from deep within his pockets. She proposes a trade. If he gives her a divine-grade item, she'll hand over the Black Tower key, and if he's quick about it, she might even throw in a little extra service. Ye calls her greedy and, for the first time, says her name, Novelist, asking what will happen if he refuses. Novelist laughs and says he really is a wild dog, but she already knows what he's capable of, and that dropping 100 divine items shouldn't be too difficult for someone like him. Pretending to be pitiful, she sighs and says that if she could freely wander through the gates of other worlds like him, she would never need to covet other people's little trinkets. But unfortunately, she can't. Yes sighs, opens a portal, and tells her to take whatever she wants. Novelist's eyes sparkle, and soon countless treasures begin floating through the air as she cheers excitedly. The protagonist asks if she's satisfied now, and Novelist, holding one of the items, observes it with fascination, saying it's a divine artifact she's never seen before. Ye approaches the table and places his hand on the key, but a powerful energy bursts out and the system alerts him. Curse of the Shadow of Death. All attributes reduced to 1 point, skills disabled. After a 5-day countdown, an instant death effect will activate once. Ye freezes, feeling his body consumed by the dark energy, while Novelist, still admiring the treasures, curiously asks if that's the same item the old man sealed in the magical vault and when it ended up in his hands. She laughs, saying that the wild mutt's talent for digging through trash is truly remarkable. Furious, Yes shouts that all he wanted was the Black Tower key, not a cursed gift. Novelist shrugs and says she gave him the item as agreed. Whether the box was clean or not isn't her problem. Ye exhales sharply, saying he expected as much. After all, deals with dragons never end well. The dragoness smirks, mocking that wild dogs who bite too fast never taste honey, and that her special service is reserved only for children who know how to bring her treasures, while hugging the divine item fondly. Enraged, Ye grabs her by the horns and shakes her violently, while Novelist screams in panic, begging him to let go, saying a dragon's horns are connected to the reverse scale nerve. Just then, Xiang burst into the library, startled by the sound of books falling and the chaos around him. In disbelief, he wonders if that junk scavenger actually turned an ancient dragon into a pile of scrolls. Ye keeps shaking Novelist by the horns, yelling for her not to try deceiving him again, threatening that if she does, not only will she never get the 100 promised items, but he'll reduce the entire library to dust. The dragoness, kneeling and crying, finally gives in again and tells him to search for a portal to another world. Inside it lies the final code capable of rewriting the laws of death, and only that can free him from the curse. Ye, shocked, yells, calling her a stupid dragon and demanding more details, asking which gate and where it is. Novelist sighs and says that that's all the information she can give. The rest he'll have to discover himself. The protagonist explodes in anger, shouting that she can't just dodge responsibility when he's now burdened with the most cruel curse she could cast, asking how he's supposed to fight monsters with that on his back. Novelist starts laughing, saying that ordinary dragons can't dispel that curse. But she isn't ordinary, she's Novelist. With a smug grin, she claims that for 500 divine items, she could help him suppress its effects partially. Ye's eyes widen in disbelief as his aura bursts outward in fury. He roars that if she keeps up her outrageous greed, he'll reduce her treasure and library to ashes. Terrified, Novelist immediately bows, hitting her head on the floor in submission, saying there are alternatives. Payment plans also work for those she favors. She explains that she can lower the minimum price a little, and that he can start by paying only 100 items now, owing the remaining 400. Ye trembles with rage, saying she might as well rob him outright, then begins dumping equipment before her, shouting for her to take everything. Delighted, Novelist laughs gleefully and dives into the treasure pile with pure joy. Ye, seething, thinks bitterly that he's been tricked by that dragon yet again, and tells her to stop playing around. She gives him a sly look and says he still owes 400 divine items. So how could she possibly let him die so easily? Suddenly, Novelist opens her mouth and pulls something out. It's Ye's eye. She throws it toward him, saying she'll take responsibility for that wild dog until the end, because she is Novelist. The eye hits perfectly, fusing back into his face. Rising with regal presence, she declares that she is still a dragon. Ye feels a sharp pain in his head and asks what she's done to him, but before he can comprehend it, he collapses. When he wakes, he's lying somewhere else, frightened, as the system announces, Obsidian Hall detected. Materialized domain of the curse. Ye realizes his vision and hands have returned to normal, but a dense, oppressive energy begins to fill the air. A sword appears embedded in the ground, and when Ye raises his gaze, he's shocked to see a figure identical to himself. The system announces, demonic manifestation detected. The demon, speaking in Ye's exact voice, laughs and says that lowly humans can never defeat true demons. Confused, Ye wonders if breaking the curse means fighting himself. The two stare at each other in silence until the system issues another update. Transcendent mode. All attributes increased by 30%. The demon grins and explains that he possesses all of Ye's attributes and abilities, and within the curse's domain, his physical form is even stronger. Ye's eyes widen as he realizes his opponent isn't just a copy, but a superior version of himself. The demon draws his sword and says that now Ye will understand clearly that demons are beings he can never defeat. In an instant, he vanishes and reappears before Ye with terrifying speed. Ye barely reacts in time, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth. He draws his twin blades and the battle begins. Each clash echoes through the hall, making the floor tremble. But the demon's strength is overwhelming. The pressure of his blows forces Ye back again and again, and he notices his opponent is always one step ahead, predicting every movement. The demon activates Soul Theft, and a blue aura begins to seep from Ye's body. With a cruel smile, the demon says the balance of power has already shifted in his favor, explaining that each strike steals part of Ye's attributes while shredding his soul. The more Ye fights, the weaker he becomes, until his essence is fully consumed and the demon becomes the true Ye. Gritting his teeth, Ye charges forward wordlessly. Their blades clash in a furious exchange until Ye spots an opening and counterattacks. But the demon merely exhales, and Ye's blade shatters instantly. The system blares a chain of warnings. Attribute drain in progress. Strength reduced. Speed reduced. Endurance reduced. The demon keeps attacking relentlessly. Ye raises his shield to block and reforges his twin swords by consuming 20 attribute points. But it's useless. The enemy keeps pressing, saying that Ye's will to survive only makes his soul more tempting. With a brutal kick, the demon smashes Ye in the face and sends him flying. He rushes forward again, shouting that in his domain, effort is meaningless. Ye tries to resist, but every clash forces him to reforge his sword, consuming another 20 points. After countless attempts, the system warns, restoration failed, insufficient materials. Ye recalls Novelis's offer and the treasures he gave her, beginning to suspect it was all intentional. The demon seizes the moment and delivers a deep cut. The system declares that soul drain has activated, and the enemy starts absorbing Ye's essence, telling him that now he should understand. Before the rules of the abyss, all resistance is futile. He mocks that Ye must finally be feeling truly powerless. The demon stands before him, ordering him to kneel and submit, promising to preserve a tiny trace of his existence after consuming him. Otherwise, he'll erase every memory and take his place, using Ye's body to escape the abyss. He vows to destroy Ye's entire family, harm his friends, and torture everyone he loves without a hint of remorse, because he is not the real protagonist. As the next attack consumes him, Ye recalls his vows, telling Xingren to make it out of the abyss alive, the moment he saved Zhou Tong and told him not to continue so he could live a long life, and the promise to his sister that he would protect her after their parents' death. As his soul is drained, Ye whispers a promise. The demon smirks, finding it amusing, and says he's changed his mind. He'll preserve a fragment of Ye's consciousness, leaving one eye so he can witness everything that's about to happen. Then he begins speaking in Ye's voice, saying that his mission was to break the curse, but instead he accelerated it, becoming useless before gods, demons, and the unknown, a pitifully weak being. The demon smiles with satisfaction, telling Ye to abandon everything and merge with him, to surrender all he cherishes and allow himself to be replaced completely. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts. Just seconds earlier, inside Ye's own consciousness, the same conversation was unfolding, the demon demanding his surrender. And in that instant, within his soul, the spirit of Novelis appears, saying he still owes her 400 divine artifacts, so how could she let him die now? And from the looks of it, he truly has nothing left to lose. The demon raises his sword for the final strike, shouting that he'll finally replace Ye completely, but Ye grabs the blade with his bare hand, forcing the demon to recoil in shock and demand what just happened. Ye opens his eyes, now glowing with the activated Rinnegan, and calmly tells him that his sword is Ye's sword, and Ye's sword is also his. The demon, startled and confused, shouts, asking what the hell that lunatic is talking about. Ye continues, declaring that his power is the demon's power and the demon's power is his as well. The demon yells, not understanding, asking why he's spouting nonsense, and, more importantly, why he's still alive. Ye roars that he will never submit to anyone and will never become the demon, because no one can replace him. Only he can be the substitute. In that instant, he remembers Novelis's words when she returned his eye, promising she would take responsibility for that wild dog until the end. Ye declares that he is the dragon. The aura of Novelis bursts from his body, radiating power that makes the demon step back in fear. Suddenly, her draconic energy overwhelms the entire area, and Ye activates triple blood frenzy of the dragon. The demon trembles violently. Consumed by fury and wrapped in blazing fire, Ye steps forward, shouting that even if his flesh and blood are torn apart, it doesn't matter. Even if his bones shatter, it doesn't matter. Even if his organs turn to pulp, he will devour everything. Horrified, the demon stammers, asking who the real demon is, him or Ye. Ye seizes the enemy's sword, and the demon snarls that no one defies him in his own domain. He declares that even if Ye has taken his weapon, he still possesses all of Ye's power, then hurls massive boulders in his direction. But Ye is now on another level. One swing obliterates everything ahead, striking the demon directly. Yet at the last moment, the demon grins and dissolves into a nightmare of blood, reappearing behind Ye and saying he wants to see him dodge point-blank fire before unleashing a huge explosion. Believing the blast to be fatal, the demon laughs, but when the flames fade, his expression twists in disbelief. Ye hasn't suffered a single scratch. Panic floods his voice as he screams, demanding to know why that trash won't die, releasing even more power. He lifts two massive stones to crush Ye, but Ye shatters them effortlessly and charges, slashing the demon again. The demon tries to escape using the blood nightmare shift once more, but Ye moves at blinding speed, teleporting behind him and delivering a fatal blow. He immediately activates recycling, ordering everything to be repurposed. The demon shouts for him to stay back, and Ye does. The aura surrounding his foe shifts. Dark markings spread across his body, and his power spikes dramatically. He admits he never imagined Ye could trade blows with him, let alone recover stats inside his own domain, calling it remarkable. His form changes into that of a knight clad in black armor. Ye looks at his sword and mutters that weapons only reduce his offensive efficiency. Then, with a chilling grin, he bites into the blade and crushes it between his teeth. The demon gasps, screaming that he's biting his sword. Ye's power surges higher. Demonic markings spread over his face as he glares at his terrified opponent. In a blink, he disappears and reappears right in front of the demon, smashing him upward with a devastating strike. Before the demon can react, Ye follows through with another blow that sends him crashing to the ground, then relentlessly attacks without pause. Desperate, the demon summons chains to restrain him, and the system flashes a warning. Dragon imprisonment formation detected. The sealed entity's power may be absorbed to strengthen the seal. Ye stops mid-attack, glancing at the chains, and says that the more he fights, the harder it will be to break free. Then he begins to unleash his full power, shouting that he's different from those greedy, foolish dragons, because his name is Ye. With sheer brute strength, he shatters the chains, leaving the demon frozen in fear. Smiling, Ye declares that he is now the king, and charges forward, unleashing a violent barrage of blows until the enemy is thrown to the ground. Still, he doesn't stop. He keeps striking over and over until an enormous explosion obliterates the surrounding floor. Holding the demon's heart in his hands, Ye devours it, releasing a new surge of energy that bursts outward in a massive shockwave. Screaming, he declares that now all of the demon's power belongs to him. Meanwhile, outside, Novalis is tending to Ye's unconscious body when a sudden surge of violent energy begins radiating from him. Slightly disappointed, she mutters that she expected this. The ritual failed, and if that wild dog starts turning into a shadow demon, she'll have to eliminate him immediately. As the black marks spread across his body, she lunges forward to strike, but Ye, still lying down, catches the spear and rises to his feet. Stunned, Novalis steps back, eyes wide, and asks in disbelief if he's really come back from the dead. Ye answers coldly that the ritual is complete. All the power has returned. Novalis, still doubtful, narrows her eyes and asks if he truly came back. If that's the case, she wants to know what the demon said, what price he paid for the pact, and whether the demon possessed him, or if he became the demon himself. Then, smirking, she orders him to bark to prove who he really is. Yes simply replies, "I ate that thing." Novalis's eyes widen and she leans forward, half horrified and half intrigued, asking if he truly devoured the demon, and, with a curious gleam and even drooling slightly, wants to know if it tasted good, if such a thing could really be eaten. Ye cuts her off, saying that aside from that, he's uncovered all the tricks she's been trying to pull, that not a single word from her mouth can be trusted. Surprised, Novalis studies him in silence while Ye continues, explaining that the ritual was never meant to break the curse. Her real plan was to free the shadow demon from the dragon's sealing formation, let it possess his body, and then kill him once he became vulnerable. Novalis sighs deeply, then admits that what he said isn't entirely wrong, though it's not the whole truth either. She explains that the domain of the shadow demon manifests as a resistance equal in strength to the host's own body. Even she wouldn't be confident in defeating a transcendent version of herself. However, she acknowledges that Ye is different, an unstable anomaly, a contradictory and coexistent being with a unique constitution. That's why she believed he had a small chance of winning. After all, he's her favorite wild dog. Even so, she admits that if he had lost, she could have easily destroyed him afterward. Then she adds that although the demon truly is dead, the situation hasn't changed. The instant death curse remains active and inescapable. Shocked, Ye demands to know what she means. Didn't she say the final code could remove it? Novalis responds matter-of-factly that with the time elapsed, there's no way he could have found that code. Besides, the final code requires a direct pact with the shadow demon, and since the target of the pact is now dead, there's no way to break the curse. She adds, almost pouting, that she's also lost from all this. With the demon gone, her plan to escape the abyss is impossible now, and just thinking about it gives her a headache. Ye's patience starts to fray. His aura flickers, his form shifting slightly, which makes Novalis take a step back, startled, and ask what's happening to him. Ye glares and asks if anything would change if the shadow demon were still alive. Meanwhile, outside the abyss, two men were waiting. The fat one complains that they've been there for over 15 hours, and aside from a few Scavenger Guild members who came out earlier, there's been no sign of anyone else. The thinner one says it's better to wait calmly and stay alert. The hunting heart leader is the son of the guildmaster, Elder F.A. Tianlin, and if anything happens to that man, they'll all be in deep trouble. Another guard mutters that it's always the useless ones who manage to escape, asking if anyone actually saw a hunting heart member come out. Suddenly, distant shouts echo. Something's happening. Two figures emerge from the abyss. Ye walks out calmly while Xiong stumbles behind him, half dead. The guards breathe in relief seeing Xiong alive. Ye says flatly that Xiong is their problem now. At that moment, Xingren rushes toward Ye, smiling brightly, and saying she knew he'd find a way to turn a massacre into a payday. Ye, slightly embarrassed, apologizes, admitting he insisted on doing things his own way. But at least the good news is, he got the key. Xingren's expression shifts. She punches him in the stomach so hard he collapses unconscious. Shouting, she calls him an idiot and reminds him that his sister is still at home waiting for him, so he doesn't need her to explain why he shouldn't take such stupid risks. Ye tries to apologize again, but his eyes turn red. Time itself freezes. A crushing pressure bursts out from the abyss, and Novalis appears, smiling with satisfaction, saying she can finally breathe fresh air again. Ye's true body lies motionless on the ground while a clone stands, warning her not to appear at a time like this. She ignores him, wrinkling her nose and remarking that there's a foul stench coming from that trashy necklace. Spotting Shingren, she tilts her head and teasingly asks if she's the intimate partner the protagonist mentioned. Yes snaps, ordering her to revert immediately, saying he doesn't want any trouble outside the abyss. But Novalis refuses, explaining that right now she exists only as an image within his left eye. Her true body is still buried under a pile of gold coins deep in the abyss. Just minutes earlier, she had witnessed Ye's full transformation and, deeply impressed, commented that in that state he might finally be able to use the dragon seal and free her from that cursed place. Right after, Ye returns to his normal form, panting heavily, saying that the transformation consumes even more mana than several frenzy states combined. A little concerned, Novalis asks what his current level is. He raises a single finger and she, puzzled, asks if that means 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000, or 100 million. Ye replies that one finger means level 1. He's just a first-level hunter, with a limit of 5 levels and has only now reached the first. Outraged, Novalis shouts that a level 1 shadow demon is ridiculously weak. Unfazed, Ye states that it doesn't matter how weak he is, he personally defeated a shadow demon. Novalis sighs and says that either way, he's now the second-generation shadow demon, and at the very least should be capable of carrying part of her body. Yes snaps back, demanding that she hand over the key and making it clear he has no intention of taking her out of the abyss. He wants no future ties with her. Suddenly, Novalis steps closer, her tone soft but unsettling, saying that his eyes are dragon-sight pupils, the same peculiar eyes she possesses. She explains that his eyes are connected to her nerves, meaning their vision will now be shared. The bond cannot be broken, and this is known as the Dragon Eye Pact. Ye, confused, asks what the hell that is supposed to mean. Novalis lifts her own eye with a sly smile and says that since he already profaned her with that spying technique, he must now activate that same ability and look directly into her. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.